Cookie, who's your favorite Sesame Street character? Cookie. Absolutely. What's your favorite kind of cookie? Cookie? Chocolate chip cookie. Cookie, you are very bullish. I love you. How much Bitcoin do you own, Cookie? He knows. That's correct. Whoever trained Cookie, they did a very good job. I think Cookie. That's true. That's true. Cookies. We need to create an AI. Absolutely. Number one. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll show you my ID. All right. Well, Cookie, we love you. We love cookies. Cookie, do you like oatmeal raisin cookies, or do you just like oatmeal cookies? Cookie, I asked you a very important question. Yo, dog, we've got Artem Intraday here. Artem, how are you? Hell yeah, baby. What? Sorry, that's not what happened.
On Sunday. Right now it's 50 in San Juan Capistrano and 55 in Sherman Oaks.
Spectrum offers a big deal. Get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile unlimited line. All while saving.
He's talking about the portions of the church.
Big savings. Get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Spectrum.com/big deal for full details.
See, the Russian cookie is Australian, like 95% sure. There we go. No, we're just going to
Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code.
That's good. That's good. Cookie, where are you from?
68 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get treated and stay undetected, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Yeah, I agree. I guess that there was it's ridiculous. This is also a doctor. All right, boys. It's fucking daylight savings time. We're at an hour. I gained an hour. No, I don't fucking know. But
Spring forward, baby. You lose one. This is the shortest weekend of the year. Less time for partying and slinging dick. Yep. We had a bunch of people in here. We watched MMA fights. It was a what? A mint? A meme, yeah. Dude, come to our Telegram right now. Can you see this? It says t.me/HPOS10I. We've got a bunch of people. We've got a bunch of people in here. We have somebody who I met in our Telegram or in our Twitter. So you can just type that into a browser and click it, and it will either open up Telegram for you or take you to Telegram to download. I do. Only one person's in there though, and they're going to be coming in here. What'd you say, baby? It is, but you should come into our room right now. We have a bunch of people in here and we have our cameras on. You don't have to put your camera on, but I'm just letting you know there are a bunch of people in here. So if you go to our Telegram, which is located right here, t.me/HPOS10I, and you look, once you join, you have to do human verification. You have to click the link for human verification, and then you go to the top and it'll say video chat, and you'll see a bunch of us in here. Excellent. I'm here if you have any questions, okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. We'll see you in the video chat. Thank you. So we've got a friend named Kari who's coming right now. We met them. They just randomly came into the Twitter. So Absolutely. So, Kari, do you have Telegram? Kari, do you have Telegram? Yo, dog. Kari, do you have Telegram? Kari, do you have Telegram? Okay, I don't know. He's found. We'll see. We'll see. What are the odds that Kari comes in? It could happen.
All right, I will see you with the Oscars, Rabbi.
You take care, James. Enjoy yourself. You need your beauty rest. Take care. Take care. Zoot, how are you, my kangaroo friend? I have a dream that Zoot and Possum Tits are going to hook up and be our little Australian couple. Yeah, you heard it here first. Yep. It's going to happen, dog. Okay. Maybe someday. Oh, I didn't know that. Is she from Australia?
And we are back with Gary Hazeltine, who is a former RAF police and British transport police officer. He's vice president of ICER and also editor-publisher of UFO Truth magazine. And in February of this year, the new website, UK Pilots Reporting UAP, went live. And,
We got Zoot in the hizzy.
This will collate
I'm so happy to have Zoot here.
of UAP sightings cameras by civilian, military, commercial pilots, ground crew, radar specialists, air traffic
Sugar
controllers,
Sean O'Malley delivering an ass whooping to the world tonight, son. To the world. Word Mockingbird. Website. Right?
Revealed as new UFO hotspot after several near misses. Stansted, one of the UK's busiest airports, that's in London, I believe Stansted, appears to be a new UFO hotspot following several near misses between planes and unidentified objects. A Freedom of Information request has revealed the incidents, which include an invisible object triggering planes' collision avoidance systems. Last year, it was reported that a UFO reported as close as 20 meters to a Ryanair plane. After it took off from their airport, the object did not register on the plane's drone monitoring equipment, but was spotted by the pilot. The official report said the jet was
Sugar Sean O'Malley delivering the ass whooping for a win.
4,000 feet. Pilots saw an object
West side.
as black, passed within 20 meters of the aircraft, it said. So there you go, Stansted, the new UFO hotspot. This is a very busy airport. Was that Freedom of Information inquiry launched by your team by any chance?
You know?
It was. It actually came about because some of the contact to Freedom of Information, the Essex police, have said how they reported that they had contact for said 2022 and 2023, and they came back with Ryanair pilot. Now, the interesting thing there is, why would a Ryanair pilot contact the police to report such an incident? That clearly said people report procedure, and they're worried for their peers, like approaches, if they report this
Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Streamed by Jay. Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
My tattoo is my logo. American Badass. It's very badass. That sounds like stoner talk. It is. It is stoner talk. Most of my real conversations are stoner talk. Like high level. There used to be Tom Petty's weed dealer. In a sense, I think we'd come to town. He married a girl from Saginaw, Michigan. I forget her name. Great girl. And we come to, outside Detroit where I live. I get this call like, hey, can you get Tom some weed? And I'm like, fuck, I'll take him some weed. So I call my brother's friends to get some weed. And I'd be like, this is fucking awesome because I love Tom Petty. I didn't really know him. So I go up there, drop the weed off, and I'd be in his dressing room and like, he'd be like, so what's up, man? I'd be like, nothing. And I'm like, we have nothing in common. This guy's so fucking high. I might have been tuned up on a couple beers or something. And I'm like, well, that sucked. I guess I'll just enjoy the music.
Was this before or after you were doing music?
Oh, this was a big star.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was all excited.
You're hanging with Tom Petty.
Not really. I was just taking weed, trying to hang out with him.
That's how Tom Petty died. Somebody got him some pills.
I was fentanyl.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, he, I don't remember what his injury was, but he was hurt. And a roadie got him some fentanyl.
Terrifying.
Yeah, that's how Prince died too.
Yeah, I remember. I've heard that.
Yeah, same thing.
We all know people that. It's a travesty.
It's a horror thing.
Well, let's just go right at the border.
Well, it's the border, but it's also the opioid crisis that's created by the Sackler family. Those motherfuckers just got a giant percentage of the population hooked on heroin. It's some evil shit, man. Those fucking people are still running around too.
Yeah, in case you were ever thinking about quitting drugs, fentanyl should seal the deal.
Yeah,
That should seal the deal.
yeah.
I know a lot of people it has. They were like, I was still an experimental cocaine user, this, that, and the other. They were like, when that shit came up, that was it. It's like, I had some friends tell me they were going to buy a testing kit, this, that, and the other. And I was like, yeah, that's probably time to move on.
You buy a testing kit to make sure you don't die, you probably consider your options.
I want to revisit whiskey.
It's not bad. Weed and whiskey, it's a good combination. You don't want to go down that road. Although, I've heard it's awesome. Not fentanyl, but cocaine. I have not tried it. I've never done it. But everyone I know who does it tells you not to do it because it's awesome.
I had a good run. Never too many problems. In the older days, just kept us following the handbook of rock and roll.
Yeah.
Like chapter 14 gets low. Blah, blah, blah. We had fun. I've seen people get all fucked up and lose their minds on it, but I know quite a few people in my position, like, okay, we had some fun when we were younger, at some point, kind of weekend warrior type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it interfere with business and engagements and things you have to do. Can't say I was batting 1,000, but pretty good average.
You did pretty good.
Yeah.
Considering it all worked out pretty well.
I'm not advocating for it at any level.
Anybody is.
That's my honest experience. Like, hey, I came out okay.
That's the thing. There's people that tell you they're weed advocates. There's no like coke advocates. There's no people like coke fixed my life. I never got anything done. All of a sudden I was doing coke and starting businesses.
Is weed fixing lives?
We can fix people. Depends on who you are.
I know if you're sick.
Yeah, for a guy like me, weed's a good drug. A guy like me, weed just like chills
My
out.
brother's a huge weed smoker.
Yeah.
He'll always be like, from golfing or some shit. And I'm drinking my beers, having fun. I'm always like, you drive. And I'm always like, maybe you fucking shouldn't be driving. He's just fucking stoned out of his mind sometimes. And I'm like, yeah, I don't like this. I'm a little nervous. And I'm tuned up already.
Yeah, for some people, weed makes you nicer, calms you down, makes you a little more sensitive, more compassionate.
Yeah, everything affects people differently.
Yeah.
I've drank tequila 3 times. I've been to jail 3 times. Do the math. Kid Rock don't drink tequila.
So what do you think tequila does to you differently?
Ah, it makes me want to punch you right in the mouth.
Really?
Oh, fuck. That's it.
The Mexican influence.
Hey, Kid Rock makes it see like, wham. What the fuck's the matter with him?
What tequila? What
I have no idea.
What does it do? Just makes you hyper.
Makes me fucking hyper violent. Fucking. You know, it could have been a combination of maybe those few times I drank it, I was just in a headspace where, you know, I could be in different headspaces when you're doing different things.
And you can blame it on tequila. Really
but I gotta have a rule that I really try not to, like, you know, I've really mellowed out in the last 10 years or so, but I really try not to get too dumb unless I'm in a good spot.
Yeah.
In a good mood, good people.
Right.
You don't want to be like, you know, all worked up, you know, after watch Fox News for 6 hours. Just fucking ready to fucking, you know, slay the beast and start pounding whiskey and go to the club.
If you watch Fox News for too long, you will think it's the end of the world.
Oh, I do, and it is.
It might be. It really might be. Did you see the fucking Tim Dillon thing that I posted yesterday? It's legit.
Yeah, that was.
Is that the gay comedian?
Yeah.
He's fucking great.
He's hilarious. But he wrote, he had a picture with a girl. He said, I'm getting married. The homosexuality thing was just a phase. And RFK Jr. writes to him, she's a beautiful lady. I can see how she ungayed you, Tim. The guy's running for president.
Fucking great.
Amazing.
It's awesome.
In that sense, it's an amazing time.
He don't scare me.
No, he shouldn't scare you.
He doesn't scare me.
He should do the opposite of scare you.
Yeah.
It should scare you the opposition to him. Because if people listen to what he says, you pay attention to what he says, and you actually research what he says, he's telling the truth. Just we've been fucked over and lied to for so long that he seems like a crazy person. Look at that. She's a beautiful angel, too. He's just see how she ungayed you.
Ungay. Fuck, I learned something. I haven't been here 5 minutes. My new favorite word. Usually I'm just using gay inappropriately all the time. You know, like, that's fucking gay. You know, someone's like, oh, you're so insensitive. I'm like, that's so ungay.
Yeah, it used to be a thing that we would say. Something's gay. Or it used to be, imagine, like, from the time of the Flintstones. The Flintstones was, we had a gay old time.
Do you remember playing Smear the Queer when you were a kid?
What is it?
You give somebody the football and everyone tries to tackle him like in grade school. You just ran around. We didn't even know what queer meant. That's the name of the game was Smear the Queer.
I never played that. Did you play that, Jack? Yeah.
From the Midwest.
Yeah, he's from Ohio. There you go. They didn't have that word, really.
Where'd you grow up?
Boston. I'm not sure they had it.
Fuck, I would think it was invented in Boston.
I lived a fucked up life. Not fucked up, but just my high school years was all martial arts. It was all from the time I was 15 till I was 21. All I did was train to compete.
A lot of discipline.
Yeah, a lot of obsession. A lot of discipline and obsession, but it was very weird socially. Like, so I went from that to being a stand-up comedian, which is like the complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Hanging out with maniacs or doing drugs and staying up all night, just complete polar opposite. So I missed a lot of stuff.
You got a lot of money now, you can make up for it. Fast track it. Probably get it all done in like 2 years. The loot you've made. I found that to be a problem at times for people.
Money?
No, didn't experience, you know, the certain coming of age things, whether it's, you know, crazy chasing girls, you know, that whole thing, doing drugs, you know, just being kind of wild, you know, stealing people's statues out of the yard, whatever crazy shit like that you do when you're young. And then they reach this point. A lot of people ask athletes because they were so focused in their training, it's like at such a young age. And then they get to that point where they get money and they're like, I don't want to taste it all.
That's true.
And then they kind of get fucked up.
Yeah, you can lose your bearings. That's true. That is the case with a lot of athletes. A lot of athletes get fat, too. It's fucking, it's over. A lot of fighters. A lot of fighters are always dieting. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years. If you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything
you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements. Just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Traeger. I love Traeger grills. I cook on them all the time. They're easy, they're perfect, they make things amazing. They get an awesome app. Ring in the new year with unbeatable wood-fired flavor from Traeger. The possibilities are endless when it comes to cooking on a Traeger grill, and food just tastes better. I know mine does. Tastes better. You're cooking over actual wood. Traeger also offers special pricing on select grills and accessories for military members and first responders. Visit Traeger.com and use the code Rogan at checkout for free shipping. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more.
You get that big muscle. It's so hard to fucking maintain as you get older.
Yep, that too.
Lose your lean muscle, you know how us.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, 2 to 10 beers a night doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, it's also like, I think with athletes, especially with fighters, the rush of competition is so extreme that the regular world seems so dull. And then going back to the regular world, you don't feel like you have a real purpose. You're not training for this big event that takes place every few
You're
months.
coming back from the military.
Yeah, like a lighter version of that. Yeah, that's a big problem. Guys coming back from the military. Big problem.
Suicide.
No coaching at all. Nobody tells you what to do. They just let you back in the world. Fuck.
Yeah. Seen it too many times.
Too many times. Too many times. So, what's it like being the dude who took out Bud Light?
Let's get right to it.
Let's get right to it. We were going to bring a few cases in here for you.
Let's fuck out drinking. I don't give a shit. 2 cans of beer in this world, cold and free. I like them both. Man, I was just having fun. To be honest with you. I mean, I was pissed. Like, you know, but
Yeah.
it wasn't like it was gonna wreck my day, let alone my life. I was just kind of like, what the fuck are they doing?
But you were the straw that broke the camel's back.
I became the face of it. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not the Pied Piper to sit around and think like people follow what Kid Rock does. I just became the face of it.
Yeah, but they kind of do. They kind of know. They listen, man. When you got so upset that you were fucking machine gun on the tantrum with a machine gun. Man, you machine gun case.
They want like guys playing girl sports.
That was the end. That was really it. If there's one moment that they look back on and fucking go, shit, it's that.
I've talked to him about it.
I know you have.
Yeah, you were there at the UFC fight.
Yeah, and I met that dude, the secret. He's a good guy.
We've become friends.
He's a good guy.
He's a great guy. After 5 minutes of talking now, I'm with Trump there in Dana's green room. I go to Trump, I go, see that dude behind me? That's the CEO of Bud Light or Anheuser-Busch. And Trump's like, you want to go talk to him? Which in my mind, Trump said, you want to go fuck with him? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. So we go over there, we're talking to him, actually a great conversation. And at some point, he was telling me how he got the video. And he was actually down in Texas doing some hunting. And I'm like, we talk and talk, and I'm not going to share all our conversation. That'd probably be inappropriate, but I'm like, dude, you seem like somebody that I could be friends with, that I'd hang out with. He's like, you would, that's what I'm saying. And I'm like, I'll come to Nashville. Come visit me. Fucking did.
That's awesome.
Came with his top team. Fucking with broke bread. Got fucked up on Bud Light. Fucking bold. And did all this fun shit. We had a good meeting beforehand, trying to think if there's something I could do. Then I just pushed him. I just didn't feel comfortable with it. You know, I threw out some ideas that scared the living fuck out of them. And at the end of the day, I was like, guys, I don't feel right taking your money. And I was like, I go, we can continue the conversation, see where it ends up, but honestly, I don't want any corporate deals. I don't feel right. There's not a penny on earth that can make me change who I am or have people look at me in a different way. Right. Even though it's probably half the country at this point that
Yeah.
Likes me, another half wants to put a bullet in me. Like, I understand that. There's no like, he's okay.
Right.
I've destroyed that. There's no, Kid Rock's okay. See, I fucking hate that kid.
Oh, I love it, dude.
Yeah, I'll take a bullet for him.
Yeah.
But we still talk, and
That's a better place to be, honestly.
man, like I said, you know what I mean? They fucked up. And when you get to the grassroots of it, that's what they did. And there's so many people that work for that company, and you know all the stuff they've done. We don't have to be a broken record here.
It's a great company.
Right? And
They've
then, like,
done amazing things. Anheuser-Busch is an amazing charitable company that do a lot of great things.
yeah, and I dug into that, and I was educated on it. Even before Dana called me about his deal and things like that, you know, people discussed with me. You know, I did a little digging and talked to people. And at the end of the day, I'm like, all right, they got the message. Like, I'm not someone who holds a fucking grudge his whole life. You know what I mean? And honest to God, I was having a lot of fucking fun. I don't get to pull my machine gun out and film myself doing cool shit too often. I'm just not that type of person. I was like, this warrant is right here. Get all the bug light on property. That was actually not the beer had a property. I kept a lot of shit around more than I thought.
We stopped selling at the mothership because nobody's buying it. They got that bad.
Yeah, what's going on there?
It's nuts. It's stupid. I think it's stupid. And Shane Gillis brought it
I
back a
love
lot.
Shane. Shane's a buddy.
He's the best. Yeah. He brought it back a lot. You know, because he never stopped drinking. And you know, it's slowly making its way back. And I think the UFC helps a lot too. But they took a big hit.
One of the things I told them was, I was like, I go from the outside looking in, guys, as a friend, you know, somebody who doesn't want to see this brand hurt and destroyed anymore. Like, you got smacked on the ass, you know, in a pretty hard smacking. I was like, but I don't want to hold your head underwater, drown this fucking company, put people out of work and that shit. It's like, you got the message, and it's clear. I wish people knew these guys running the company because they're great fucking guys. But I set up. I said, you know, just a percentage of these fucking trolls on the left and on the right. They're like, I'm so empowered by the internet. I'm gonna piss and bitch and moan and, you know, I have a voice. It's like, go fuck yourself. All right, cut it out. Like, if anyone's still spending time on this, you clearly are fucking bored. Find something better to do.
Yeah, it's definitely the pursuit of losers. But the problem is those losers can actually affect businesses. And that's what they know. They know now that it's possible, both on the right and on the left.
But they need to know there's so many more businesses in this country deserving of that treatment.
Right.
Fucking Ben and Jerry's, Starbucks, Target. The list goes on and on.
Yeah.
And I don't care if they're left wing or right wing, it's just a fucking ideology.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when they cross that line, it signaled to people like myself and many others that they were okay with this transgender thing, and more so like, is this going to get directed at my kids? And I think fucking men should be in women's sports. Like, nah. That's where I'm drawing the fucking line. Get the fuck out of here.
That's the most amazing one that they're supporting. And the fact that, was it the Olympic Boxing Committee? What was it that just allowed
No,
transgender?
they're allowing the reverse. They're allowing, I always get confused here. They're allowing chicks that sew on dicks to fight dudes, which I tune in for that.
Is that real?
I think so.
I thought it was biological men who identify as females were going to be allowed to box.
Might be. I thought it was the other way too, but I don't know.
Female box. Yeah. The other one was easy. The other one's easy. Sure. Go ahead. Do it. Go for it. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to take steroids, and it's supposed to be illegal to take steroids. Like if you are taking synthetic testosterone, you're taking steroids, and if you're doing that, you're becoming a man to do that. What's to say that the men can't do it too? Like it's
Do
just.
we even have to think that deep about it? You can't just look at it and go like, no, that's fucking wrong. Cut it out.
Well, it should 100% be wrong for biological males to compete against biological females. That's just period. And any bullshit that you say like trans women are women, well, guess what? They're not. They're not biological. They're not. They can identify as a woman. You want to call yourself Sally? I'll call you Sally. I'm a nice guy. Policy states that minors under the 18 must compete in their birth gender in the weight class outlined in the rule book. Transgender women over 18 can only compete in the female category if they undergo genital reassignment surgery and submit to quarterly hormone tests for at least 4 years following surgery. The guidelines which define normal rates of testosterone. See, but this is just, it's still not good enough. People don't understand all the...
I didn't understand any of that.
I went into it deeply, unfortunately. Transgender men over 18 have to meet similar requirements. They must undergo genital reassignment surgery. Transgender men.
genital reassignment surgery, so you have to get a fake dick. You have to in order to box. Submit quarterly. That sounds insane.
Are there donor dicks?
They should be. Right? Do you know they can't do any
Kidney
testosterone?
or like heart or something like it.
They
Like,
can't.
are there donor
They
dicks?
definitely do. For guys who get their dicks blown off, they get a new
Are
dick.
they switching? Like, hey, I want to be a man, I want to be a woman.
I haven't heard of that yet, but I'm sure they're coming. But what they do not do is they don't give you the balls. Because if someone switches your balls, like say if you donate your balls, you die in a car accident, you donate your balls to science or whatever, and someone takes your balls and sews them on, that'll be your kids. Your genes will come out of those balls. So it won't,
That
it won't
sounds
be like
fun.
a new person. Yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean, it won't be like this person's genes carrying on, it'll be your genes carrying on through your balls that are attached to this guy. So that's not ethical.
Why does this always like come up in conversations at the media?
Yeah.
Because I don't remember the last time like I seen it. And by the way, if you're transgender, you're really fucking good at it. No one knows.
Right.
It's usually not the case. Although the only time I've been around transgender people is like some crazy club like in Miami or New York back in the day. And guess it, fun.
It was rare.
Yeah, but that means you have those. Go ahead, like I'll exist with you in society.
Yeah.
Probably not getting the dinner invite, but you know, if you're out and about, like we can both shop at Walmart. I'm not gonna freak out. If you're not fucking with me, I'm not fucking with you.
Yeah.
No matter who you are.
And that's how it should be.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's how it
simple.
should be. Yeah, you should be able to do whatever you want. But when you want to compete as a woman or you want to start, you know, if you're a 50-year-old man, you want to compete against young girls, which is what's going on in Canada. This guy's 50 who identifies as a teenage girl. Let him compete, swim meets with girls, change the locker room with them. That's now you're insane. Now you're taking it too far. And that's the problem. No one's ever happy with us moving the goalposts a little bit. They want to move them, reestablish, move them further, move them further, move them further.
I had a thought about that. So I'm thinking like it's Black History Month, right? I get down with that. That makes sense. I think November is like Native American month. I get down with that. That makes sense. The thing I'm struggling with is Pride Month and Veterans Day.
Right.
See the fucking balance there?
Yeah.
I'm like, should we flip that?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a real good point. Yeah, it's a weird time now. It's a weird time because there's like so many fucking weird people that are involved in promoting these things and pushing them, changing what's normal and what's not normal to regular people.
Guys, just fucking weirdos and all that fucking mental fucking nutcases. That's honestly why I carry a gun everywhere. Or legal tour, I have somebody with me. It used to be like, okay, if I'm going somewhere where I thought, that would, make sense to do. I've always had a concealed weapons permit everywhere and whatnot. I was gun enthusiast. But in the last, I don't know how many years, 5 years, it's like getting a fucking gun everywhere. Just because of that. Like, just fucking people that are unstable. You never know when these motherfuckers is going to lose it and you're just sitting there defenseless.
Yeah, it's a strange time in so many ways. People are just,
I gotta imagine they were saying the same shit in like the 60s and 70s.
They were.
But
the 60s and 70s were fucked too. We just forgot because the 80s were so easy. The 80s and 90s was where everyone was kind of coasting.
Everyone was unplugged.
There was a little bit of that. But it's also, Cold War ended. Collapse of the Soviet Union. We weren't worried. There wasn't like this existential threat hanging over our heads.
Well, now it's back.
Now it's back. Yeah.
Fun times. We've done a 360.
Fun times. Real fun. Chinese people are entering up the border.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I had no thought on that. I think I saw it on a t-shirt. I don't take credit for everything I say because I'm most likely just repeating something I saw somewhere.
Right.
But it's like, they want to do away with the gas stoves, make them electric cars. Why don't we start with that wall? I can make that fucker electric, put up some solar panels.
Yeah.
China built one how many thousands of years ago? Fucking making a tourist attraction. Charge people. Go fucking hang on the wall. Put some fucking Louis Vuitton stores on it or some shit.
Well, it's a real weird thing, like what they're doing. There's so many different people that have opinions about why they're leaving it open and why they're allowing people to come in and setting them up. Dr. Phil was on the air, so he was talking about it.
I like Dr. Phil.
He's a great guy. He started his own
I played his show years ago.
Did you?
It's like somebody at the anniversary show. Turned out it was one of his favorite acts. They fucking played a banjo on there.
Oh, that's awesome. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
I know him through. I'm friends with his son. Son's a good friend of mine. But he's starting a network. Like he's just so fed up with the news and the way things are portrayed and these biased ways. He wants to have objective news. So he created
The
his
HR
own
department.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fucking very bizarre time. And I'm sure it's going to get more bizarre. We're going to look back on these days one day like, oh, remember the good old days where you just, all you're complaining about was transgender women competing in sports?
You know, wanted to be a cat to another box of school. Good old days.
Yeah, people don't get better. Society doesn't get better. It just gets, unless something happens, unless they figure out some sort of virus.
Well, unfortunately, usually that turns out to be tragedy.
Right.
Something really fucked up happens. You know, like what happened in Israel, or worse.
Right.
You know, that tends to bring nations and people together on different levels.
Like 9/11. Remember 9/11?
Yeah, absolutely.
When 9/11 happened, I tell everybody, like even in Los Angeles, which is probably the most unpatriotic place on earth, everybody had an American flag on their car. People were letting people in lanes. They were waving to people. They were friendly. They felt united. It was interesting. It didn't last long. A few months.
Everybody, half the country didn't hate George W. Bush for almost 48 hours.
They didn't hate him at all. When he gave that one great speech.
No, I mean, it was a couple of weeks, a couple of months, whatever it was. But then things kind of went back to normal. There was a lot of liberals
They liked him after that. They were like, that's what you want when you're in times of war. You want a strong leader.
It's too bad we can't get to that without, having something terrible happen. But I mean, if we could just have a little more civil discourse in this country, you can tell me to go fuck myself. You hate Trump and my politics. I'll let fuck you, but I'll still sit down and have a beer with you. Like, whatever you have to have this fucking goddamn going for your throat. And I'm part of the problem. I've been polarizing, no question. My last album, that's what it was all about, but or a good portion of it. And I understand that. But I even said that album, I was like, we'll get this out of my system, and hopefully we can go back to having some civil discourse in this country. That was actually one of my suggestions to Bud Light. I was like, what if you could use this to not only make fun? My thing was like, you guys need to poke fun at this. Like, people are here because you didn't apologize. I'm like, I don't necessarily agree with apologizing over everything in this day and age. Everything's become a fucking big, I'm sorry. Fuck that. Like, what you should do is like make fun of the situation. Have something that shows light of the situation, but do it in that fun fucking Anheuser-Busch, old school, funny fucking way. We're like, we get it. We fucked up. Like, you know what, we don't. I told Brent, I was like, whoever coached you on that CBS Morning show, you were coached, right? He was like, who was it? I was like, fucking Gail King set it up. She goes, would you send that can back to that influencer? And he goes into this, well, Anheuser-Busch has been supporting, the LGBT, ABCD. I'm like, what the fuck, man? All you had to do was say, like, look, no, we would not. While we want everyone to enjoy our beer, we understand that we shouldn't be sticking our noses in the polarizing conversations, and we understand who our market is. And at the end of the day, we're a business to sell beer, keep people employed, shareholders back, return. Fucking end of it. You didn't have to throw trans people under the bus or any of that shit.
Right.
Just fucking. I was like, fuck.
That's actually good advice.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid advice.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing my head of marketing for Bud Light, Kid Rock.
That would be their ultimate move. It'd be funny as shit.
You told him I should do it, so we should do a skit like the Kenny Powers K-Swiss.
100%.
But it's like, I walk in as VP, start fucking with people.
That would work. But they need to get back to, remember they used to have those real men of genius?
Yeah.
It was fun.
It was.
Bud Light was fun. It was I did a tour with those guys. The real men of comedy.
I can't believe looking through all my old pictures, how many pictures I found with like fucking Bud Light in my hand, like fishing, doing something, like playing Sturgis with a big Bud Light, next to the stage, like, done so much cool good shit.
Well, that's why when a guy like you shoots the cans, everybody goes, oh, that's it. It's over. It's over.
And trust me, I don't have one of these teams of people. It's like,
right.
It's me, like, maybe Corey's here, and we're like, let's have some fun. We all fucking tell farm guys to get all the fucking Bud Light shit together and grab my fucking MP5.
Yeah, I didn't think you read that by a marketing. things up. What kind of advice can they possibly give you? They'd have to be maniacs too. Then they would never be in marketing.
I've had more people, managers and stuff through the years, tell me, something is a compliment. They tell me, like, just everything you've done to get where you're at, I would have told you no. Yeah, I think that's honest, because I get it, you know. Done some, I guess you could call it crazy, polarizing, whatever type of shit. It's really, I speak my mind. I haven't changed one bit. I came out fucking like this with middle fingers on the CDs, like, and I haven't changed, but holy shit, the times have.
It's going to be a scorcher when UFC 299 touches down in Miami this weekend. The action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, is going to be even hotter. New customers can deposit $5 or more and get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? When you take one on the chin and you get another shot to win. You're going to get a bonus bet and the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code ROGAN. New customers. You can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code ROGAN. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Tremendous.
Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements. Just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. Yeah, but it's obvious, though, that it's all you. That's what people like. In this day and age where everything is sort of planned ahead, and it's bullshit, it's scripted.
You've seen behind the curtain, sure. These pop stars, 100% levels, and their teams and everything's fucking.
They're trapped.
It's like a politician, you're like, Biden won't. Can't say anything off the teleprompter.
Well, of course, he can. But you got a whole team of people behind you. You got a bunch of people that want to keep their jobs. They want to play it safe. They want to play it safe. They want to figure out which way's the wind blowing. This is what we're going to do. And you see it in celebrities, and people turn on them now because it's like so disingenuous. They realize what you're doing. You're going to lose a giant percentage of people that knowing that a marketing team is behind everything you say. So when a guy like you, it's obvious that was your idea. Like, who the fuck is going to say?
It wasn't even an idea.
Whatever it was, a thought that popped into your head that you acted
That's
on.
pretty much what it is.
Yeah, that's obvious.
That's what they all are.
That's what people like. That's what people like. They're like real people.
And sometimes you don't always turn a 10. You're like, yeah, maybe I should thought that one through a little bit more.
Most of the things I said. If you think about it, I've done so many podcasts, hammered, and then after we're all listening or thinking about what we said, like, what did we say? Like, oh boy, that's the story of my fucking life. Yeah, but people like that. They like real humans. They don't want some fucking pre-programmed bullshit shoved down their throat just to make a little bit more money.
It's incredible. That kind of seems like a big chunk of the country wants that. They want to go back to this normal, fucked up DC. All the bullshit that's been going on there, I would dare say, for our lifetimes. It's just become a lot more out in the open for several reasons. Social media and the sharing media worldwide, and fucking Trump pulling everyone's fucking pants down there.
Yeah.
Showing them, look, everyone has a small penis in this fucking town. See, I just showed it to you. They act like they have the biggest dicks on earth.
One thing no one can deny is that he exposed the media. He exposed the media for being essentially a propaganda agent. it's not just the news. And to pretend it's the news, they never covered anything that he did that was positive. Anything had some negative spin on it. They spent years talking about some fake collusion story with Russia and never apologized for it, never took it back, and they'll allow people on the show to support that, to try to justify that, or try to even say that it's not true, that he did collaborate with Russia.
How many times have I been watching the evening news? I'm a sucker for news. Like, and I'll flip between CNN and MSNBC and Fox, but mainly Fox. But then I watch like the evening news. I watch ABC one night, NBC. This is just one example. There's a billion of them, as you know, but like they're talking about January 6th, and they completely edit his speech. They take out the part where he says let's march down there peacefully or whatever. He actually says that, and they cut it out. He says we're going to march down the Capitol, cut. And then they go, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country. Yeah. And how the fuck do they get away with that?
They get away with it because they are the news, and no one's checking them. There's not another news. If the news was real, the other news organizations would go, this is horrible propaganda, and what you've done is you've edited out a former president, you changed his words, this should be illegal. You're taking it completely out of context. The whole thing is so fucking screwball. Every single presidential race we've ever had that I can remember, people contested the results. Hillary Clinton did it. Stacey Abrams. They all said big deal. He didn't really win the election. They all said there was Russian collusion. They all said that he was essentially an agent of Russia. They all said that he's an illegitimate president. They all said that he didn't win the election. They all said that. There were so many people that said it. It was nuts.
That's like fucking dick fuck Adam Schiff.
It's crazy how people still listen to those folks.
It's crazy about that election. I'm not a conspiracy guy or whatever, but I'm like, it just seems like shenanigans.
I love when anybody says I'm not a conspiracy guy.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy guy. I'm a total fucking conspiracy guy. Fucking. I don't give a shit either way. But it's like there's so many fucking shenanigans, and it's coming so fast with the COVID shit. Ballots all over the place. Secretary of State's are taking liberties, but
here's my position.
Wait, let me finish this one. It was that. It was that. Okay, so the biggest corporations on the face of the earth are getting hacked.
Right.
But there's absolutely no way you can get in this election thing. I'm like, then why aren't these corporations using that technology? Why are they still getting fucking hacked? That doesn't just make up I just can't figure that out in my fucking mind.
The statement is there's no evidence that they've been hacked.
So that's me, yeah. It ain't a crime,
which is true. It is true. But there is evidence that you can hack those machines, right? And wasn't that, Jamie, the subject of they were going to update the machines in 2024 or something like that? But they're going to update them. But they weren't at a certain point in time when they were recording this, when they were reporting on this, rather, they hadn't updated them. Here's my take on this. Election fraud is never zero. It's not 0%, right? We can all agree to that, right? I think we can all agree that there's people that are complete maniacs, for the Democrats, or maniacs for the Republicans, and they will do whatever the fuck it takes to get their person to win. There are certain human beings like that exist, especially in these like very polarized groups, and especially when you've got a guy that you've been comparing to Hitler forever, so you can kind of treat him as if Hitler's coming. Let's stop Hitler. You can think like that. You can think like that. And the moral question would be, if you knew you could stop Hitler from being president, would you do it? And how would you do it? And then they act that way. But what they don't recognize is that is deeply un-American. And the only way you're going to beat this person or any person who runs for president is to be better than that. That's what this country is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about a meritocracy. It's supposed to be who is the best leader. Is it her? Is it him? Who is it? Who's the best leader? And that's the person we should gravitate towards. Who has the ideas that make the most sense? Who's the one who understands what the fuck is going on internationally? on a deep sense, really can tell you like what the people, the puppeteers behind the strings, like how this is all happening.
Well, I think a lot of that would be taken away if we cap the money. Like you can raise, let's call it $10 million.
Yes.
You can each raise $10 million. Now let's see who's spends the wisest.
Well, it seems insane that you could just donate fucking untold millions of dollars to these super PACs, and they can support these presidents. They're essentially running the country. Because you can't beat them. And they play dirty. They play so dirty. I mean, it's kind of impressive. But it's also, they're exposing the wiring under the machine in a way that it's never been exposed before. You know, we never were totally aware of how wild it is that, you know, there's a group of people that no one ever thinks about called the deep state. That is real.
They're going to run Biden right out of here. Make no mistake.
Oh, they're running him out right now.
They're fucking running him out.
That's why all these crimes or all these things he's being charged for. And then the judge's decision. How about that judge's decision? That he was too mentally compromised to be tried.
That was the prosecutor's decision.
Was it? Is that what it was?
Investigators. Her. Whatever they think you are. So that was in his report.
Yeah, let's
But do you need that?
exact quote
Does
was.
anybody out there need that fucking report to just watch this guy and go like,
Of
hey,
course
I
not.
feel bad for him. He's fucking old, right? We're all gonna get there someday.
Yeah.
It's like, can you not fucking look at this guy and go like, I can look at his fucking eyes and go like, something's not fucking there. Something's wrong.
It's the people that work under him. Because if he goes, there you go. Then everybody gets appointed by the new person. The report describes
Special counsel.
Yeah, okay. The report described the 81-year-old Democrat's memory as. I wonder why they write that. The 81-year-old Democrat. How about the president? How about the president's memory as hazy, fuzzy, faulty, poor, and having significant limitations? It noted that Biden could not recall defining milestones in his own life, such as when his son Bo died or when he served as vice president.
God bless his son.
But think about just that, the way they wrote that. The 81-year-old Democrat's memory. Why would they write that? That seems so nuts. Like, he's the president. He's not just a random Democrat. Like, what defines him if you got one word? You go with Democrat?
Is that the Washington AP writing that, or is that in the special prosecutor's report? That was unclear.
I was unclear as well.
Because that's different.
Right.
Of course, the AP is going to say that.
Of course, but
I can't see the special prosecutor saying that.
But it's just not.
Because then it sounds very political.
Yeah, but it's such a crazy thing to say to call him a Democrat. He's the president. He's our leader. It's wild, but this is what I'm saying about like the wiring under the board has been exposed in a way that it's never been exposed before. Where you look at it and you go, what? What are you guys doing? He can't stand trial because he's mentally unfit, but he can run the country. Don't worry about it.
He can't speak.
He's gonna run again. Fucking walk. But it seems like when they release information like that, they know what they're doing. They're slowly chipping away at it, and by the time probably I would say like May rolls around, it'll probably be Gavin Newsom. That would be my guess. I'm not like playing this sport, so I'm watching it from the sideline. I'm like, what would I do? What moves would I do?
Yeah, how the fuck do they want Gavin? I keep hearing that Gavin Newsom, Michelle Obama, like Gavin Newsom, how do you fuck? When you just look at California, one of the most beautiful states, arguably the most beautiful in America. Resources for days, fucking everything. And it's just him, fucking Pelosi, fucking Maxine Waters, fucking Adam Schiff, they just fucked the whole state up. Like, fucked it up. Everybody's running for the fucking hills.
You gotta wonder how much of it is by design. You gotta wonder how much is designed to make the population more unstable, more violent, more scared, more crime, less ability to prosper. Everybody goes like everyone's much more vulnerable.
It seems like a lot of work of the Democrats, though.
It seems like something is probably behind it that's bigger than that. But if I would guess,
You're not a conspiracy theorist, right?
I'm 100% a conspiracy theorist. I love a good conspiracy. I believed in Bigfoot until about 8 years ago.
Fucking the Yeti's another story. I didn't say I didn't believe in the Yeti.
I don't anymore. But I was all in for a while. But I've been down so many rabbit holes, so many 9/11 rabbit holes, so many rabbit holes. I went there once. I got kicked out. You did too? Yeah, bro. Yeah. Oh shit! Why'd you get kicked out? Fucking weird. Fucking weird. I punched a kid in the head. You punched a kid in the head? And Bohemian Grove? Yeah. It turns out this fucking kid was an infiltrator. So then after that, I was kind of this hero. Like a year or two later, he come back and was like, I'm not coming to your little fucking weird party out in the fucking woods. I was like, I went once and anything cool. So the infiltrator, what happened with you and the infiltrator? We were sitting on this fire. You have these little, they're kind of like tree houses or campsites, but they're really nice. Everyone's a private chef. Kind of like, really? Yeah, you just share a room. Me and Jimmy John shared a room. That was fun. And I kept hearing kids talking around this fire. He just started popping that shit. And I just fucking went at him. Gave him a couple, helped him up. Was like, hey, we good? I think, we weren't on great terms, but I think we had an understanding. It was just, one of those things. And then I couldn't go to the concert that night. Zach Brown or someone was playing. Like, you can't come. I just sit home like I was in fucking timeout or something. I'm like, fuck this place. Meanwhile, you're Kid Rock and you're getting left alone by these people. It's a fucking crazy person. And you defend yourself. It's fucking weird. There's going to be a certain percentage of people that are just out of their fucking minds. If you haven't defended them, that's on you. Hey, for all I remember, it could have been drunk shit or whatever. It wasn't the end of the world. It was a little tussle, a little hit the ground, maybe a punch here and there. It's like, there was time. It wasn't like, but it was a fight. I guess you're just a nice guy. It was a tussle. You're a nice guy. But it's, how many people infiltrate that place? Because a bunch of people film videos there now. I have no idea. Alex Jones was the first. Him and John Ronson. This is back before Alex Jones was persona non grata, and people would do legitimate journalists like John Ronson would do these things with them. You never seen that video of them? I've never heard of John Ronson. John Ronson's a brilliant guy. He's what is this? He's an author. He wrote that book, So You're Getting Publicly Shamed, about social media shaming. He's an interesting guy. He's a very funny guy. But he went with Alex to Bohemian Grove, and they filmed these rituals. These people dressed like druids, and they're burning this effigy in front of a giant owl statue. I was at the owl statue. This is fucking hilarious. So I'm there on day one, right? We're drinking beers. It's pretty laid back. There's some really cool talks. Remember this dude talking about shooting asteroids out that might hit the Earth in so many years, shit like that. I'm like, fuck, this is cool. But the first day, it was the first evening, and you gather around whatever the owl by this lake, if I remember correctly, which could be a little hazy. It was a long time ago. And I've heard about this place. This is real secret ass shit, man. I can't believe I'm fucking here, right? And it's just a trove of celebrities, fucking everywhere you turn. It's just fucking A. So you go there, and I'm thinking, we're gonna hear some shit, right? They're about to introduce the first speaker, and I'm like, fuck, this is gonna be some shit. And they're like, and no offense against this guy, we consider him friendly, we have very good mutual friends, but they're like, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Danza. And I'm like, what? I'm like, come on, man. Who's the fucking boss? Tell the bitches. Wish you would have just gone up there and be like, who's the boss, bitch? That's hilarious. I was like, no fucking way, man. I was like, it came all the way to this secret ass shit, and I love Tony. Fucking love him. But I'm like, come on, man. I was like, they brought Reagan back from the dead, and he's gonna speak her hologram or some shit. He wrote for some devil shit. That's just some crazy shit, one way or the other. He's a very good speaker, I gotta say, but maybe they toned it down. Maybe they toned it down. 20 years ago. Infiltrated. Oh, really? I'm terrible with dates, but it's a long time. Okay, because when Alex snuck in was this is the 90s, Jamie? What was it? When Alex Jones and John Ronson snuck in at Bohemian Grove. That's when they first got that video. I want to say it was in the 90s. I want to say it was 99 or something like that. I did have some fun there, I gotta say. It was fucking weird. I met Paul Pelosi and his son. Oh boy. And Chris Matthews. When I was hanging out with them, we were having cool conversations. Kind of weird. And then they asked me I had to come play my guitar. And sing at one of these camp things. And I was like, I feel so used. I feel so dirty. I don't do this shit, man. What the fuck? Yeah, that's gotta be weird. Hey man, play us a song. Well, it's kind of like an unspoken requirement, like a wink, wink. You need to take your guitar over there. If you want to be in
good graces or be a team player type deal. And I'm like, yeah, I really don't. A friend of mine went to a party, and in the middle of the party, Michael Bolton just starts singing. And everybody gathers around when Michael Bolton is standing there singing. Was it set up? Yeah, it was set up. Oh, but no one knew. And all of a sudden, like, I think no one knew. How do you know? But it was just like, what's going on? And how do you know? All of a sudden, Michael Bolton singing. Everyone just be quiet. It's not a bad strategy if you don't want to look like a klutz to like. Otherwise, just like, hey, these motherfuckers pay me a shit ton of money and I'm gonna sing some songs. Right, that's what it is. It's like the ultimate flex. Yeah, that's how I used to fund my foundation to corporate gigs. Dude, Dana White had a birthday party. I've played it a few times. I know you have. And Dana White's birthday parties were wild. And he had a birthday party. I think it was for his 40th. And Stone Temple Pilots played. Dude, they put on a show like it was a fucking packed arena. That's what I mean, I know. Ask Dana. That's exactly what he said to me. He goes, there's 150 people here. Where'd you think you were? I was like, fucking AT&T Stadium. That's exactly what you kind of got to put yourself in that mindset. Fuck yeah. Because those things can be fucking grueling. Right. They can be weird if people aren't paying attention. And the Stone Temple Pilots, there wasn't a lot of people there. There was only a few hundred people there. It was crazy. It's usually down a couple of people. Dude was killing it. Killing it. He had the bullhorn out and everything. This guy was the best. Oh my God, what an animal that guy was. Like, it was so inspiring, like how good he was at performing. Yeah, he was fucking loved God. God bless him. They killed that show. It was really good, man. It was really good. You felt like super lucky to be there. That's great. You know, there's something about seeing something where there's not a lot of people around to see it. You know, that's why I like watching those UFC fights at Apex. There's something about, even though I know the world seeing it on the video, like to be there live while that's happening. Like, that was one of the positive things about COVID. Can we talk about that punch? The last fucking one we were at, sitting there. That fucking, I think it was the second Josh Emmett. Yeah. That crack. Oh my God, dude. That guy's I've only been to a handful of fights. I mean, fucking obviously. Josh Emmett might be the hardest puncher in that division. I never heard anything like that. He hit it so hard. I thought the guy was dead. Yeah. Well, that was a crazy combination of Bryce Mitchell moving forward quick and then him catching him right at the end of one of the most powerful punchers ever in the 145-pound division. Yeah. Show that again. Watch this. Look how that dude's built. I mean, you can't appreciate it without the smack. Look at the fucking physique of this animal. I mean, Josh Allen's just a ball of muscle. Bro, that guy sounded like somebody smacked a 2x4 like against a garbage can. Bro, if that guy hits anybody, they go night-night. I mean, anybody. Damn. Anybody. He had this fight with Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson's a really good fighter. Like, he knocked out Dustin Poirier at one point. Yeah, Michael Johnson's very, very legit. And Michael Johnson's winning this fight, and Josh Emmett catches him with one punch and just shuts him off. Watch this. So Michael Johnson's winning this fight. Boom. One shot, dude. One shot. I mean, crazy power, man. I mean, his power is preposterous. He's got the total touch, what Faraz Sahabi calls the touch of death. That's the touch of death. He's got it better than anybody in the sport. The touch of death. But that Ilia Topuria guy that just knocked out Volkanovski, he's got the touch of death too. There's guys that just bigger, they're just getting stronger, their technique's getting better. It's like any sport, it just keeps. There's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors to having that kind of power, and some of it is just pure genetics. Some of it is just you just got lucky, you got that frame, whatever it is. Like Josh, he's built like, if you look at his body, it's just like a fucking tank, just all of muscle, and he gets so much force into it. And that's just a gigantic advantage. If you use it correctly, like Topuria does. Did you see that fight with Topuria and Volkanovski? I still don't know all the names. I know a handful of names. It was a featherweight title this past weekend. No, Alexander Volkanovski was trying to defend his title against Ilia Topuria. And Volkanovski had been dominant in this division forever. And Topuria put him to sleep, man. Yeah, the lead up to the fight. Yeah, Topuria, he put him to sleep. It was wild to see, man. This kid is a fucking monster. And he's only 27 years old. And he said he was going to do it. He said, I'm going to knock him out in the second round. too. I need those guys going to like, you know, my chances are about 50-50 on this one. You know, some guys have respect, you know, for their opponents. Right. They say things like, "That's a great champion." That's no fun. Though. Yeah, that's no fun. This is talk shit sport. It is. And it hypes up the match, gets everybody going. Yeah. And it's also part of the psychological warfare because that shit works. Yeah. Especially on some people. Some people like Nate Diaz doesn't work on at all. You can talk shit to him all day long. That's not going to change anything about the kind of ass whooping you're going to get. But for some guys, it fucks with their head hardcore. They just have a really hard time with someone talking shit about them, and they get real emotional. It's a lot of sports, a lot of fucking even my business. Yeah, you see people when that red light comes on, when you're doing something like live or tape to television or whatever, you see people when red light comes on, have band members. There are like 10 of them, just usually one. Somebody's fucking can't keep it together and fucks up. It's just one of those things. It's just something about having that fucking cool, calm, collective fucking mindset when you go into anything that's stressful or, you know, high energy, whatever it might be. How difficult was it for you when you first started getting famous? Because you go from being a regular dude to being Kid Rock in not a lot of time. What was it like getting pussy? No, it was like being a man. And that's pretty much what it was. But was it stressful? Was it like hard to deal with? Fuck no. Was it all? It's fucking awesome. It's the greatest fucking shit on earth. Like, I have to worry about fucking buying food. Like, I'm going to be able to put my kid through college at this point. We're getting a new fucking house and a new car. Fucking a nice seat at the restaurant. Fucking no problem with that. I'm not one of those people that bitch about it. Like, what do you think about people that can't handle it? Like, what do you think it is? Fucking get away from it. Britney Spears moved back to where the fuck you're from. Where's she from? Arkansas, Louisiana, or something? Somewhere down there. Get the fuck out of LA. The place is eating you fucking alive. I think Britney's in Vegas now, right? Oh, so much better. Yeah. You know, I'm not gonna do heroin anymore. I've stepped it down to crack. And gambling. There's ways to get away from it. Yeah. There's ways. Trust me, you know this too. Yeah. So many of these people, because I've been here and seen this first fucking hand, the front row seat. Half these people are telling these people they're feeding the machine through a source to get their story told. They're telling them where they're going to be at, so the paparazzi's there. Yeah. It's a fucking game. It's a publicity game. It's weird, and it works. You make a lot of money that way. Like that's what the Kardashians did. It worked out well. God bless them. Solid business model for them. Really worked. Like, we just want to make money. That's the way to do it. I will never get the big ass thing. I don't get it. That's just right over my head. You don't like big asses at all? No. Really? You like them little? That just fucking small white pancake ass from kids. Every man has his type. I don't know. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Everybody has his type. But there's like this fucking ass movement in the last 10 years. It's awesome. It's awesome to watch. Watching rap videos or shit. It's fucking great. I'm like, really? That's odd. You just don't know what the appeal is. None. Wow. None. I don't think I could be further from you. I love a good ass. Yeah, big girl who looks like she's Sly Stone, different strokes, all different folks. They would pick up heavy kettlebells. I don't have a heavy kettlebell. I'm working with old 2-pound hand weight out here. Different strokes for different folks. And isn't that the message anyway? Yeah, totally. Really, what it should be. I'd say everything against it. I'm just saying, I don't get it. Yeah, I get it. You get it. And that's okay. You got like a 1970s sensibility. Yeah. Catherine Bach days. Oh, yeah. Dukes of Hazzard. Oh, fuck. Remember how hot she was? See, if a girl with a huge ass drove up in the General Lee, yeah, I'd definitely be excited. That lady was so pretty. Oh, my God. I remember watching that show. Thinking, that's not even possible to be that pretty. How the fuck is she that pretty? All those shows. Love Boat, Fantasy Island, Dukes of Hazzard. How about Charlie's Angels? Charlie's Angels out there, song crimes. Yeah. Guns. Sold. Fantasy Island, like they got a fucking midget. You're like, yes.
He's in a suit. They got a little guy in a suit, like fucking. He's got an accent. Oh fuck, turn it up. Was there always a lesson in Fantasy Island? Like they didn't really need what they were asking for, and they should have just like stayed where they were. Wasn't there like those kind of messages? I don't remember. Did Fantasy Tales? Wasn't it be kind of like careful what you wish for? Yeah, those are always that way. You know, it's always there's always like a trick. The genie's got a trick. Careful what you wish for. Yeah. Yeah, it's never like, oh yeah, and then I'm going to be the king of the world, and everything worked out great. Yeah, fun wish. I'm going to wish for a million wishes. That will kill you, right? If you do that, they get real mad, right? You use the wish. Totally. Imagine if that was real. Imagine if genies were real. I was always jealous of Ricky Schroeder on Silver Spoons. I'm like, fuck, look, all these kids got fucking trained in his living room, man. How cool is that? Pinball machines everywhere. Shit, I'm like, fuck, that looks awesome. It's not like I grew up without. From a very middle upper class family. We had everything we needed. We had a swimming pool, tennis court, and shit. All that, but I was like, fuck, Silver Spoon. You're like, we don't have money like that. That's some other shit. That's what social media is doing times 10, right? Yeah. Imagine being a kid today and just dealing with all this social media shit. Trying to keep up with the Joneses. Impossible, man. I think it's even worse. Like I have, well, my granddaughters and I, but I have nieces who are teenagers and going through all that stuff, and it's, man, the influence it has over them, and then what the other kids say, and then what they're all saying on social media, and what the new trend is, and what the new this. And I think it's always been that way, but now it's just exaggerated time. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years. If you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements. Just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. And the question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. Be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE times 1,000 because it's a difficult thing for adults to handle. In the emotional aspect of going back and forth with people and comments and stuff, and the whole world is commenting on things. Like when they're doing that to each other, the kind of pressure that they're putting on them. No kids have ever experienced that before. No kids have ever grown up with that before. This is a totally new pressure. And if you look at the data, like suicide went up, self-harm went up, depression went up. It's not healthy. It's not normal. And I think it's dumb. I said that the year Twitter came out. You might be able to look this up. I can't think it was a Rolling Stone or somewhere, whatever. What do you think about Twitter? And I said, Twitter's fucking gay. This is right when it came out. And
So as time went on, because I always saw people like having a Subway sandwich for lunch or whatever. I'm like, who gives a fuck?
Oh,
Like,
right, the early days.
Yeah, like, can I get promoted and stuff and this, that, and the other? You're fucking getting a rise out of somebody stirring the pot. But then the funny part was, years later, you know, Twitter blew up to be this huge fucking thing. They're like, this fucking reporter's getting kind of snooty with me. He said, you said, and I quote, Twitter's gay. And I'm like, no fucking way. I go, I didn't say that shit. I go, and I'm so sick of you fuckers in the media misquoting me every time, every opportunity you get. I said, to be clear, I said Twitter is fucking gay. All right, get it right.
The I gotcha questions like that.
You said. That's why I stopped doing interviews like 10, so many years ago. Because you used to have to promote something called every radio station in every market. It's like that would be part of your day. Get up early, which I was not good at back then. These days, I'm up at 3:30, but I was not good at back in these days. So get up early, call all these different places, all these things like weekly. And it turned into, as the internet and social media started becoming prevalent, it turned into, I gotcha, because that was the headline. And as my publicist used to say, dude, you speak in fucking headlines because you have no fucking filter. And I'm like, I don't. It's going to be very tough to change that. So it was always this, you know, be your buddy, say some nice things, I think your record's great, blah, blah, blah. Then like fucking get you on the line with something. Of course, I go off the fucking rails.
Right.
And then that's all you hear about. And it just, you know.
Well, that's what they want to do.
They still do.
They only have a couple of minutes with you. They want to say something outrageous or question you in a way that's going to go viral.
And I just got tired of doing it. Yeah, and I feel bad for so many reporters who were so good to me, especially in Detroit. You know, that I just kind of, I think a lot of them took it personal. I've been meaning to contact you for all these years, saying, hey, you know, I'm going to do stuff with you again. I'm starting to come out of it. I'm doing your show. I'm like, I get it. I got some stuff to promote. I'm like, but I just didn't, like, if I never saw on the fucking TV camera, interview again, I'd be fine. I'd be totally fucking fine. Like, I don't need to be on fucking Good Morning America every week. I don't give a fuck.
But you don't have to. You have a beautiful setup.
Well, I'm very blessed to not have to.
Your life is amazing.
I don't want to overshadow that. I'm extremely blessed.
Oh, I know you appreciate it, but like the way you live, like I've talked on this podcast many times about you giving me the tour of your house.
It wasn't even. Oh, by the way, you got that wrong. You're wrong. You said someone. My girl listens to you religiously. My fiance, and she'll always play me the hot clips, you know.
Right.
That one was on me, and he's got a golden shower. I like a golden shower. It's like pissing on somebody. It's a gold bathroom.
The whole bathroom's gold.
Yeah, there's a shower. The shower's not gold.
Well, it wasn't in place yet.
No,
It was just I just seen the tile and it was golden, and someone told me it was a golden shower. I was like, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life.
The golden urinal.
But the walls were gold.
Yeah. It's
Everything was gold. It was before, when I went into it, was before everything was
Was it
installed.
3-4 years ago?
Yeah, I think it was 3
You
years.
have no idea how hard it was to find gold toilets. Not joking. Now you can go on Google and you pump them up. Well, I had to get the seat gold plated because I couldn't find it. I found a gold toilet. I couldn't find the seat and lid. And fucking God had to, like, you know, cheaply gold plate it.
Well, gold is a weird. You ever see what they can do with gold? They can take a little tiny piece of gold and cover this whole table.
Absolutely. I get so much shit gold plated, 18 karat, 24 karat gold plated.
Look at that.
Who the fuck did you get that?
There.
Fucking hey, that's on the internet.
Bro, look at that. That's amazing. A gold euro. Your house is incredible. I describe it to everybody. I'm like, it's 2 bedrooms. The fucking house is gigantic. It's bigger than the actual White House. It's got 2 bedrooms. I think your house is bigger than the actual White House. I think so. Yeah, somebody was telling me that.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
White House is like 100,000 square feet.
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought it was little.
I've looked it up.
But the White House has more than one house, right? Like there's 2.
Well, there's like
more than
there's
one house.
levels. There's underground, basement, main floor, and then you go up and up to the main residence, and they have tunnels that go up to the other side to the VP's place with the bowling alleys and shit.
Bro, is that the dumbest idea of all time? To tell everybody where your president's gonna be all the time. What a fucking dumb idea! Oh, he's in this super visible house. It's just a house.
I think they're pretty protected over there.
How protected can you be? If you watch those Instagram trolls,
Airspace is shut down.
okay, 55,000 square feet. All right, your house is,
But it's on 200 acres, not 18.
well, your house is exactly if an 18-year-old kid won the lottery.
Oh, 100%.
And so you can have any house you want. I want a fucking giant room for jacuzzis with like exposed beams, like a collapsed mine. I'm like, this is amazing.
I joke with my friends when we're touring. I love to give people tours. I'm proud of it. You know what I've done. Hard work and shit. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I joke with them all the time. It's pretty serious. I'm like, if I had this fucking house 15 years ago, somebody like I'd be dead. Fucking dead. There's no question.
It's an amazing setup, dude. You made a party house. Perfect, beautiful view, great place to be.
I believe if there were an advertiser, it'd be a great place to entertain.
Yeah,
An entertainer's dream.
entertainer's dream. Yeah. If you were trying to sell that, oh boy. What's it, about 27,000 square feet? How big is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But don't you better I put the elevator, I'm going to die there. I was like, I'm going to need to get up and down these floors one day.
The elevator's amazing too.
As an elevator, funny when the architect, that's probably the second favorite thing outside, passion outside of, be a close second with hunting and the outdoors was music, is interior design and architecture. So I'm designing a house with a decent architect, obviously, for many reasons, but he's like, are you sure you want to put the elevator right in the foyer, the main entrance? And so most people hide it, off to the back by a laundry room or something. I'm like, yeah, well, right in the fucking middle. I want it gold so people walk in and like, Kid Rock's in a fucking elevator. Yeah, put it right out front.
Yeah. That's the house for ballers.
This is a house of learned doctors and ballers.
That's an amazing story. That's how I would do it.
You built something, right?
No, I bought a house. Here. If I was going to build a house, I'd build a house like that. I think what I want to do is I want to build a podcast ranch. I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
This is good. You got a lot of cool shit here, but you can take all this, I've already figured out your lighting here for you. I was telling the guys on the front, yeah. So there's several spaces here. There's a lot of light switches. I noticed already just from doing a small tour. Fuck Lutron, fuck Crustron, fuck that automated shit. What you do, you might be able to do the whole building. If not, you can do it in sections that make sense. Like this whole front thing, everything's in dimmers. There's one switch strategically placed when you walk out of the door and maybe somewhere by your office or something. All hooked up to the same breaker. Click. Like when I walk into my studio where you've been down there or whatever, things like 10,000 square feet, there's 2 light switches. Shut everything off. 3 because one in the studio. It never breaks. Works perfectly when you turn it on, you're ready to rock. If the cleaning people need to do something, they can adjust the dimmer up or down. It's the cheapest, smartest, most efficient fucking thing you can do. Good advice, you kid. I don't love that shit.
Yeah. That's good advice. Yeah, this place is a little chaotic. But this used to be, well, I can't talk too much about it, what it used to be. But I've been thinking about doing something in a place where we can do a lot of other shit too.
Just like in a fucking
like with a place in a lake,
runway.
You definitely get somewhere with a runway out here.
Where you're doing so well, you're so successful, get a chopper. So you can bring people, like what a cool experience. They fly to your ranch because you're going to get more value the farther you go out.
Yeah, but I live in my time. Those fucking things.
Well, I do too. Those rock and roll choppers don't mix.
They freak me out a little bit.
Me too.
Yeah, they took out Steve Ray Vaughan. Didn't it? Or was it a plane crash that took out Steve Ray Vaughan?
It was a helicopter coming out of Alpine Valley up in Wisconsin.
It's a scary one.
Buddy T-Roy from Montgomery County.
Bill Burr has some helicopter license. He took me out.
I took lessons.
Did you?
I took lessons for a while. I had this grand idea when I was younger, when I first started getting fucking money. And I'm like,
Fucking helicopter.
no, man, $10,000 bucks. Yeah, exactly. I would.
What's that?
Gold flake. I was like, it looked like a lowrider. I was gonna get like 10,000 acres in the middle of nowhere and build my fucking little fucking redneck empire. And then, so I started taking these lessons in a single engine Robinson, and I let my hand off the collective a couple times, and like, the fucking teacher's like, dude, what the fuck did you do that? I'm like, you didn't tell me not to fucking do that. And blah, blah, blah. And then what really was the deal breaker, I'm like, I know myself. I'm like, we'll be sitting around, getting tuned up. And I'm like, you guys want to get the chopper out? Go for a spin. Oh my God, dread flying. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Could you imagine? Yeah, let's make enough money to ride in the back.
Yeah, the only times that I've been in one, I'm like, keep it together. Keep it together. It feels like you're
trying to stay out
in a flying football helmet. It seems so fragile. They seem so fragile when you're in them. They're like, ugh.
I'll never get the single engine. And anything again that flies, never. Everything that flies is based on a system of two fuel pumps, 2 engines, 2 everything. You can go without one of them, so your odds are pretty good when those things fuck up. Mainly speaking about planes, it's pilot error for 90-some% of the time.
There was a recent private jet that crashed.
Yeah, in LA.
Yeah.
What was it, Challenger?
Yeah. Challenger
A couple people got out of the back and the pilots died.
Yeah. Yeah, the people survived, which is crazy if you look at the footage.
Passengers died.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. That's insane. Oh, my God. It is in Florida. Right. Dude, that is so wild to see. Watch this land. Watch this happen again. Yeah, do it from the beginning. Because the beginning, watch this land. This is so crazy. Look at this.
That's a kind of plane.
Look at that, bro. I mean, how insane is that?
And I think it was 3 people came out of the back.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh, damn, they just landed on the fucking highway. Holy shit, man. Imagine trying to land a plane and knowing you're going to take out those cars. And you're probably not going to land anyway. You're probably not going to be able to pull it off anyway. You don't have any engines anymore.
Scary.
Oh, my God.
It's scary just not being in control of anything.
Yeah.
At least for me, I'm a bit of a control freak. Like, just not being in control of any situation, especially when it's something like that, that always
That's
makes you think a little bit more.
That's why when things aren't a meritocracy and you're hiring because you want things to be inclusive, you're not getting the best people who work on your fucking airplanes, flying your airplanes, you're not getting the best people. What are you doing? That is one of the scary, but for especially airlines, that is one of the scariest fucking methods of transportation. Whether it's the safest, it's arguable, it is very safe, relatively, but it's one of the scariest for people. It gives them the most anxiety because you give up all control. You're hoping that the pilots can keep it together. You're hoping that the equipment's been tested correctly. You're hoping that everybody tightens every bolt and checks every fucking you're hoping they do a really good job. They're really good at it.
They do a pretty good job overall. And I'll even say, just a lot. This is a place that makes sense for regulations.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the audience very, very right of center. Less regulations on most things. That's something that makes sense, and they have a lot of good ones in place. You just can't fucking jump in a plane. When something like that happens, it's something fucked up. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when they do their investigation what happened exactly.
Yeah, it would be interesting. How do you get a double engine filled? It sounds insane.
It's like when Sully, landed down the Hudson River, it was geese or whatever,
right,
or something like that. Okay, that's I've flown out many airports where they go out there with shotguns before just to get to the blanks just to get geese out there. And they actually let you hunt them in some certain times of years. Like I know Metro Airport in Detroit, there's a congressman who asked they had a special permit to go there and hunt them at certain times of the year. I love the bird hunt.
Yeah, they try to keep populations down. They have snipers. They do a lot of different things. They try a bunch of different methods to keep ducks and pigeons and shit. So how many planes have been taken out by birds? Probably quite a few.
It's becoming more common.
Really?
You never know if something's more common or is the media just that much more accessible with everything. I always wondered that. As the population grows, things make sense and it gets more of whatever.
Right.
But you just don't know in this day and age. There's fucking how many 24/7 news channels all trying to report and get an exclusive story. It's
some of them just straight up gaslighting.
Oh yeah,
gaslighting on the news.
If I shit my pants right now, just legit shit my fucking pants, it would be the biggest story of this week, maybe next week.
It'll be a big one. That loser, he shit his pants. As if it's never happened to you.
Well, it's not like I left my meetings reporting any good stuff I do.
No.
Well, I'm just in their sights.
We need is a non-wing media. That's what we need. There should be value in just the news, and that's what Dr. Phil wants to do.
That's supposed to be the AP.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but it's not anymore. Well, because I think journalists at some point in time, at least corporate journalists, a big percentage of them decided that they're working towards a better future. They're activists, you know, and I think some of those people are not very charismatic, and they're people don't like them that much. They just happen to be on television.
Why do many of these people refuse to retire?
Because now they have a career. That's all they
It's
have.
their identity.
Mm-hmm. It's their
It's
identity.
like they're 75 years old plus.
Yeah.
They refuse to go away.
Yeah, they won't go away. And they also want to get
That's
their
sad to me.
opinions all the time.
Okay, you want to give their opinions on things. Yeah, I want someone who's actually, if they're in the media, who has consequences on their opinions. When you're fucking 77, you know, you're, what's her name from ABC or whatever, like, who's crying at fucking Hillary Clinton's, you know, when she lost the election, reports fucking world news.
Yeah.
You're like, she has nothing to fucking lose.
That's not a journalist.
I want somebody who's young, has a family, like you have shit to actually lose. If you're going to sway things this, that, and the other, and get called out on it, if you're in the media. If you want to talk shit, join a band.
I just feel like we need objective news with no spin at all.
Absolutely.
And not coming out of a place where you don't want to report on a certain thing because it makes Trump look good. Not, you know, just look at what are the facts? What are we dealing with? Like, what are we dealing with in terms of the economy? What are we dealing with in terms of international conflict? What are the facts? What's actually happening? Don't twist it in some weird,
If they went by
conservative way.
If they went by facts and things like that, there's no one better than Trump. The shit he got done, and if you just look at the numbers in his record, forget about all the noise.
You see, that guy was one of the founders of Facebook. He talked about it. He said it was the right message, but the wrong message. He talked about all the different things that Trump did that it turns out to be worked.
But I, even though we're friends, I even before we became good friends, like I understood. This is, I think a lot of people did, not a ton, a good amount of people understood that there's a method to that. So what people call madness. He says, you know, like, fucking Russia, go after fucking Poland if you don't want to pay your fair share of NATO. My sense tells me, no, he's never going to let that happen. But he's going to fucking go in there and fucking let them know you're going to pay your fucking money. He's not going to let that happen. I would say, in my heart and the way I feel, there's no fucking way to let that happen. It's like when he's telling certain countries, you know, like, if you're going to go into Ukraine, I'll fucking blow Moscow. Even if they only believe him 5%, fucking keeps them out. You know what I mean? The guy knows how to fucking go in and get shit done and talk business-wise and make these statements, this, that, and they don't know what the fuck he's going to do. But I have to say, when he was in office, by me, he did the right thing pretty much every fucking time. Everything he did for this country, whether it was keeping the border in check, fucking everybody working, including minorities, energy fucking independence, build the fucking military up to keep us out of fucking wars. I mean, the list goes on and on.
I think if people could look at it without his personality attached to it, they'd be able to see that. But that's one of the most amazing things the media's done, is they've turned a guy who was a celebrity, who was beloved, who was the host of the Celebrity Apprentice on NBC.
Zelensky was a celebrity. Everyone puts him on the highest fucking pedestal. I'm like, oh, he's the greatest. Fucking. It's like,
yeah. Well, that's confusing too, right?
Super confusing.
That whole thing, when the left is calling for war, when the left wants war, that's like, what has happened to the
Well,
world?
Trump just said the smartest thing. Everything he says to me is fucking great, but smartest things like we should not. I've kind of spoke about this with family and friends for years. Like, why do we keep getting these wars, giving countries this fucking money, and we get nothing in return? This should be a fucking loan, or we should take land or natural resources that they can buy back one day with small interest or something. Why are we just giving fucking money away, giving our resources? Of the fucking trillions we spend in Afghanistan and Iraq.
So what's the answer to that? Why did they do that?
I have no fucking idea. I wish I had the answer.
I'm not smart enough to know that. You know, there's probably someone probably illuminated for us, but like, does the debt matter? I don't understand how the debt fucking matters. I don't get it. National debt? Yeah. Everyone's always bitching about the debt, but we just fucking keep spending money. Like, no business survives like that. That's just common sense. But they keep doing it. I'm like, it must not matter because we have the biggest bomb. It's like trying to collect from the biggest bully in school. Like, hey, where's my $20? Like, I'll beat your ass. Like, okay, I'll get it next year. Who do I owe all that money to? You know, they say China, they say this country that. I'm like, imagine China just bought America. But one day, imagine if they tried to collect. Look at all the people. USDebtClock.org. Oh my God, look at how much money. 34 trillion. Yo, look at how crazy this is. When you watch this, it's so insane. Yeah, they're like, hey, we need to send another 60 billion here. We need fucking national debt. There's another 100. It's insane to watch. It's so terror in New York City. Debt per citizen, $101,960. Debt per taxpayer, $265,178 per taxpayer. I don't understand how that works. That is so insane. I've never heard it. I've never heard it explained. I've heard politicians bitch about it. We, our debt, this, that, and the other. I'm like, I don't get it. Why does it keep going up if we can't afford it? My conclusion is we can clearly fucking afford it. Just print some more fucking money or whatever. I don't get it. Have you ever heard that explained? No. I never realized it was that bad to watch that clock. There's something about knowing the number, but seeing the number move in real time. That's just terrifying. Okay, many people believe that much of U.S. national debt is owed to foreign countries like China and Japan, but the truth is that most of it is owed to Social Security and pension funds right here in the U.S. This means that U.S. citizens own most of the national debt. It's a fucking scam. It's a giant Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme.
Saving. So,
I'm just around.
I'm going to take this break again with these
Yeah, we need that $100,000. We're going to pay off the debt. What the fuck? What the fuck? We owe it to ourselves. We sound like Debbie Downer and Negative Nancy over here. What are we doing? We're punching ourselves. Keep going. Let's talk about fun shit. Yeah. Well, it's not, it's just something that just comes out of it. You're having a conversation about why the world is crazy. And you can't find a single example. Politics never came up years ago. Do you ever remember that? No. I remember if it came up as like, we low for me, your fucking business. Yeah, okay. 80s and the 90s. I'm talking about politics. Meanwhile, I'm looking in the mirror with a fucking MAGA hat on. I'm the biggest fucking provocateur and offender of this. Yeah, but you're also a guy who's like fed up. You're fed up with. There's a narrative that the world got fed. I just love my country too much. But it's a stupid narrative. It's which one? Well, the narrative, first of all, the narrative that right and left are really that separate from each other. Most people care about the same things. All my left-wing friends, I got plenty of them. Look at my fucking band. You want to talk about DEI? We got fucking gay, black, lesbians, fucking rednecks, fucking females, fucking men, black, white, fucking. That wasn't fucking done by like, we need to mix this up. It was like we want the best people. And not only that are best for, whatever they play or whatever their instrument, musical talent is, but also people that we knew could get along and could spend time as a family. Like, you hear these horror stories about so many bands hate each other. This, that, and the other. Like, we've never had that fucking problem. So we've had disagreements and fuck you and this, that, and the other, but fucking for 25 some years, like, everyone loves each other, gets along. And it's fucking politics all different across the fucking board. I just came to the point where I'm like, look, you gotta vote. I don't give a fuck who it's for. I was like, you gotta vote or you're out of the fucking band. It's just a fucking threat I probably never follow through with, but I'm like, just let them know you just gotta fucking vote. Well, that's the difference between social media and real life. In real life, you can be friends with people with all sorts of different opinions, because if they're good people, you can talk. You can talk even if you disagree.
You can find more in common.
Yeah,
You don't have in common.
much more. Everybody wants basic things. They want friendship, love, family. They want to be successful in whatever they're trying to pursue in life. And they want to be safe. Everybody wants that. Those are the primary things we all agree on. It's the most important things that all of us want in our life. And then the other stuff, when it starts getting on the fringes, like, trans women competing with biological females. Like, now you're out there in crazy land, and that's getting the majority of the attention. But that's not the majority of our fucking problems. And the majority of our problems, we all kind of agree on keeping things safe. And
We disagree on the paths to get there.
Yes.
To those things. And that's great. That's what makes America great, is thinking differently.
But instead of thinking so much about the things that we disagree on, which I think are insane, and how many people have been incited by bullshit stories in the media, has changed your narrative on all the people running for president, whether it's gaslighting you about Biden or gaslighting you about Trump. They're just bullshitting trying to get whatever narrative they want out there. They don't really give a fuck if it's the truth.
Well, and not only that, the truth can be spun in so many different ways. Facts and numbers can be spun in so many different ways. Where it's like,
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
it's like you teeter that line where it's not really a lie, but it's not the whole truth.
It's really wild that the people behind Biden are willing. Like, if he wasn't fucking up as much as he is, and they just kind of keep him out of the limelight for a while, they're willing to run him again.
They keep them out of the limelight anymore than they do.
They basically, what they're saying is they're running the country without the president. Right? That's essentially what they're saying.
Absolutely.
And that's what that report says. The report says he's not there, okay? So if he's not there, then you know he's not really running things. And if he's not really running things, that means the people that are running things are now not the president. And they like to keep it that way.
Insanity.
And they'd like to keep it that way. Well, that seems fucking nuts. That is not what we signed up for. We didn't sign up for these unelected people that are working under the administration, taking care of everything. We did not sign up for that.
It's hilarious to me that a lot of the extreme leftist people, they have this thing where, like, older white men are the fucking devil. They just are. So what do? Like an older white man who's fucking Catholic.
This is the most diverse. There was a thing that the White House press secretary lady was going on about how diverse the cabinet is.
Sean Crumpierre.
And one dude gets caught butt fucking in one of the Senate rooms.
Oh God, yeah.
See that?
What the fuck?
And then there's another person who's like a trans influencer, pulled their tits out on the lawn, took photos, their tits out of the White House
And
lawn.
it's almost like we got to compete on the right. It's like, hey, we got George Santos.
That's hilarious.
Fucking weird.
That dude's a hoot.
Fucking cuckoo.
He's fun. He's fun to listen to. It's fun in those interviews when he goes off. He's sassy.
As long as he doesn't have access to your finances, or
Yeah. Seems like he might be an HUSTLER hustler.
But that one the other day, because I'm always trying to do comparisons to Trump and Biden for people that, they know my friends, my love for Trump's politics, everything. And, I don't like the way he talks and he speaks. And like, okay, look, you need an emergency medical procedure. You're in Los Angeles and you have to get to Santa Barbara. The only people that can drive you there that are available are Trump and Biden. Fucking pick one.
Right. That's good. Yeah, but he should be jumping. There's no way Biden jumps right. That's not fair.
He's having trouble walking.
Okay, you're right. They don't really want him as president. They just want him to get them into power again. That's what it is. It's people running the show behind the scenes. I mean, Karine Jean-Pierre, how's her name? She got busted using his account.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Did you see that?
What happened?
She got busted using his account to tweet.
I didn't see that.
She fucked up, forgot to change accounts. So she tweets as the president. Like, you gotta see this.
People fuck up, make mistakes.
I know, but it's just fun to see the wiring of the board.
Yeah.
It's fun to see how the sausage is made. Like, this is not really the president.
No, just a small brain guy.
It's literally weekend at Bernie's. This should be impersonation. Look at this. Investing in America means investing in all caps of America. When I ran for president, I made a promise that I would leave no part of the country behind. And she put it out. She put it out under her shout. Bro, when they say things like that, they tweet. When presidents like Biden tweet, it's like trying to get wisdom from a fortune cookie. It's like they have the dumbest little quotes. Like, who read that? It's like, yeah, he did. And he's doing a great job.
That fucking Reagan would have been good at it.
I think most of the people that are supporting Biden online are bots. I think there's a lot of people that are genuine Democrats that are supporting Biden. Don't get me wrong. But some of the nuttiest pro-Biden stuff, despite no matter what happens, no matter what kind of gaffe he makes, where it's so embarrassing. If it was your dad, you would want to okay, get dad. You gotta get off the stage. They'd be like, Dad, you can't do this, Dad, it's over. We gotta get you to a home. We gotta get you some care.
So I heard from a very good source. I can't confirm, but it was a very good source that when Biden met the Pope, he shit his pants. Did you hear that one?
I hope he did. That's amazing. I mean, I don't hope he did, but if he did, it's a funny story.
It's a very good source. Damn.
It's not fair. It's not fair to do that to an old guy. But it just shows you the mechanism behind the scenes that keeps the country running. It's a bunch of people working for the president, and now they're essentially pulling all the strings. It's kind of wild. And those people don't want to see Trump get into power because then they lose everything.
Well, it's like the last election. A lot of this stuff seems like it was done semi behind the curtain. And now it seems they've come to a point where we don't give a fuck.
Yeah, we're
coming right after this guy. Everything we're gonna find $355 fucking million for where there was no one that got hurt in a fucking
There's no victims.
Fucking insanity.
Yeah, that's what the insane part about that is. Elon actually posted about that. Like, where's the money going? Where's the money going if there's no victims? If he didn't know anybody any money, where's that money going? Because there's no like one person that's a claimant, right?
I hope he drops it off with fucking pennies right in the... I just Letitia James's front door and that fucking stupid judge.
I'm just fascinated by watching it all play out.
It's like they're doing it right in front of your face.
Right in front of your face, like a banana republic style prosecuting of your political opponents. Framing them in the worst way possible. Getting judges to, we tried to figure this out. We tried to be as reasonable as possible. Let's figure out how anybody could ever value Mar-a-Lago at $18 million.
Unbelievable. Well, you go to Google right now, look at blank property at Palm Beach.
Yeah.
A couple acres will come up for $100 million on the water. Yeah, property 18 acres on the water and the intercoastal.
Just the land alone is insanely valuable. And then there's a house on it. You tell me that's only worth $18 million. I'd buy 3 of those.
There's fake in and Zillow.
I'll sell them like highest to lowest price. Bro,
something will come up for $100 million is 2 acres.
I'm not even a real estate investor, but if I found that for sale for $18 million, I'd snatch that shit up and turn it right around.
Right.
You're crazy. That's so biased to say that's $18 million, no matter what metric you're using.
Think about it. That's pretty much every day, every week, since this guy came down the escalator and announced he was running for president. It's been nonstop, and I can confirm that because I got on board pretty early before he got the nomination publicly, and I've had shit thrown at me at my level, just constantly nonstop. This guy's took it every fucking day. That's why we call him Teflon Don.
He is, in an odd way, the only president that didn't age.
This guy doesn't miss a fairway. Hits it 250 yards right down the freaking middle.
That's amazing.
It's incredible.
And that's so
he's
form of
so
exercise too, right?
He's so smart when he's talking numbers and different things and his memory, like everything. You're just like, man, it's mind-boggling.
Real.
He's that smart. Really is. It's unbelievable.
Is there ever been a turnaround like that before, where like so many people love a guy for his bombastic personality, and then he becomes president here? You know, when it all started,
The media would have you think that everyone hates him.
No, most people love him. The reality is, when you go to the UFC, I said when you Tucker Carlson, him and Dana White walked in, it was like Republican Avengers.
Yeah, that's funny. It was the most insane reaction. It was like they have a super team.
There's a super.
Where was that one at?
Well, I've seen you guys walk in together multiple times. New York, Miami was a big one.
Well, they were all nuts.
Yes, New York was
Yes.
bananas. New York City.
And that's
Madison
a
Square Garden.
very diverse crowd, the UFC.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. The UFC is the most diverse crowd.
Look at Tucker smiling.
The UFC is filled with people from all walks of life. There's a giant lesbian fan population with the UFC.
I got a huge lesbian fan base.
Dude,
I got a couple lesbians in my band. We always joke, like back in the day, like the early days, like there'd be these fucking hot chicks in the front row showing their titties and shit, you know, just cool rock and roll shit. And like, so I started. I got a great friend in Toledo, Ohio, Dan McGurk, and you know, he's got some issues, and what do you call Down syndrome or whatever, and so he's posted a lot of things publicly. You know, I kind of stopped doing Make-A-Wish and kind of took him for life. You know, he's my friend. I'm going to be with this kid forever, whether we go to a Pistons game or, you know, he comes to all the shows, anything like that. So, but as a result of that, and then having two lesbians in the band, like, we were guitar player, a couple of years ago, sitting there jamming on stage, and we're like, boy, man, shit's changed. And it's like 3-4 kids with Down syndrome in the front, and like 4 lesbians, like, hanging out. We're like, wow, the times they are changing.
they are. You know, one of my favorite songs that I'm playing on my Green Room playlist is "Run Off to LA."
Oh shit,
I love that song.
Deep cut.
Yeah, it's a great song, dude. It is a deep cut. That's a great song.
Those are breakup songs.
Yeah, but it's also like there's so many guys that get got, you know, to have a "get the fuck out of here" song, you know.
We fucking with them Hollywood hooks.
Yeah, bro. There's some predators.
Oh man, look at us.
I used to watch them moving on dudes. The Sky Bar. Remember the Sky Bar? Yeah. I would call them the Coyotes. Because you can see these like really aggressive, hot Hollywood crazy ladies who's moving on these rich guys. I remember I was watching this bald, chubby guy getting seduced by this girl. And then she goes, "Do you like Coke?" And he's like, yeah, I like Coke. Yeah, okay. And then I'm like, oh, she's got you. She's got you, buddy.
Blind and sinker.
And she's going to be moving in soon.
You're moving out your shit.
She's going to move in soon. You're going to marry her. Then she got you.
Done.
Yeah, it's like gold digging is a real business model, just like those Nigerian princes. Gold digging is an interpersonal way of where crazy people can latch onto people's lives. It's fascinating to watch.
No better place to do it than Hollywood, California.
It's crazy because some of these guys are like executives, and back in the day at least, and they were killing it back then. TV executives, rap partying at the Marjons. Coyotes just moved in. I knew a bunch of dudes, lost a bunch.
Well, what my theory out of Los Angeles, California, Hollywood is you get all these beautiful girls that migrate there, they want to make it at some level, want to do something. So wherever, it doesn't matter where it is on Earth, doesn't have to be Hollywood, wherever there's a bunch of hot chicks, whether it's the local disco club in your town, wherever, there's a bunch of fucking greaseballs, a bunch of fucking kooks. If there's a conglomerate of hot chicks hanging out in a concentrated area, it's a bunch of fucking weirdo dudes. Just a bunch of fucking creeps. That's fun, fucking like dive bars.
Yeah. So it's just being in proximity to hot chicks.
It attracts every D-bag on Earth.
That's probably true. Yeah, if they know that hot chicks remember going to like popular clubs, different places, and just, you know, wow, there's a ton of hot chicks in there. And they look around like, wow, what do you think about here too? I remember thinking of going, like when I was a kid, when I first started going to clubs. Look, my friends go to dance club or whatever, just being an idiot, wearing Cabaricci's, looking stupid, just parachute girls. But all I could think of is like, this is like the least productive way ever to meet somebody. Like, I've never met anybody in these places. It's always just me and my friends standing around looking stupid, trying to figure out how to meet girls. I didn't either until I fucking had a hit record. But yeah, I look like the same dirtball I look like now my whole life. Like, fucking couple hit records, I was fucking Brad Pitt. Fucking God, that sexy motherfucker. Talent is the great equalizer. It really is. Talent is the great equalizer. If you have talent, you can bat way above your head. Confirmed. It's everywhere. You see it all throughout Hollywood. It's interesting. It's interesting how that stuff works. It's never going to change. No, it's never going to change. It's just, you're always going to have, the whole thing about Hollywood too is that you have to be chosen. Like, most of the people that are out there to be chosen for something. They're out to be chosen to get a record deal, or chosen to be on a sitcom, or chosen to be in a movie, or chosen to be on a show. So you have to be picked. So you're always trying to figure out how to be more, how to fit in more. The more true talent, talent you have, whatever it is, like, it starts to negate some of that stuff. You still have to kiss the ring a little bit. Like, I always called it. I always said, you know, when it came to radio, it was a whole fucking game to play that shit out. And a couple of radio hits. I always say I was willing to tickle some balls, but I would not insert penis in mouth. That's kind of my thing. That's why, because even so many hit songs, but they weren't necessarily radio hits. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Well, MTV was huge for me, so that was an even better outlet for radio. But I've never had number one song in America. I was never willing to do the fucking shit to get it there. All over the world, where did it do anything? Yeah, went number one in 7 countries or something. But yeah, I was just, my feeling was always like, okay, we have to at some level, when we get this big chance, you know, after I've been knocked out, this, that, and the other, and finally got my big record deal. In like 1997, I was like, okay, this is do or die. I have to play a little bit of this game. And it was one of the best, my most successful record, because that's kind of what I did. And it worked. And then after that, my philosophy was like, you know, I came out with a picture, and they're like, this is going to kill your career. You know, the fucking country song. I love that's also on my Spotify. They literally told me it's going to kill your fucking career. And I was like, my mindset, yeah, thank you. My mindset at that point was, I want to try to make classic records. Not hits, you know, something that'll stick around. And it's hard to nail it. You know, I probably made 1,000 songs. There's arguably, you know, a handful of fucking great ones in there. You know, it's like being a photographer. You take 1,000 pictures, you get 5 good ones. Dude, you got a lot of bangers. But I love picture. Sheryl Crow. That voice. She can sing. God damn. She can sing. There's emotion in that voice. Very talented. Our politics don't line up so well these days. Imagine not. They still friendly. We're still friendly. We don't talk as much. You know, it sucks. Yeah, we sat down recently. We're talking about gun control. Oh, no. Yeah, and I'm like, Sarah, here's just like, going this town, you know, some country artists will talk to me about this. And I'm like, man, if you want gun control, you should move back to LA or New York City. It's very prevalent there. It's just not kind of a Tennessee way of life. I was like, and the scary thing about it is like, I could say like, okay, common sense gun law, if we actually had one to keep guns out of mentally disturbed people, I could take a serious look at that. And I know the NRA is going to be all over for that. I don't fucking care. I can honestly take a serious look at that. But the problem that I see in it is as soon as this common sense gun law is passed, written up by attorneys and people in you know, politics that none of us can really understand, they throw in some mumbo jumbo. First thing's going to happen is, you see that crazy shit Kid Rock was saying, blackout drunk, it's honky tonk. He's not mentally stable when you take his guns away. You know what I mean? So where does that line get crossed and go back and forth from one side or the other? That's the problem with the common sense law. It's like, not everybody doesn't have fucking common sense. That's a very good point. It's also a very good point that you can get experts to lie. We saw that during COVID. Yeah, you can get experts to lie. And if you have mental health experts who decide that you're unstable, for a political reason, for any reason.
I can go out and find 10 people, a conglomerate of 10 people that hate Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
And get them to all
say mentally unstable, right? For sure.
get the same
I
shit
probably
deal.
admitted to being mentally unstable
Right.
in some way, but it's not. You can't let people define that because you're gonna get people that are just using it to take away your rights, and then they're gonna once they have that, now they've pushed past a certain line, they're gonna push even further. It might get to a point where you're not allowed to have knives anymore. It might get to a point where you can't have a sword in your
What was
house.
their argument for years? Why would you need an AR-15 with 30 round clip, right?
Yeah.
What
Well,
word?
30 people breaking into your house.
One word answer. Israel.
Right. It's a great answer. That was one of the craziest things I saw somebody tweet about Ukraine. All you people with AR-15s, you should be donating to them to Ukraine. Like, do you not see what the fuck you're saying? We know that this is a real possibility with human beings, that they can invade places and shoot people up. That's a real thing. How do you want us to be unprepared?
Why? How do we protect our politicians so well and our courthouses and everything else?
Exactly.
We can't do this for our schools.
These anti-gun politicians are being protected by people with guns. Brave people with guns.
And they live behind gates and walls.
Exactly. They're protected. And they're getting away with pushing this nutty agenda. And what you need is better law enforcement, better trained, more law enforcement. The problem is,
Who wants to be a fucking cop these days?
Yeah.
They've made that a popular sport.
Yeah, they fucked that up. It'll be a long time before that recovers.
Let's say that every cop's good. There's good, bad, and everything, as we all know that have a smidge of common sense. You're gonna get bad actors. Anything.
Anything in life.
But overall, when your kid can't breathe, you call 911 and that cop shows up.
Yes.
Shut up.
Or someone's holding someone hostage. Or you need someone rescued. Or there's a real problem. Someone's shooting up a store.
Shooting up a school, you see those cops and nationals running in there that were trained in the military,
Exactly.
not knowing what they're going to face. God bless them.
Exactly. And those are the kind of people that you should fucking praise. That's most cops.
And it's not the private schools. My granddaughter goes to private school. They have security. They're
Right.
taking precautions. What about the people that can't afford private school, which is the majority of this country?
Yeah.
What are we doing for them? Politicians all talk about it. Like,
Well, there's also certain ideological aspects of shooters that they don't talk about. Like, they didn't want to release that trans shooters manifesto because it's like this really crazy anti-white, it was a weird manifesto.
same way just in Kansas City, they didn't want to say who the shooters were.
Right.
And what's her name was on Bill Maher the other night, Ann Coulter. She's like, I can guarantee it wasn't two white guys. Because they would have had them all over the news. And unfortunately, that's fucking true.
It's 100% true. And anybody that denies it doesn't matter if you're right or left. You know that's a fact. This is not.
And it's fucked up. We need to catch these shooters.
Yeah.
We need to catch these bad actors. You need to give me the ultimate description of them.
Yeah.
He had a shaved head,
Right.
about 40s to 50s, wearing a gray sweatshirt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Looked like he was high.
Yeah, you can't just say two men.
No. Trying to keep it PC, politically
Shut the
fucking
fucking
correct.
pictures. How quickly did they have the pictures? How quickly did they know?
Probably within an hour.
Yeah, it's a weird time, man. It's like people are scared of reporting the truth because they're going to become racist. It's so strange. And you're transphobic if you're talking about the fact that these shooters are trans. Like, how many of them in a row? How many of them in a row?
I'm checking all the boxes for the libertarian extreme left wing.
Right. It's nuts.
I'm a racist fucking Nazi. Just fucking laugh when you're having shit.
I know, it's nuts, man. Anybody that opposes them in any way, shape, or form is far right.
But when you think about it, it's actually Nazi shit. What is it? Goebbels or Goebbels or whatever, you tell a lie 1,000 times, it becomes the truth.
It's also, you should be vehemently opposed to this no matter what your political ideology is. You should be vehemently opposed to gaslighting from anybody. Your side should win because they have the best argument. They shouldn't win because they're full of shit. That's dangerous. It's dangerous to everybody. The fact that we're all just trying to sort this out in real time as a country, and so many people are skeptical of the news now, so you don't know where the fuck to turn for the truth.
We're skeptical of the news. A lot of people are skeptical of the CIA and FBI, like institutions that have been there to protect us and serve us for years. And our judges and prosecutors were like, everyone's being exposed. At least say what you are. I don't care. You know, people know who I am and where I stand because I know where other people stand around me. And it's the oldest cliche, you know who your friends are. I know who my friends and my family are. The world that I have, I'm so blessed to have. And I don't need to try to play both sides of the fence to, you know, be in Hollywood's good graces.
Yeah.
As David Spade said, it's like, dude, you're like Hollywood's fucking kryptonite.
But good for you, man. Good for you for being yourself. The world needs more people just being themselves. You're a good dude, man.
I don't nail it every time. I've said things out of line that in a different day and age I would probably have apologized for, but this day and age, no fucking way.
You're a good dude, man. You really are. You really are. You've always been a good dude. You're always cool to be around. You're cool to everybody. You're always friendly to everybody. Like when I went to your house, I brought some friends. You're just cool to everybody, man. And it's like, that's what really matters in life. It doesn't, you know, this idea that you're supposed to be hated because you have a different political opinion than someone else is so dumb. It's so dumb. Can't we just look at who the people are? Can we look at who the people are and let's debate which is the right idea in terms of what to do with the economy or what to do with the environment or what to do with all these things? That should be what we're all concerned about. Everything be so fucking, these people are evil and these people are the future and this is the death of democracy if you go that way. And it's shut the fuck up. You people are freaking everybody out. Exactly. You people are freaking everybody out. And I don't think you're right. And you weren't right when he was in office. What happened? Where was the end of the world? The guy was in office for 4 years. Where was the wars? Oh, we didn't start any new wars. You know, exactly. The whole thing is nuts, man. And during the Biden administration, the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan, you realize that all the shit that he wouldn't have done, he wouldn't have done it that way. He would have asked those guys, he would have the generals, like, how to do this.
Absolutely.
And do it the right way.
Absolutely.
You should they should get out of there, but they're probably going to have to maintain some force there. Otherwise, the Taliban's going to take over like they did. Like, fucking
a month.
Fucking duh. And then you left all the tanks because it's too expensive to get them out of there. I saw Trump talking about that, like how insane that was. He left behind all the military equipment.
It's billions of dollars. And why are we sending money to countries that hate us?
How could you ever imagine a scenario where it makes sense to leave a hostile military group like the Taliban tanks? What? And it's almost like we're gonna have to go back. And you'd like them to be a little more well-armed this time, so then we could have a real war, like a bigger war, like a war with two armies. So then, with the war, if we lose some people, then you can really justify spending much more money to buy like better shit to fuck those people up with their old shit, our old shit.
Well, unfortunately, some of that might come back to haunt us here, and I hate to put that out in the universe, but it's, you know, with this border being open, we know there's bad actors here. We know it's not.
You'd have to do that if you could. If ISIS is real, we know it is. If they're doing their job, they would sneak in.
They already have.
Well, why wouldn't they sneak in?
They're already here. They're already here.
Okay, kid, let's put on the tinfoil hats. Why are they allowed on the border to do it like this?
It's insanity. I don't know. To get votes from the Democratic Party, I have no idea. I can't answer that question. It seems insane to me. We want great migrants to come here. Yes, it's the foundation of our country. I know so many good ones that fucking work hard, that we're working on my house to build it, to do different things here and there, friends. You know what I mean? We need workers like this. We just want them to come through legally. I know it sounds like a broken record.
It should be a better vetting process that allows people to come in legally, but also you have to vet people. You can't just let terrorists through. If you really care about security, so this is my question, and this is where I get when I get really conspiratorial. When the weed kicks in, when you get real conspiratorial, I start thinking about all these things that are happening. The decline of California, the fucking tents in the street, the fact that they know they can clean it up, but they choose not to. They cleaned it up when Xi Jinping came to San Francisco. You saw that, right? So who would be... Why would anybody want it to continue in the same direction that's continuing? Because it seems to be deteriorating. It doesn't seem to be improving. Who, other than someone who would want America to fail?
But the other question is like, okay, Trump handled it to the best of his ability with the tools he had in his toolbox. Biden now has that same toolbox, and he keeps saying, well, Congress won't give me the money. They won't pass. And why the fuck is that going on, too? They've been put three things in one bill. They put, Ukraine, border wall, and Israel. Aid to Israel. They put those three things. Why the fuck are these not separate bills to vote on? Because they're all trying to throw their fucking bullshit in there. And that's both sides do that.
Yeah,
They both should cut that crap out. It's like, we're going to vote on the fucking border wall. Have it be the fucking border wall, and that's it.
yeah.
Don't fucking try to piggyback Ukraine and Israel into there. Those should be separate bills on their own.
Well, not only that, how much are they required to know about the bills they're signing? Because some of those bills are enormous.
Attorney, these are fuck this country up beyond belief.
Some of those bills, unless you spend a long time going through them and
If
also
you're even
refer to them.
educated enough to decipher the lingo, the wording, the definitions,
Yeah,
you don't think a lawyer can spin something around?
100%. That's what I was saying. Like I was gonna say, and consult with people that are experts in whatever the fuck they're talking about.
They should be written 2-page bills, 2 to 5 to 10-page bills in layman's terms that anybody with a high school degree can fucking decipher. Period. Why don't they make that law so we can all read them and understand them?
The fact that they sandwich all kinds of shit inside bills is just nuts, and that should be illegal completely. You're sneaking stuff in that allows for mass surveillance.
And Trump pulled their pants down on that.
Yeah.
Trump did that. And you make no mistake, there's plenty of fucking the Republican establishment that hate him too. He's fighting them as well. Because he's like, you guys are full of shit over here too. He's telling so many people up there in DC, you're full of fucking shit. He goes, I'm gonna run this like a fucking business. And I'm gonna win. He likes to win. He loves to win so much that that I want him fighting for this country because he wants to fucking win. I want him on my team. Period.
I like your passion for this. Okay, Rob. This Mitch McConnell guy is the most amazing one.
Once again.
He keeps freezing up, froze up again.
Yeah.
This guy's locked up like 3 times.
I don't get it.
Or he just locks up. Like, if he was doing any other job, they would stop. They would stop him. They said, you're going to have to retire. You can't. You just lock up.
If I lost my voice or some ability to do it,
If you just locked up, we couldn't talk to you. Forget about losing your voice.
what have you done? Come on here.
I just do a podcast.
I'm Joe Rogan. I'm still trying to. Like, no, you'd be like, you know what? I had a good run.
Yeah, you'd have to stop. Just stop doing that. Whenever they get him in front of the podium, the dude just locks up.
I just feel like sometimes we're having like the dumbest conversation because it's like we're repeating a lot of things. It's all, to me, boils down to common sense.
You know what I wonder about Mitch McConnell too, though? He's probably guilty of some serious shit. I wonder if like he's doing the Vincent DeChin Gigante thing.
What's that?
Vincent DeChin was this mob leader that pretended he was crazy. So he'd walk around with like a bathrobe and slippers and shuffle around the streets like a crazy person. And his dons would meet him, or his
The old rope and dope.
exactly. So all his bosses, would, all the guys under him would meet him, and they would go walking. And so what the FBI did was they put these recording devices in all the hubcaps of all the cars on the street. They parked their own cars there, and so they recorded him as he was walking. And then they knew he wasn't actually crazy because he's really running them out. But he did it by pretending. So
Master of deceit.
if they're coming after Vince. Or what's his name? What the fuck's his name?
McConnell.
Yeah, McConnell. If he's pretending to be locking up, that'd be a good move. Like if you think the shit's coming down,
You think he's that good of an actor?
all you have to do is this. I can do that. I can fake lock up.
He could do it straight face.
I could.
In front of a bunch of cameras.
I'd lock up. If I knew I was going to go to jail, it was.
If I locked up like that and sat there like that for a minute, I would make sure I had like a huge fart on deck.
Right.
Stand
Just
there
let
like
it
everyone's
go.
like, oh no, you're like, you're never beating fart jokes.
No, imagine someone doing that as president. Hold up, you're Joey Diaz style crap.
Oh man.
Joey Diaz has done that on stage. So he grabs a mic and puts it in his ass and farts. He cranked up. Oh no. On your leg.
What's water have I drank? Yeah.
Do you take electrolytes?
Too much fucking hydrogen water.
Really?
You know, that's all that shit.
Somebody told me
Red
once.
lights, saunas, cold tubs, fucking intermittent fast, let's go cardio, fuck yeah, fucking Kaiser gym equipment, let's go, let's go.
Somebody told me once that if you get a cramp in your leg, you should actually pinch down on your tongue, and it's a pressure point.
It comes back on.
Yeah, I've tried it. I think it might work. I'm not sure though. It might just be in my head.
The pure wave
You know,
in their mind.
the worst is foot cramps.
And then
They say to eat potassium too.
Eat it.
They say potassium, like grab a banana or something like that.
I very rarely get cramps because I drink a lot of vitamins.
I do too. I'm gonna drink 4 or 5 cups of water.
I didn't used to do it at all. I never drank them for years. I just worked out, drank water. And when I started drinking electrolytes, I was like, oh my god, this is such a game changer.
Let me see a health question. How do you get? I've been reading that data on this. How do you get protein? Bulk up, I just want to stay thin and hide my cores.
It's probably one of your best ways to stay thin. Because
I don't have protein. I just don't eat it after I work out right away. I haven't been. Because I don't eat till 1, then I stop at 6 or 7 o'clock.
the idea that, I mean, you're not a fucking professional athlete. You don't have to eat right after you work out. It's the best way to get optimal performance is to, get some glucose into the muscles. Most people think carbohydrates after workouts are really good. But if you're on a high protein diet, one of the things that happens, like if you're on a carnivore diet specifically, you don't crave as much food. You don't eat as much.
I don't eat as much just from doing the intermittent fasting. I kind of do it on the weekends and when I go out to dinner periodically. I do it so I can do that. I eat a lot of raw vegetables, so I fruit, and then my sandwich.
Should be careful with some raw vegetables because you get
I got a ton of raw vegetables.
you get oxalates. The thing about raw vegetables, especially when you blend them up in like smoothies and shit.
No, I eat raw.
Right.
I use tzatziki, little tzatziki for what's the flavor.
I mean, you're probably not eating enough that's going to be a real problem. But for people that get like blended smoothies of raw vegetables, especially like raw leafy greens, they say that like when you cook them, it actually is more bioavailable and it gets rid of the oxalates. You could get it out of the vegetable. But I know people that have drank a lot of smoothies, like green smoothies, and develop like kidney stones and shit. It becomes a bit of an issue for some folks. I don't know why. It might be a genetic thing.
When I do smoothies, it's a protein.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Amino acids, protein.
I'm addicted to Jocko's proteins. Jocko's got this stuff called milk. It's fucking delicious. It's so good. I'm addicted to it. I just keep drinking it. But I don't need it. I drink it. But you don't need to worry about like what's high calories.
Well, I like
real high calorie things are the things you shouldn't be eating anyway if you're trying to lose weight, like pizza.
We have factors that I like to drink my beer.
Oh, that's a lot of calories.
But that's usually only 1 or 2 nights a week, like depending if I'm working or not, but like weekends. That's usually like 1 because I can drink some protein. And I enjoy that and I'm not fucking stopping.
Well, then maintain.
I do. So I maintain good.
Yeah, but don't worry about calories. Food calories you need.
I was just talking about after working out, you're supposed to have protein.
You should have carbohydrates and protein after you work out. Eat some fruit after a workout. Eat fruit before a workout. So you told me one time I agree with you.
Try to eat the right fruit. Berries.
Blueberries are great. Wash them out. Berries. Yep. Wash the shit out. That's the thing you gotta worry about foods. What the fuck is being sprayed on your food? How good of a job they do cleaning it up before it got to the grocery store.
Yeah, I'm sure like we got 2 freezers full of fucking elk and venison and chickens or fresh eggs.
Yeah, we're pretty good about this stuff.
And very fortunate to be able to afford it. Because we joke, even if you shop at Whole Foods, like we nickname it Whole Paycheck.
Yeah, it's brutal. And it's also like I've had people on, like the guy from White Oaks Pastures, explained the whole grass-fed thing, and then also that it's a U.S. product, even if the cows are grown in another country. Did you know that? No. They can grow cattle in another country, kill it in another country, ship it to America, and then if they cut it up and put it on the shelf, then it's a product of the USA.
Makes no sense.
But it's wild. So they're labeling it like a product of the USA, but it's USA rather, when it's a cow from another country.
That's a whole other conundrum of trying to just fucking see through the bullshit on food labels. Yeah. You know how much research you have to do, and then you fucking start Googling this shit. You don't know what the fuck to believe there. And the worst thing you do is like, I have a headache. And you start Googling like WebMD headache. It's like, you're dying. You're fucked. It freaks y'all out. Yeah. Fuck. Let me tell you about these fucking shows we're doing. Tell me about the shows keep going. So fucking actually excited about this shit. Doing like a huge schedule this year, 9 shows. Which is kind of like my number, like 9 or 10. But this year, the big one is called Rock the Country. It's a 2-day festival with me, one night, Jason Aldean one night, and cast a character from Miranda Lambert, Hank Jr., Skinner, Bradley Gilbert, Travis Tritt, on down. And so we're doing these very small towns, like Ocala, Florida, Mobile, Alabama, Gonzales, Louisiana. Just these fucking fields. And this is like, so I own part of this festival. It's this place for fucking people who love music, love freedom, and love fucking America. So I'm not sure that they have one of these anywhere. It's like a 2-day festival for the people, rock the country. It's like everyone's welcome, but you're probably not going to see a whole lot of blue hair and nose rings there. Right. And so I'm super excited about that. You're essentially doing like dude, Ocala, Florida, there's 26,000 tickets sold already. Ocala, fucking Florida. That's incredible. And we're going to these towns, we got RV stuff, you can camp on your car and stuff like that, VIP experiences and all that shit, but it really, when they approach me about this and, having a piece of it in perpetuity, it's made me do shit like this, go out, like, it excites me to go out and do things now, rather than just go tour and make money, okay? I've been blessed to be able to do that. It doesn't excite me. It always excites me to play, but to do something like this a little outside of the box and create this space, because make no mistake, all the shenanigans and experiences we're going to have here, the people are going to fucking make it. The people, because they're coming red, white, blue, they're coming with their mag shit, this, that, and the other. Like, it's going to be a fucking shit show, the greatest shit show on earth. So looking forward to that. And then we're doing we're doing Kid Rock's Rock and Rodeo at AT&T Stadium in Dallas. Yeah, the night before the PBR World Finals, bull riding. I've really in the last several years gotten into started with rodeos and bull riding. We played a lot of those through the years, Calgary Stampede, and Cheyenne Frontier Days, and of course the Houston Rodeo. And I wanted to take rodeo to the next level, so we've created 6 teams. So it's team competition rodeo. So the ropers are going to be going head to head rather than just timing them. And then I'm going to open the show rather than have, usually it's the rodeo and then you play music. Right now, the way I'm trying to format it is I open with a big number, like kind of an award show type thing. I'm really going to put some fucking time and effort into it. And then, we do the rodeo music for entertainment in between. I've been gunning for this one, and I think we found it. We want to do some entertainment in between, trick riders, 6-shooters and stuff like that. But I think we found 2 agents that are going to ride mini bulls. Fucking mic drop. You still do that today. Fucking mic drop. And then, of course, we're doing Kid Rock's Comedy Jam. I think it's 3rd year, 3rd or 4th year. Who's on that? I don't know yet. Brian from Zay's. He's I know Chris Porter will be there, my old friend. Gillis did it, the first year. Donnell Rawlings. We've had some great people. Eleanor Kerrigan. I'm a fucking comedy groupie. If I didn't have shit to do tomorrow, I'd be at your show, hanging out in the green room, giving comedians hand jobs. I pretty much lived in the 80s in Nashville. That's awesome. So we do that for charities. Everything's 100% for charity. Is that where you met Theo? No, I met Theo a little bit before that, but he popped up the first year. And he came as the big star and did 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, Theo. We have a little musical guest play. I did it 1 year. Other people, and it's something really fun just because I fucking love comedy. It's called American Badass Comedy Jam. We're starting Comedy Week in Nashville. How many of those have you done? I think this is the 3rd or 4th. Nice. We've been able to raise some real money for people. I got buddies who, throwing 10 grand here just because they got it and shit like that. So we've, raised, each on average, just at the ride at the Aero, 3,000 people. So we've raised 80 to 100 grand every year. Nice. Last year we donated money to the victims of the Covenant School shooting in Nashville, and then the guys that lost their lives on those choppers that went down outside of Fort Canada. So we try to pick a couple specific things each year to help people out. That's awesome. It's fucking great. That's beautiful, man. That's a really cool thing to do with your time.
I'm glad that you that excites you now. Yeah, doing something interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Something we got a stake in the game. Yeah. You know, where you really you go out and you fucking work and you promote it, you tell people what it's about, you're excited about it. You know, like these rocking countries, and it's a fucking gamble, man. When you're fucking with Mother Nature, you're doing an outdoor fucking festival, especially in Florida, in the middle of fucking nowhere, and you know we're trying to. One of the smart things that I pat myself on the back. One of the things we came up with was before we announced these and did them, we invited everyone from these small towns or states, whether it was their mayors, head of city council, sheriffs, state senators. We have some of each show up from each state and had them all to my house in Nashville. You know, we broke bread. And we just talked about how we put our heads together and make this a great experience for fans. Because, you know, that's the biggest thing when you're doing these festivals. You have to make sure you have enough bathrooms, enough water, enough things for people to do, like, you know, create photo ops, this, that, and the other. Our music's going to be what it is. You know, we're going to give our all there like we always do. But, you know, to be involved in that level, you know, to be able to throw creative ideas in, this, that, and the other. One year we tried to do the General Lee Hood slide. Worst fucking idea I ever had. Fucking John, this is when we used to do this thing called the fish fry. John Snyder got him to host it. I got a new, I have a very nice General Lee with 440. And I got a new hood for it, like an old hood that we painted, because I know the hood's going to get fucked up, right? So I've got this all planned out because I'm so fucking smart. Well, the first fucking lady goes to fucking, it was like some money, you know, judges. The first fucking lady, she's got a big old girl. She got a beer in her hand. She goes, she fucking trips, bam, had her right in the front quarter panel. Oh my God. They fucked that car up. I think I had $4 grand worth of damage. Oh my God. How's that lady? She okay? She fucking bounced off. She still had her beer in her hand. Oh my God. But it's fun trying different shit like that, you know, great fun shit. Like, so I get to have my input on these festivals and really give my 2 cents and try to do cool shit and things, you know, just up and make it just a fucking patriotic, fucking freedom loving music festival, which I just saw a need for it. Well, there's a lot of people that didn't feel like anybody was talking to them. Half the country, yeah. Why do you think Yellowstone's so big? Duck Dynasty, exactly. All that shit. Yeah, there's a lot of people that just don't feel like they're being represented in the media because they're not. Or this, it's like fucking to experience this is like I get into a fucking program, a series on something. Like I said, I don't give a fuck if you're gay. Just be gay. If you're Jewish, be Jewish. Hey, black, be fucking black. We don't gotta like clap loud for me. Alright, just fucking, but it's like become this fucking Hollywood bullshit where I'm into some fucking program. Alright, second episode. Here comes 2 guys kissing. There's a trans person that you're saying just for no fucking reason, not for the narrative. If it fits the story, I fucking get it. They just gotta factor it in. I'm like, fuck off. I'm like, fuck off. Like, fucking, it's just, do you notice this on Saturday Night Live? This is a perfect example. And I TiVo every week, and you know, I just love Saturday Night Live, but I'm like, fucking, how has it become unfunny? There's bands on there I've never fucking heard of that suck. And it has its moments where it's great, and this, that, and the other, and you probably know the ones I'm talking about, but nonetheless, I watch it. And I've noticed this. It's like, so when they're doing the opening monologue, you know, when the cast members will be in the crowd or whatever, and everyone will give them some applause. Watch this. Every fucking time, when the Asian gay dude comes out, people are like, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Why? I'm like, why? Why are we screaming louder? He's not the best person on the show, clearly. You know, Mikey Day's fucking great. You know, there's other people on there that are fucking equally great. I'm like, why? Why are people doing this? Like, you know, just clapping louder. It's like, we're all just fucking humans, man. Be who you want. They want to show they're inclusive. That's what I mean. It's like, it just shows me this fucking millennial generation that, like, a good chunk of them are just complete fucking pussies. It's very performative. You know, virtue signaling is like something that everybody does now. It's like it's something that you feel obliged to do. It's like, you're so brave. Yeah. It's like, you're so brave. God bless you, soldier. This guy likes dick. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big. It shouldn't be that big. No. No one cares. Yeah. We should clap on who's the funniest and the best one on the show. Yeah. Now you got me going on rants. I mean, I like a good rant. You want a drink? Oh, okay. I'll take a beer. Let's get some beers there. There's a Bud Light there. I know, I had that confused. I thought it was not the last week and the weekend before. And I'm like, nothing TiVo, and I want to see Shane.
Are they showing him workshopping his
God, I'd like to take a look at his wardrobe case, man.
sweatpants on
I fucking love Shane, man.
He's the best.
He's funnier than shit. People out there haven't watched this. It's on Netflix.
Yeah. Beautiful dogs.
Dude, your best joke. I meant to compliment you on it. Not only that, but all your success. I've known you. I don't think people know that we've been in the same circle for 20 years plus easy. Like, when you were hosting the shows that I would perform at, shit like that, you know, we've always been friendly just to see you fucking work your ass off all those years, through all the TV stuff and have this going and make fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. Fucking God bless you. Brother, shit, man. But the best thing is when you're on the shows and you're like, can you imagine if all of the founding fathers came back to Earth and like looked around in the present day, you're like, and they're like, well, you guys haven't written any new shit. It's fucking great.
Thank you. They wrote some new shit, some bills.
Right? It's kind of fun.
Yeah. But the way that our government is structured, they were fucking genius, huh? To figure out that there's got to be some checks and balances in place to keep tyranny at bay. They just didn't know that it was going to be subverted the way it's been. How could they possibly know that?
They were smarter back then because they had to be. They forced to be.
They knew the nature of man, too. The nature of man is almost always to, here we go. Let's go.
Were we really drinking Bud Lights? Let's go. Watch how much shit I get for this.
Yeah.
Why do you get Bud Lights here, by the way?
Shane.
Oh, Shane Gillis.
He's on the podcast.
Oh, did I tell you these fucking smartasses? You know, with my buddies now at Anheuser-Busch? For my church, cheers, brother. For my birthday, they sent me a fucking 100 cases of Bud Light.
That's beautiful.
It's fucking hilarious. Truck rolled up to the fucking house. I'm like, who the fuck? Because my friends have been bringing it over, shoving it in my golf bags. Since I did the machine gun game, they've been fucking with me. And everything I go to, like someone's fucking Bud like this, Bud like that. And finally, I came to a point where I'm like, you know, where I did my research, and like I told you, like I don't give a fuck. Like a lot of people work. You know what the worst part about it was? Is people were like, people losing their jobs. And I was like, no, people's fucking livelihoods. And people who drove truck for you know, big Bud Light trucks and the other, their fucking livelihoods were crushed. Because now people are fucking with them. What the head's the fucking AB say went to my bar, Kid Rock's, you know, big ass honky talking Nashville. He's like, dude, I walked through there with Bud Light shirt. It's like 3 people told me to go fuck myself. I was like,
yeah, I was reading about this one bar owner who had to stop carrying Bud Light because when people would buy it, other people would get aggressive with them.
yeah, and
That's dumb as fuck.
it is.
That's
It's like you
dumb as fuck.
And by the way, I'm not into fucking boycotts and cancel culture. Like sending someone a message, okay, or when they're targeting our children, shit like that. Like, you know, there's a fine line there, but ultimately, I'm not fucking into cancel culture. Fucking that shit. I've been fucking railed against it since day fucking one. And I'm like, we send them a message, we're gonna fucking cancel them, alright? If they go down this path again and they start this, like, I think they figured out who they're. If you're in business and you have a clear market, you might want to focus on that market.
Yeah, and don't disparage them openly, publicly, like they did.
Yeah, I don't think if there's like, what would be like, what's a target audience for gay people and product? That's universal. But you know, something like that. It's you know, this is for gay people, you know, primarily. And you probably don't want to advertise on the outdoor channel.
Right.
Just saying, it's nothing to say it's bad or wrong or fucking right. It's just fucking common sense.
That's actually a good comparison. It'd be like advertising musicals on the
Hey, Bud Light, send me a fucking check.
They sent you how much beer?
2 pallets, 100 cases.
How much is that worth?
It is now.
Probably a lot of money.
Well, it depends.
How much they spend
On Broadway in Nashville, including our bar, we're guilty of it. Everyone does it. I'm not a fan of it. Beers are fucking like $7 to $10. Nobody bats an eye.
Wow.
But we went into the agreement with my partner with the bars. Like, I don't want shit to do with operations at any level, with dealing with bands, booking. I'll throw in my 2 cents. I'll keep up on things, but I hang with fucking pictures. That's what I do. I come down and I'll get on Fuck a lot of money. Depends where you're selling. So I've been giving them to my friends. But if you're even, you want to see fucking confused people, we get them play pickleball or something. You're like, hey, you guys take a couple cases of Bud Light if you want. And they take them in this room and they're fucking stacked and they're like, what the fuck, dude? And I'm like, it's a long fucking story, man. But if you gotta think the retail on those, let's just say retail. The retail on those is like $15. Okay, and how many? 15 grand? How many cases was it? 100.
Coast to coast. Coming up.
They spent a lot of money
Coast to coast.
to send you a bunch of beer. It was funny when I met with them and we were talking, they were like, if you're messaging, it's like to work out a deal. And I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, guys, right here to fucking do a deal. I'm like, and their messaging, it's kind of like, they were kind of about, I was telling them how I felt about everything. Right. First was telling me, hey, here's how you fucked up and here's how people like-minded like me think. And I kind of gave it to him. I gave it to UFC that night. And I was just speaking openly. I go, but now, after I've done some research, and especially after I talked to them, but not only them, they're the heads of this company. They got vested interest. Talking to a lot of people, including Dana, including Trump, including people that own distributorships, people that drive for them, this, that, and the other bars, whatnot. I was like, that's fucking enough. I go, but I'm not here to do a fucking deal. I go, no one's gonna look fucking terrible. If I come out and I'm like, I got a bunch of money from Bud Light for shit up case, I'll feel right fucking doing that. I'm glad you don't. I think, and like I said, there's no amount of money in the face of this fucking earth. The guy threw out a couple ideas, and they're fucking terrifying. I can't wait to tell you one day. I don't want to let him out of the box. This guy was fucking genius. Tell me after. I will tell you after. And fucking, and I was just like, I made my friends a bunch of money. Gillis, Dana, Peyton. That's true. I still haven't got thank you cards from those fuckers yet.
Well, we made Shane the Bud Light spokesman on Protect Our Parks. We just kept talking it up the entire time. Like, dude, you can bring it back. You can bring it back. Because he'll down 16 of them in a podcast. Like, you've never seen anything like it.
If I didn't have shit to do tomorrow, I was getting after him. We'd be around there now.
But Shane, he doesn't even slur. It's weird. He just absorbs it.
Me too. Yeah. That's why I try to stick to beer. I know whiskey. I try not to drink in public.
Whiskey will take you there quick. Beer's like a nice.
I see all those fucked up videos of me on stage and fucking dogging on whiskey. Oh yeah. Blackout, fucking drunk.
I think what happened was probably it sucks that they lost so much money. It sucks that people lost their livelihoods. What it did do that's positive, though, is it sent a message like
and every other company. To a lot of companies, it sent a
stay
message.
the fuck out of that shit because most people don't agree.
And by the way, stay on fucking brand if you're a company.
Exactly.
For your employees, and I would go in that order. For your fucking employees first.
Yeah.
Your shareholders, I know you guys at the top got stock options and shit, but for your fucking employees, your fucking business is sell a fucking product.
Yeah.
You know who your market is. Fucking stick to them. You don't gotta be fucking out here like fucking going after everybody. I don't know who their board members are, but people have told me that it looks like there's a few old people on there, but I'm like, so fucking what? I'm like, just stick to your fucking market.
Yeah, stick to your market.
Go where you're celebrated is the best thing I ever heard in life. Go where you're celebrated, not tolerated.
Yeah, that's good advice. I think it's just one of these things where these people get out of universities and they're indoctrinated into this way of thinking. They start working for a corporation and they want to change it.
I told that to Brendan, the CEO. I said, what did you think was going to happen when you move half the corporate offices from St. Louis, Missouri to New York City? And then you start hiring these Ivy League liberals to do your marketing. What do you think's going to happen? That's like, lining up a powder keg and lighting a wick and being like, I wonder if it explodes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I still think they should go back to fucking St. Louis too.
They probably should. They probably should. Well, they're probably reevaluating everything. Obviously, they are reevaluating everything after that. How do you not? It's like they lost $27 billion.
They are. And that was one of my things too. I'm like, what it appears to people like me, because although we're friends and I love you guys, and we'll see what the future holds. I have no fucking idea. But I'm not looking for a corporate deal on any fucking level, because that's how you set yourself up to get canceled. And nobody can fucking cancel me at any level. And I like that very much. But I was like, you need to fucking go back to fucking, you
like you're just, it's like this. You cheat on your girl, or vice versa, or something like that. By throwing money at it and buying her some shit and this, that, and the other, doesn't sweep it under the rug. It don't fucking go away until you go, yeah, I fucked up. and they just refuse to go. Like, and I said, you don't have to go out and say, I'm fucking sorry, you fucked up. I go, I'll say it. Here's some fucking ideas for that. I go, here's one idea. It's like the commercial cuts, and it's like me out fucking working my ass off. I'm just sweating, fucking no shirt on. This, that, and the other one. And someone's like, hey man, cool off. And they hand me a Bud Light. And people are like, what the fuck? And I drink the Bud Light, and then they pan out, and I'm shoveling fucking piles of money into the back of my truck. Like, Kid Rock sold out. He's doing some shit. That's funny. But at least when poke fun of themselves, you kind of get it. People go like, all right, that's the way they should go. They should go with a poke fun of themselves. I had some ideas too, I'll tell you later. I had one that I pitched to Shane. I think there's a way to do it. But it's also, for other companies, just realize, like, a lot of people think all this stuff is nonsense. And a lot of people think that a lot of these influencers that you're latching yourself to because you think they're popular because a lot of people they think that they're attention whores and they're mentally ill, so they pay attention to them. It doesn't mean they respect them as human beings. And you want to have them as your spokespeople, and you want to disparage all the other people that have been your loyal supporters forever. You're making a decision. It's a bad tactical decision. It doesn't make any sense logically. You're not speaking to your giant portion of your market. You're actually in opposition to that. That's fucking dumb. Yes, but I want them to give me a reason to drink it again. I want to double down on stupid humor. So funny. I want to just like a specialized can. You know what I mean? Like fucking these kick-ass Budweiser cans, but I got red, white, fucking blue, shit like that. Just do something for that would work. You know what they should do? Imagine they turn Budweiser into a red, white, and blue can. God, I want to tell you this one idea. Tell me later. It was so fucking funny. Hang on. They shit themselves when I told them. They literally cracked up laughing. They were on the floor laughing. And then they were like, we didn't sleep for 2 fucking weeks. Just wondering whether they should go for it. Oh, there's no way they're going for it. No. Fuck no. That's hilarious. It's not like my favorite things. I've had a lot of great fucking corporate deals. Like fucking, it's incredible with Chevy and Harley Davidson, Jim Beam, so many other ones. But they've all been pretty good for the most part. But like dealing with Chevy, like the people I dealt with were great, but trying to get stuff done in those situations, like even when I was talking to them at the design center about the shape of the Suburban in the back, I'm like, you need fucking groceries, like they slide out. It's just a bad design. Or a lot of people use these cars as chauffeur cars. They're an Escalade. Why can't the seats move back? So if you don't have any luggage, you get more legroom for those being transported around. We're in the design center, and they're like, to change the mirrors on that car, it'll take 3 years. Which is why I fucking love Elon Musk. A motherfucker, not only for everything he stands for and the shit he says, and I know he's probably not a Trump fan, and I fucking love Trump. In case we're not clear here today, Joe, I fucking love Trump. But I got that part. Elon's fucking awesome, man. I wonder who Elon is supporting. What did he fucking tweet last week? So oh, do you tweet it? Do you see the Disney tweet? No, pull that up. Elon Musk, oh, this is fucking great. He took the Disney logo, flipped Mickey Mouse upside down so it looks like 2 balls and a dick, and he wrote D's nuts in the Disney lettering. No. Fucking winner. Really? That's wild. What do you think of that Cybertruck? I love it. See, I kind of like it too, and I'm not an electric dude. I was going to tweet this out to Elon. Like, I don't know if we have mutual friends, but I was going to say, like, hey, I'll make you a deal. Send me a fucking Cybertruck. I'll fucking drive it for a few weeks. And I'll give my honest fucking opinion on it. Like, no fucking money, no nothing. If I like it, you just let me buy it. I don't even want it for fucking free. I go, but you're going to take the chance. It's a 50-50. You're that fucking confident in it. Like, people know me that I don't fucking bullshit. Right. And I don't need a free fucking truck. Right. You probably give it to me if I do that, but I don't fucking need it. So I'm happy to be like, send me a fucking truck. So I basically jump the line. Right. You know, that's would be a review. A Kid Rock review. Fuck yeah. I like it. You love it. I guess we're calling them out now, right? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Have you driven nuts? Dude, that is hilarious. I'm right there. I want to hang out with that dude. He's right there. He's a fucking maniac. Oh, great. Have you
driven an electric car before?
I drove a Rivian for the first time.
Oh, those
But I
are
only
great.
drove it like down the street. A buddy of mine showed up with one, and a friend of a friend drove it down the street. It was the SUV, and then like drove it with driver's seat. It was fucking wild.
Yeah,
I've been interested in those two because those are it's a Detroit company.
yeah. The Rivians are supposed to be great. The Plaid. I have the Plaid, the S Plaid.
What's that?
It's the 4-door car that goes 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds.
Do they make it in men's color?
Yes, white. Or black. They can get red too. But the fucking thing's, it's something for the future. You can't imagine a car that's that fast and completely silent.
That blew my mind too. But you're like me. You're not driving up to fucking Alabama in your car.
If you have to drive long distances in those things, it's a pain in the dick, right? Because you got to pull over and stop and wait for 20 minutes and charge it up. And it
The
takes
only
long.
place I drive myself these days is to the airport or to the dentist. That's it.
Well, if you just want to drive around town, electric cars are the shit. And that thing, I think it does 0 to 60 under 3 seconds, and it's 7,000 pounds and bulletproof.
And stainless steel, but
Stainless steel.
I can wrap that motherfucker in gold
Wrap that motherfucker in gold.
or camo.
It looks like something for the future. It looks like some Blade Runner shit.
Which I'm not into. I'm not into modern design.
In front of it, in real life, oh, it's so sick.
It's all those things about it getting fucked up in snow and shit. Have you seen that shit?
Flat tires. That's all it is. You ever driven an AMG G-Wagon in snow? They're fucking terrible. Because they have street tires. They have wide street tires on them. They can handle
One
it.
foreign car,
What do you got?
Rolls Royce.
Well, we both had
Only because.
Velociraptors.
Right, that's right. Yeah, but that's my daily driver still.
Yeah, I drive his TRX.
I know I've been back and forth.
And he's the man.
But
He's
I want to preface because some people think I'm a fucking like I'm really into Rolls Royces. I bought this car because I've had this Waffle House license plate holder forever. And I got this car, guy. It's like I got 100th anniversary Rolls with gold flag. And I'm like, we're gonna get that fucker and put that Waffle House plate on it. And then I got Let's Go Brandon badges on the side of it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So we have more fun in that fucking thing going to Waffle House or like whatever shit we're doing.
That's hilarious. That's the only Rolls Royce in the country with a Waffle House license plate on it. Let's go, Brandon.
Well, there it is. Just find that. Fuck. It's all this shit on the internet.
You didn't know?
That was on the news.
Of course it's on the news.
Okay, well, stop nerding out.
That's, I don't pay attention to all the shit that people write about it. It's crazy, right?
Oh, yeah. Do you know what only time I read comments is when it's like a news article? And I'll see like some fucked up article and I'll think like Family Feud. I'll think like this is what everyone's saying down below. And I'll scroll through them and I'm usually pretty fucking close. Like I could read something up there, probably start scrolling. I can tell you what they say. It's a fucked up article. Like the majority. Like I fucking pat myself on the back of being pretty in tune with common folk, even though I couldn't tell you what a gallon of milk costs. But just my friends, places I have houses where I spend my time. What I do, like kind of people think I'm fucking nutball right wing fucking weird. I'm pretty fucking level headed overall. Yeah, I know you know this more than most people, but
when people get real suspicious, when things get real weird, is when you got people that put up things and you can't comment. That's weird.
I didn't
Like Bill Gates puts up a lot of stuff on Instagram where you can't comment.
Well, my father passed away last week. God bless him. And so I put up a nice post, and then Trump actually posted about him, which was fucking mind-blowing, unbelievable. What a great friend right there. If I could speak to him about a human being, I can tell you what a great father, grandfather he is all day long. But it was actually my fiance's suggestion. I say fiance too, we've been together 17 years or so. I was suggesting like if you could do this nice post for your dad, turn off the comments and make it about him. Not about you, everyone's saying I feel bad for you, this, that, and the other. And I thought that was the right thing to do. It's a long time I've turned the comments on.
Yeah, that's not.
I thought that made sense.
Yeah.
I thought you hit that one.
Yeah, that's not a piece of advice, especially in that particular post. Right, makes a lot of sense. But that's one of the things that people are having to navigate through now. Someone posts something, people get to comment on it. Everybody gets to comment on it. It's interesting.
See, I get all that from my fiance Audrey. My life's turned into favorite fucking meme is yours. Like, me and my friends, we don't fucking talk. They just send me fucked up memes, and I send them back. Like, fucked up shit on the internet. Yeah. But it's half the time it's some comment that some Weisenheimer made that's fucking hysterical. Just fucking makes your day. But I'm not going to spend my time sifting through them, no.
Well, there's so many out there, and so many people find them. So many people aggregate with other people. There's like thousands of meme pages. I follow a shit ton of them. I find they say funny shit. I follow them. It is. One of the things that's really interesting is that the left are terrible at memeing. They're fucking terrible at it. Who would have ever thought that the funniest shit would be essentially right wing? Like it's not like it's really
conservatives have changed immensely. From when I was right, I'm the fucking rebel.
Yeah.
Everybody in fucking Hollywood, my business is fucking,
They're the conformists.
Right. I'm the one like, fuck that.
Yeah. That's the punk rockers and the rebels are Republican now. You know who said that? Johnny Rotten. Johnny Rotten.
Yes.
Fucking Sex Pistols said a very famous quote about that.
Well, he's right wing. He's a Trump dude.
Wild. Well, it's like, even Mike Tyson said this. He goes, when I was younger, I was very, very liberal. But as I get older, I just have more common sense. And I see how my kids are going into this world. I'm like, whoa. He goes, I become more conservative.
That seems to be pretty common.
It's the oldest expression ever. Show me a young man who's not liberal. I'll show you a man with no heart. Show me an old man who's not conservative. I'll show you an old man.
Very true. But it used to be more so back in the day, like, being conservative was your fucking dork.
Yeah.
When you're a kid.
Yeah.
That's changed. You mean you got fuckers like me out here, fuck this, fuck that, blah, blah, blah.
We also realize like there's certain aspects that being conservative promotes that are very beneficial. One of them, accountability and discipline. Those things alone. But you're thought of as a conservative, and I'm not conservative. But strong people. I want to know that you don't like people who lose willpower. I want to know that you don't like people who have discipline, who get things done. Because you're not on my side then. Because I know the way to navigate this life in a positive, happy way. And it's not by being lazy. And it's not by not promoting beneficial things to your health that are difficult to do, like getting in shape. If you're not saying that it's good to be fit and strong, and be able to protect yourself. If you're not saying that,
I would like to double down on that for people who like what I do. And there's plenty of them, that they know I love them and they love me. Like, I've done it the last several years, really got my shit together. I'd say since I'm 40, I'm in the best shape and feel the best stuff. I haven't felt since then.
That's awesome.
It was pretty wild since then, but I would like to put it out. I've always wanted to figure out a way, and this might be the right platform because I know you're into that lifestyle, is to employ them like, hey man, listen to fucking what Dana White says. Listen to what Joe Rogan says. Listen, if you want advice from me, I'll give it to you. Like, there's ways to do this now. The information is all there at the fingertips to like start taking small steps, whether it's the internet fasting, whether it's cutting out processed foods, whether it's, just anything in moderation, including moderation. There's some little things like getting to the gym, self-discipline like that. It's a lot of my fans are in and around my age. It's fucking time. It's time to start doing that.
It is. It's never too late, and you will improve. Just do it carefully and slowly in the beginning. That's the most important thing. Don't become a hero first day in the gym and hurt yourself.
Most of the time I'm doing this shit, I come off like all I do is fucking drink and smoke and say, oh, fuck that. That's not how you get to where I'm at. No, there's a whole lot more discipline involved, work-wise, health-wise, family-wise, friends, fan-wise, everything.
100%. I'm glad you said that.
It's the most positive shit I've said in fucking 20 years.
I'm bringing it back, you Kid Rock. Let's go. But it's important to talk about because it's important for people to hear that, it doesn't mean you're not a good person. It doesn't mean you're not a kind person. It's like, I like being strong. And if you want to tell me there's something wrong with being strong, then you're weak. There's no way you're making any sense. It's not important to be fit and healthy. Shut the fuck up. It's not important to know how to protect yourself. That's so dumb. It doesn't mean that you hurt people. It doesn't mean you want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt anybody. But if I'm in a situation, I would rather be the person who gets to decide who goes to the hospital. I don't want to be at the mercy of some crazy person.
It's peace of mind too. It's
I have much more calm.
I overdone electronic locks. You know, my better than this. You know, God, you're safe from all this shit. It's not like I necessarily need it because it's been to my place. To get to my place, like,
Right.
if you come up there, you're fucking already a strike too.
Right.
It's sleep easier.
Sleep easier. Also, the world, you gotta know what's real in the world. The idea that there's no threats out there is so stupid. No, it doesn't mean you're looking for one all day long and seeing ones that aren't there. But recognize the reality of the world that we live in. The threats are real.
It's fucked up. We went to the movies probably 5 years ago in Audrey. We're just afternoon, like 4 o'clock. Let's go see some movie we want to see. Sitting there, fucking one time I don't bring my gun, right? Just grab a seat, just 10 people in there, you know, theater's empty. This fucking kid walks in, some fucking white kid. His fucking backpack, his fucking hoodie up. She goes and sits all the way in the back, and I'm sitting there with her, I'm like, I don't have my gun. We both agreed, let's go. We fucking left. Wow. It's fucked up to have to even think that way. But that's where my mind was.
There's no metal detectors at the fucking movie theater.
All right, this fucking $20 we spent on movie popcorn. I'm like, I just, for peace of mind, I'm like, let's leave.
Right.
Probably was a nice kid. I don't know. If you don't think people judge you on your fucking appearance, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, especially if you're on a backpack.
Well, anything, I would look like a fucking nut when I was young. I had a fucking flat top up to here, hands sagging, smoking doobies. Like, I get judged by it, rightfully fucking so. There's, of course, so you get to know somebody. What else do you have? You get to judge them on how they appear.
But also, that's a factor in the world. Mass shooter is a factor. And here's the thing that
It's always fucking white people too. Black people kill each other, and white people like fucking shoot up fucking schools and fucking bullshit, this, that, and the other.
Yeah, mostly that's why
Stereotypes are fucking crazy.
it is mostly white people. And lately, mostly LGBT people.
It's not even gay people. Fucking weirdos are like.
Yeah.
And how many people do you think are doing that? Like, I wanted to rebel against my dad, God rest his soul, when I was fucking young. You know what I mean? Even though I was totally like into hip hop and everything, I still knew that he got his fucking go. And, you know, and we had our fucking differences when I was young. Very understandable now that I'm a grandfather myself. But how many of these kids, like, you know, got that dad? They think he's a racist, this, that, and the other. Maybe he is on some level of certain things because he tells inappropriate jokes or whatever, this, that, and the other. You know, people are from different times. Blah, blah, blah. Then, I know that that's my dad. I love that motherfucker. I'll wear a dress.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, guys, when we were going to get earrings? Shit, tell straight dudes, you know, these get earrings. I remember dudes getting pissed their dads out. My brother got my dad ripped it out of his fucking ear. That's no shit. Woke him up out of bed. Okay.
That's hilarious. Yeah, for sure. There's definitely people that rebel against their parents. But there's also people that always look at the people that are older, look at how fucked up the world is, and think they've got better ideas. That's how communism starts. It starts from the universities. That's where it comes from.
Unbelievable what's going on in the university.
College is wild. Yeah, I went to UMass Boston. But I really only went just so people didn't think I was a loser.
Where's your fucking accent?
I got rid of it as soon as I started hearing my voice. I was like, oh,
That's not a Boston accent. That's one of the reasons I love Bill Burr. He's funny as shit, but I love that fucking, hey, fucking goddamn Scott.
he's the most Boston guy. I was actually born in New Jersey, and then I lived in San Francisco until I was 11. Then I lived in Florida from when I was 11 to 13. Then Boston from 13 until I was 20.
Oh, no wonder you're fucked up. San Francisco, Florida, and Boston.
Yeah, I lived all over.
You don't know if you're a gay, redneck, or just a fucking Irish fight son of a bitch.
Yeah, I lived everywhere. Then I lived in New York until I was 27, and then lived in LA. Yeah, so I was all over the place. So I never really did. I did have a Boston accent, though. I did for a while. I definitely blended in.
I love that fucking accent.
Great accent for dudes. Rough on the ladies. Rough to hear. I'm like a hardcore Boston. Are you going to fuck me or what?
I take it over New York accent. All of some of my buddies in New York, they got the hardcore Long Island shit. They're funny, too. I guess who's saying it, you know?
A friend of mine when we were kids hooked up with this girl.
Did we finish all that beer?
Yeah, we can get more. So, friend,
Maybe I can call my boys out and drop you off tonight.
We got some beers. Yeah, you have to drop off a pallet. But anyway, he said that she said, like when they started making out, she's like, "You're gonna tell your friends." So that became a thing that we always repeated. You're gonna tell your friends.
Who made that neon? I collect a lot of
Roadside Relics company here in Austin, Texas.
Roadside Relics. So what they did right there, because you can't get porcelain anymore. It's very tough to get. But what they did right there,
Porcelain?
it's very tough. So what they did right there, because a collector of these, is they painted behind the neon. See how it makes that Joe Rogan pop? And a lot of people can't see the top of you. That's cool, but what I'm saying is they did a fucking great job on that.
Well, they do all their stuff like it's old.
Right, but that's half the thing. Old is painting behind the neon. A lot of these new ones don't do that. A lot of the honky tonks you see in Nashville down there, they don't have that.
This is a gift from my friend Brigham. So when he gave it to me, when I got it, I was like, oh, that should be like right behind me. Right.
Trust me, I cut that shit. You have no idea what that shit is worth. Go online and start looking up fucking real fucking porcelain old school neons. And go to auction houses. I go to all these auction houses to buy them shit.
Oh, yeah.
On fucking real.
Well, this is, this guy does a bunch of wild shit online. He does amazing stuff.
I know their stuff.
Cool artist.
I know their
It's
stuff.
an interesting art form, right? Like old neon signs. There's a soul to those. They're exciting.
It's a great place in Nashville. Sometimes I'll find old ones. And they're so ridiculously priced. I have one in my house. It's Redneck Paradise. It was a thing up the middle. I can't remember what state New York's vacation spot. I wanted to buy it. It was fucking ridiculous. Must spend like fucking $35,000, $40,000 for something around that size, different dimensions. So I go to Bobby Johnson. Johnson sign come in like, hey, can you replicate this? What I want, he said, yeah, $6,000.
Save yourself some money. There's a thing about having the old ones, though, right?
Yeah, I got some cool ones.
If you have something that's really old,
I have Willie Nelson's Nashville nightlife. It's on this thing. It's probably 26 feet long, probably 5 to 6 feet high.
what is it made out of?
Steel. Because it was outdoors. But painted on the whole thing. Fucking.
This is one of the with your guest
We got some cool ones. Little Dixie gas ones that you're not supposed to have because they have a Confederate flag on them, from the old gas company back in the day.
Oh, wow.
There's some eerie racist shit out there.
Yeah.
I antique at flea market a lot, especially I rarely stay the night in the city. Unless I get some fun ones. No, racist.
Oh, racist.
It's like not neons, but just shit out racy. Like I'll collect some of the stuff just because they're never making it again. Whether it's Native American, black shit. Like I have these fucking signs I found in Reno, Nevada, and some antique shop. And they are solid steel, real deal. It's like they'll say like survey whites only. And these are actual signs that were up somewhere. And I don't know what to do with them. Because I want to I'm up somewhere and I ask my blackbird, they're like, dude, don't put that.
Don't put that.
I'm like, but it's a reminder of how fucked up shit was.
Yeah, people don't want that reminder. You should put it in a drawer somewhere. Yeah, you show people, like, look, I'm going to show you something. This is how fucked up things used to be. And then you, like, preface it every time you introduce it to them.
So you don't think that's like a little bit of a reminder of how
No.
fucked up things were?
It does if you have it in a drawer. So if you have it in a drawer, so I should say you want to see how fucked up things used to be. You know, they used to have those
So you don't
signs.
think I should put it right next to my swimming pool up there?
I would advise that. But I think having it is not a bad thing. You should have it in a drawer. So you have it in a drawer. Every time you show someone, you get to represent what it is. Instead of it just being a sign, they're like, Kid Rock is a sign.
My black friends are all fucking cool. Like, I'm sure they fuck with each other on that level all the time.
I'm sure they are. It's not them that I would ever worry about.
I'm not putting it up for other people. I'm putting it up for my family, my friends.
Your fucking Rolls Royce. They're the.
I'm putting it on my Rolls Royce.
But they have it.
Great idea.
Photos.
Where'd you get that idea? Joe Rogan.
Why did someone leave my Rolls Royce? Oh my god. But but having it as a relic of the Jim Crow days is
Oh, show my son or show my granddaughter.
show anybody. It's historic. It's creepy, but it's like at the old studios we used to have.
Where is that
fucking helmet, that Nazi helmet? We had a Nazi helmet that had a sword, like a bayonet.
You only use that Halloween.
No, it had a light. It was a light. It was made by this same guy, Shane Against the Machine. This guy made this chimpanzee skull. He made this like a lamp that was a Nazi helmet with a bayonet through it. What the fuck is that, dude? We gotta find it. It needs to be brought back. That's our thing. How dope is that?
I love it.
That's dope, right?
Just because
It's a real bayonet. So
it's artwork. It's provocative.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. It looks cool as shit.
it's a lamp, and the one I have has a bunch of holes in it, like that one. It's pretty dope. Oh, he grabbed it out. Let's get into it from you.
Yeah, I'm into that shit.
Dude, I love it. But it's like that is
Not because it's obviously, you get it.
obviously get it. But I mean, there's an area in Europe where so many people die. I'm not exactly sure what countries. I know France has this enormous area that's the size of Paris. France has an enormous area the size of Paris that no one can go into. Do you know that? They have so many unexploded ordnance and so much chemical bombs and all the shit that they were dropped on them. Yeah, find that one spot. What is it called? There's an area that's literally the size of Paris that you can't go into. And it's all from the war. So apparently they found so many helmets that you can go there and like find them in the ground in certain these places during World War II. So they're not uncommon. So they take them and they can turn them into artwork.
I wonder why they have to like demine it, like all that stuff.
I know, right? Like go in there and gather up all the swords and shit. People died there. They just left them there.
I would like to do that trip to Normandy. Like, I got some friends in Paris. Like, I'm not ever like, it's getting bad. Like, years ago, I was like, I never wanted to be one of those people big around the world. It's not that I don't appreciate the fans. It's like, I don't give a fuck about being big in Croatia or fucking wherever, Like,
Right, you want to be able to go hang out.
played Europe. And I was raising a kid too, a single father. So I split my time. You know what I mean? I was always home. Like a Thursday, maybe to Sunday, it's always home. But it's getting so bad. It's like years ago, I was like, I fucking love Canada. Love the fucking people. I'm like, I'm not gonna go. Like, I'm not going to Europe. I said that years ago. Like, I'm fucking done. We have talked about doing a festival in Budapest. Like for all the European fans, some shit gets kicked around, but I'm like, nah, really, I love the fans. I don't care. I'm like, I'm not going to fucking Canada. Love fucking Canada, but I'm not going. And now I'm to the point I'm like, is there really a reason to go west of the Mississippi? Like, it's fucking huge in Kentucky, man. Like big.
You don't have to. You do whatever the fuck you want. You can run. You can make those people come to you.
I try not to let that get to my head, actually.
You don't have to. But you just decide, I don't want to go in there. Like, I don't hate anybody in Canada. I just don't go there anymore.
Dude, I went there with Wayne Gretzky and got detained.
I believe you. Why'd you get detained?
Just for, it's like, you have to do that rehabilitation thing because you got caught with weed when you're like 18 or whatever. Everyone in my band did. This is one of the reasons I stopped going there. They kept fucking with me every time I go to fly private. Fucking the king of Canada. Fucking detained me for 45 fucking minutes. I'm like, fuck this place, man. And I know it's not the people's fault. I look at Trudeau, he's a fucking classic piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit. But when this happened,
This was Chili House's Hall of Fame induction. So whatever year that was. How many years? 7, 8. I'm terrible with the year game.
yeah, they're rough on letting people in. So listen to this. In the years
You have to take a nod from them.
yeah, they've got. Well, they're not. They don't want people integrating into their culture, though. They're happy for people to.
All cultures integrated.
Yeah,
Vancouver.
it is. It is. But what I'm saying is, like, they're having a problem with like Muslim people wanting to impart Sharia law in certain schools. And
Don't tell me about it. I was born in Dearborn, Michigan.
which is crazy, right? One of the things that was hilarious is they elected this woman to be a Muslim who's a mayor of the city, Michigan, and everyone's like, "Yay, so inclusive." First thing she did is ban the pride flag. Exactly. They're throwing gay people off buildings. People are like free Palestine. Have you ever seen that meme? Like gays for Palestine, then Palestine for gays. Yes. Throw people off buildings. Jamie, can you pull that up so I can read it? Yeah. About the size of Paris. So, in the years following the Great War, today, around 400 kilometers square, roughly the size of Paris, is still strictly prohibited by law from public entry and agriculture use because of an impossible amount of human remains and unexploded chemical munitions yet to be recovered from the battlefields of both wars. So there's an impossible amount of human remains out there, dude.
I'm looking at the top of the website, says messychip.com.
It's a solid website. It's totally trustworthy and reliable.
Messychick.com says.
Well, this is a lady that just, whatever, maybe it's a dude, I don't know who wrote it, but whoever this person was, they're just reporting on something that is true. This is, they pulled so much shit out of that area.
Like a metal detector.
I bet you'd find some shit. 100%.
We do some metal detector.
But just imagine that expression, an impossible amount of human remains.
460 years.
Yeah.
Paris, that's futile.
What is the total amount of square miles in St. Jerry?
Like that much space now is down to 70 size.
Was it? Now it's down to size. So they slowly encroached in on the toxic area.
1,200 square kilometers down to the size of Paris.
Wow.
How big 460 square fucking miles is?
It's a lot.
It's fucking huge.
It's a giant piece of land.
It's a state.
Yeah.
Bigger than some states.
So there's a state you can't go into.
I want to go.
It's probably super scary. And this place is in Vietnam where people would walk through the jungle and boom, no leg. Because he just stepped on a landmine that had been left there for 50 years.
Not good.
That's one of the sketchiest. There's a lot of big conspiracy theories. Look into Vietnam. The Vietnam War is one of the most perplexing of all wars. Because today, no one thinks we should have gone. And yet, they do the exact same thing today that they did it back then. The way they just decide that people from this country need to be flying overseas to go shoot at people they don't know. And it's all based on a lie, and no one ever goes to jail for that lie.
That's insane.
And everything evolves, man. Everything evolves. You know, like computers back then were terrible. Now they're really good. You know, if they were really terrible at the way they were corruptly running the world back then and made it real obvious, they're better at it now.
Yeah, he's towards the end game.
I don't know, man.
Like, I'm fine. I can ride it out, but
Right.
blessed with my grandchildren. Like, fuck.
I know. I go back and forth from being optimistic to really pessimistic. I go back and forth. Like, I'll start thinking, you know what? I'm pretty sure we're going to pull ahead and figure this out. And then I go, yeah, stupid. That's because you live in Texas and you don't live in Gaza. If you lived in Gaza, you would be convinced that it's the end of the world. Right? Because it is the end of the world in one place. In that spot, it's the end of the world. But where you are, it's not. And you got to look at it that way. And when I look at it that way, I'm
Like,
like,
all the wars we won, the fucking ones we were the most brutal motherfuckers on the planet. Which, I don't disagree with what Israel's doing. It's like, they should just go in there and be like, you know what? We want our hostages back. If we don't have them back, clock starts now in fucking 24 hours. We're going to start bombing motherfuckers and killing fucking civilians. 40,000 a fucking time. So you civilians better fucking pack up and fucking get these fucking motherfuckers and you go against Hamas. You fucking go against them. We're not playing fucking games with you. That's the only thing people understand. That's what happened in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. No. Swiped out. They're like, oh, yes, we don't have Supreme Leader anymore. We did not know you had such big bombs.
yeah, but everybody has big bombs now. The problem is you use a big bomb, you set a precedent that they can use a big bomb.
They don't have you.
Well, they don't, but they're allies too. That's the real problem.
Out of them, someone's going to learn.
Yeah,
You gotta get your ass beat hard enough.
Yeah, you can't just nuclear bomb people.
I didn't say
Nuclear bomb you back.
No, I didn't say
Okay, you said Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I thought you meant like
No, I was saying that just the brute force of strength used in those.
Yeah, but
conflicts.
even a conventional bombing campaign, if you want to do that somewhere, they can do that to your place. And this is what we have to
Fuck around and find out.
Yeah, until someone launches nukes, and then we have our civilization is over. The world, as you know, it ceases to exist. There is no more electricity. Whatever tools you have or things you find, and a small percentage of us are going to make it to breed and then make new kids.
I like that you said
go out into the world.
I like you
There's
said.
very few people that are going to live, man.
It's like me and you could probably do.
Maybe. Yeah. I have chickens too. I have milk in the freezer too. But that freezer's not going to stay on.
You can go no.
But that freezer's not going to stay on, so I'm going to lose most of my meat. Unless I turn it to jerky, you're going to have to do something to figure out how to fucking get by because the world is going to be different. You know, you're not going to have any electricity forever. For the rest of your life, there'll be no electricity.
Just throw paint at the wall, but what if we empower the people of Palestine? Or could be good people, I don't know. Just last I checked, most of these motherfuckers hate us. But I'm not saying all the people do. There's probably a lot that don't, just like in Iran, the population is because of the Iraq war. There's so many under 50 there. It's like the majority.
The thing is that these guys don't have access to other information outside of where they live. And then on top of
Fucking
that,
Elon, send the Starlink, we'll send them some fucking guns. Let's go.
The problem is most of them would be so opposed to Israel that they would want to use those guns to go attack Israel.
Well, that would,
Especially
now we have good reason to fuck them all up.
Yeah, but if you think about you're a kid and you don't know why there's a conflict between Palestine and Israel,
It's
you're
fucking
living in
war.
Palestine, and then they start bombing, and then they kill your mom.
Yeah,
but you didn't do right, but you didn't do anything.
Sounds like Bud
And
Light.
then you get guns. You're gonna go want to attack people. You're gonna want to avenge them. You're gonna want to join whatever group, whatever
So why did
terrorist
World
group.
War II end?
Well, why did World War II start?
Checkmate.
You got the dude who's fucking methed up. You got Adolf Hitler, methed up, charismatic dude that wants to take over the world. That's how it started. You know, how did it end? Nuclear bombs. But it also ended through attrition. You know, at the end of it, like the devastation on both sides was so horrible, terrible.
Where was the end?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
What was the alternative?
Well, that's that case. You know, the thing about whenever you're bombing cities, like
What if that was your house? What if that was your house? Let's call your house Israel. And your neighbors are Palestine.
Okay.
These motherfuckers, you get a family of 4 and they go over and fucking take up to a fucking worst way. Well, you gotta worry about like what type of force you're using to your neighbors.
No, you definitely.
Well, the wife didn't have anything to do with it. We got to make sure she's okay, get some aid. This and that. It's like, no, I'm sorry, man. This is fucking war. It's terrible. It's the worst thing on earth. I'm a peaceful man.
Right, but you're not supposed to pick civilian targets. That's actually.
You can't fight war like that.
But you're not supposed
They're
to
hiding
pick
in civilian targets.
They are. So that's where, like, the
They're in hospitals. They got trenches fucking underneath. They got operation centers.
They killed those
And
dudes.
all we can do is go by the reporting, like, you know, I get it, but at some point you gotta believe something, right?
No, I definitely do. They definitely seem to be doing that. But also, if you're a person who's born in Palestine, you're fucked. You're under their control. It's not your fault.
By birth, you're fucked.
Yeah, but those are our enemy. And the thing is, like what you were saying, get them cell phones, get them the internet, get them armed. If you get them armed, they're not going to really know how to use it. They're going to also, unless they're joining those military groups, and then they're also going to be indoctrinated at a young age by those groups, I would imagine, especially now with all the bombing that's been happening.
Just came full circle to the point.
I'm not opposed to what you're saying.
There's no alternative.
I'm not saying that I'm opposed to what you're saying. What I'm saying is that, you know, what you're saying is, like, it could be taken as, like, a callous thing to, like, that it's just going to have to be how it is, that we have to kill women and children.
I wish there was an alternative.
Well,
And I don't know everything on this, but
I don't know everything on this either.
But I know they're sitting up in Congress going like, hey, we better listen real close to Kid Rock. He's He's got this figured out.
I'm just not willing to accept that the only way human beings can resolve things in 2024 is to bomb each other out of existence.
Oh, I wish that. Fuck.
It's just the whole thing is so fucked. The whole
Reality sets in.
Israel thing is so fucked.
If everybody in the world was willing to give up their fucking guns and weapons, okay, never gonna fucking happen.
No one,
Fucking, why would
no
don't
one
even bring
would
it up?
agree to that just because you're always gonna need. You're gonna assume you're gonna need to hunt things. You're saying that like you know the animals just go wild. Bears and deer overpopulate everywhere. You're never gonna kill any of them.
Did you see anymore? Did you see that one? Fucking ground fucker by the antlers.
Yeah, if you live near moose, you better have a gun.
Oh my god, they're fucking mean.
They will stomp you to death.
Wow. Oh, yeah, when our hot Montana comes right up to the lodge. Pretty cool, but
You don't want to go outside. When they're outside, they'll stomp you to death.
see the videos.
Oh my god, why is
Throw snowballs at the moose.
Why is a snowboarder the other day? He gets stomped and broke his leg.
Did you see the one where they're chasing down the hill? Is that the one?
No, the guy was like, he just walked up to it and just started stomping him and stomped him down, and he couldn't get back up. He's just getting rocked. No one wanted to jump in and help him. They were afraid. You know, he's getting stomped to death by his fucking moose. They're the most aggressive of all the deer species. They'll actually go after you. If they think you're threatening, they don't want to. But if they think you're encroaching in other territory, they're like, oh, I'm going to stomp this dude out. They know how to fight. All right. These are the special Texas cans. We got Longhorns, we got the Star, we got both.
This is getting you free Bud Lights.
I think we bought them. We bought them, right? Yeah. Could have taken them from my club.
Free shit kind of sucks.
Free shit's not as fun when you have money.
There's not a free one.
The thing is, it comes with, yeah, you become friends with that person or influence. Yeah.
There's nothing free about it.
Yeah. It can get easily.
I mean, unless you're like talking like free Tesla Cybertruck.
Well, you're subjecting him to a review. Right? I mean, it's not just free. You know,
Just think maybe I could bully him into a free one.
I don't think so. Especially now that you said it.
Yeah, damn.
The thing's amazing, though. I haven't driven it, but I'm afraid I just want to see this one. It's like one of the earlier, you know, number, out of a lot, like number 9 or something.
The only thing I can see bad about driving around a Cybertruck is
Pure Wave sells into all of their hives.
tell your parents you're gay.
I knew something like that was coming. I was just hoping it was going to be.
Nah, I hate modern shit. Something about that truck, I like it.
It's a great truck.
Have you driven one?
Yeah. No, I haven't driven the Cybertruck, but I've driven an electric car, so I've driven the big ass. I've seen the Cybertruck in real life. He brought it here, and I've seen a bunch of them on the road. I think they look dope.
He brought it here.
Yeah, I brought it here. Parked it right there. It's cool. I shot an arrow at it. He asked me to
I shoot a gun at it.
because I didn't want to have a ricochet in front of the garage. Because it will bounce off.
Thank you for
If I had ear plugs, you know, if I had my ear gear, my eye gear, maybe I would have shot it. But the point is, it can survive a 45 still. It's legit. It's like folded steel. It's thick as shit.
I like it.
It's pretty dope.
I like the idea of it. Like a 7
And it's an American car.
I like all American.
That's me shooting at it.
That's you.
Yeah. I shot at it and it
Dude, your Puerto Rico shirt.
it's a meme. There was a dude who went to a game who looked exactly like me. I mean, he looked exactly like me. And the meme was like Joe Rogan ain't being slick. And I saw that. I was like, oh my god, that guy looks exactly like me. So I was in for Halloween. So me and Elon did a podcast together. Come on, bro, that looks exactly like me. How much does that guy look like me? Looks like me if I've been eating spaghetti.
Tell me that's his real fucking hair.
I don't know if that's his real hair, but that's me.
Tell me that they can't look at his eyebrows. That can't be real.
row or one way?
Oh, okay. It has to be a wig. So I got a similar wig. This kid's this morning just sitting up there. Well, it's a fun thing to do. But the point is, I didn't go through I have an 80-pound bow. You draw 80? Yeah. What the fuck? I have a 92. I have a 90 as well. You don't need to draw more than fucking 30. That's not true. Who told you that? Ted. Yeah, Ted has a very. I'm not a bow hunter. My girl is. Ted is a legend, and I agree with him on almost everything, except how far you shoot a fucking whitetail? Fucking 100. Okay, if you're shooting whitetails, so I'm shooting elk, and also I'm of the opinion that 80 pounds to me is not the same as 80 pounds to someone who's not strong. It's a big difference. So when people say like, "Oh, you pull 80 pounds," that's stupid. I do 80 pounds hundreds of times a day. I do it all the time. It's not hard for me to pull 80 pounds. So when someone says you pull 80 pounds, like, yeah, I shot 200 arrows. Like, what's your point? Like, if you have a hard time pulling 80 pounds, why are we pretending that we have the same body? Why are we pretending we have the same physical strength? This is dumb. So like, if someone's saying like 70 pounds is all you need, well, why not go to 50? Why not go to 30? Why not go to 20? That's dumb. Because at a certain point in time, you're going to lose speed, and you're not going to be able to penetrate correctly. You're going to have less kinetic force on your arrow. That goes with golf. You know, hardly swing front bottoms. But you don't have to swing hard. You need to hit straight, make good contact. Right. But there's also a lot of people that believe that holding weight makes you more accurate, and a heavier holding weight makes you locked in, you're more accurate. I know guys who feel more accurate with an 80-pound bow than they do with a 50-pound bow or a 40-pound bow. But it's all subjective, right? That's all dependent upon your technique and how much you train in archery. But I train when I get annoyed. Yeah, look, okay, good example. You don't shoot a 22. You shoot a 300 Win Mag. Why? Because you can. Well, I'm not doing headshots. That's true. 17 cal headshot. You're not doing headshots with a bow and arrow. When you're shooting something with you should have it as lethal as possible. And so for me, I like a heavy arrow moving fast and really accurate. And the best way to do that is have a heavier draw weight. I like shooting my bow at targets right here. Yeah. That just pisses me off when I'm out there and fucking something's out of range and I see it and I've been sitting out there like, fuck that shit. What about the adrenaline rush? I'm like, get that every night on stage. I'm like, I'm fucking kill some shit and eat it. Well, then you can just sit over a feeder. There's a lot of people that hunt in Texas like that. They just put a stand over a feeder. Yeah. I don't like to whitetail hunt anymore. No? Nah, I don't need to be alone in the woods with my fucking thoughts for that fucking board. I'm trying to take some snacks, take a fucking nap. I want to run the mountains and chase elk or birds, action, buddies there. I don't like to be alone. Yeah. That's definitely, I've done it before. I did it with my friend John Dudley. I did some tree stand whitetail hunting. It's a different mental game. Like, it's very hard to do. And I think people don't understand that. The game is fucking sit here and wait. Yeah. Sit there and keep your shit together while you don't move, because maybe if you do, at one point in time, a giant buck's going to stroll through the trail. I get it. We're at the ride horseback, get off, someone put some birds out, we got some pointers. I can get a beer in the fucking cave. It's not for me. A lot of work. Chase elk, that's a lot of fucking work. Yeah, that's a lot of work. It's getting to the elk, once you spot them, there's a lot of them. You pick it up the big daddies, and then you got to fucking figure out how to get to them. Yeah, that can take fucking a couple days and fucking a lot of miles of fucking hiking. It's difficult. Everywhere you go to hunt, it's difficult if you're hunting. Like, if they're wild, free-ranging elk, it's really hard. But I enjoy that. The thing that's hard about whitetail hunting, though, is the mental game. You just keep your shit together and stand all day. My girl will sit out there for 7 hours. She'll take a couple snacks in the tree stand with her fucking bow. I'm like, you're fucking nuts. People are dedicated to it. They're dedicated to it, like, they're also like learning from each other on how to set up trail cameras and how to set up screens, putting scent on trees and shit. I'm fascinated. I don't do it because they make the grunt noises, they rattle. I hunted some whitetails down in South Texas last year, but we did it.
Sad too. You got the buggy, they put their feet on us.
We didn't do it that way. We rattled them, man. They're real responsive to rattle.
During a run.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. You rattle, you clack some antlers together, and within 15 seconds, bucks were running straight towards you. Just running.
Texas
is unbelievable. It's crazy down there. Yeah, crazy down there. You could have anything. You could have zebras and
One of these snakes, I looked into it. I was like, I should hide from some place in Nashville. You can just get some cool shit to look at, whether some stags or zebras or fucking, whatever, water buffalo.
You can't do it. Oh, you cramped again, bro.
That didn't work. It didn't work. I think it's for sitting. Chair.
Oh, if it's your right leg, pitched it inside. This is a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I had heard it was grab your tongue.
I went to pinch my leg down there. It's like almost grabbed my tongue.
What were we talking about? So you couldn't a high fencer spot?
Well, no, you can't. In Texas, you can have any animal you want. And like in Tennessee, and I think Alabama, it can only be native to that state that you can have in there.
You know what's hilarious about Texas?
But that's not true because look, that's a red stag on property. It's only certain things you can have, but you can't. The more exotics, like they're like, no. Oh, that's what it is.
Zebras and shit.
I like you gotta fucking be honest here, because fucking homeboys over here, like, fucking fact.
One-handed Googling.
It's not like fucking fact checking after the fact. It's fact checking in real time.
Well, wasn't Tiger King in Oklahoma? Wasn't that where that was?
Dude, speaking of Oklahoma, shout out to Jessie Jane, who passed away recently. Porn star.
Yeah.
I dated her for a while. Way back in the day. She did. Drive over real sad. She was a beautiful girl, a nice girl. And I feel like people in my position wouldn't say that. You know what I mean? She had a lot of friends. She was awesome. I spent Christmas out there with her family, and her mother actually took care of baby Tiger. She worked at this Tiger City. This was years ago. Her family couldn't even cool her. Her mom, her dad, her brother, grandparents. Her son was young at the time. Like, she was a really nice girl. I just wanted to say condolences to her family. But she was involved with her. They had a baby tiger during Christmas at the house that she was taking care of. It was the coolest thing.
You know one of the craziest things? Do you know Melanie Griffith, when she grew up? It was Melanie Griffith, right? She grew up with lions.
Is it even a decision?
Right. There's some crazy movie where they use real lions. These people get caught up by lions. Like everybody on the set got hurt. But I think Melanie Griffith grew up in a house with like large cats.
Like lions?
Yeah, like lions. And it was like their house. Like there's photos of them with these lions in their house.
Dude, like a monkey. Parents
attacked by a lion. She eventually recovered without being disfigured, although she did require some facial reconstruction. Facial reconstruction. 50 sutures after being attacked by a lioness.
sutures.
It was feared that she would lose an eye, but she eventually recovered without being disfigured, although she did require some facial reconstruction.
Stitches.
Sutures. A lion jumped on John Marshall and bit the back of his head, inflicting a wound that required 56 sutures.
Why do people start calling sutures? Why do they say stitches?
Stitches being technical. See if you can get photos of Melanie Griffith with the lion. But the photos, because there's a website that like documented it. It's really weird. Yeah, like that's her house. Like that, how weird is that, man? That's her as a kid. That's so insane. They have lions like you have a dog. That's so insane. These things are so big. They were playing with them in the house and hoping that these things didn't fuck them up. Look at this. This is so crazy, dude. Oh, this is the dumb movie where the thing's attacking people. Look at that. Being playful, they're trying to pretend they're being attacked. It's so dumb. If that thing attacked you, it would be so quick and violent. It wanted too.
It's like a great movie. It's like you still did hallucinogenics.
No, it'd probably freak you out. It's supposed to be a terrible movie. But it's just, imagine growing up like that. Yeah, that's fucking insane.
Talk about frosted drinks.
Growing up with lions.
Thursday, I went to all this and this shoes being tagged.
Oh, she really was.
I guess she's saying the same thing.
Oh my god.
So they're trying to promote it.
So they didn't pull the line off as they were supposed to do? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Pretty schmucks.
That's not know what's going on. It's all very behind.
Yeah, slick. Yeah, I like that. This is what happens. That fucking money. Come on.
If you want to do it this way. Some people do it differently.
I got some big ones that do like
Oh, those are loud though. Those will fuck with the conversation. This is perfect. It's like
worst thing you can have, fucking recording studio.
Oh my god, right?
That do vocals like click, shut off.
Yeah. Yeah, this is quiet.
I couldn't afford it.
Well, it's also there's like a lot of space in the room. So you can set up to the equipment outside, so it doesn't make so much noise.
Starlight ceiling.
Stars too. Shooting stars. What is Kid Rock saying about here? You don't worry about what the fuck's going on? Not at all.
You see all the talk in the news and all the disclosure hearings. No, I mean, I don't never click on the articles. I'm like, actually,
That's good.
dude.
Until you have to know.
Until someone's like, dude, he's with me, we're coming over.
Right. That's a good way to, yeah, because you know how many people waste their time wanting it to be real, hoping it's real? Waste of time.
I don't even think about it. I don't know if I want it to be real.
Well, you gotta imagine, as big as the universe is, that there's something out there. And you gotta imagine, what if there's something out there that's just 1,000 years more advanced than us? Just 1,000. A little blip, a little tiny amount of time. Not that much time at all, really.
There's something here like that. He's called Elon Musk.
Yeah. Imagine a whole planet filled with the successor to Elon. You could easily imagine something with one of us here. And you can easily imagine
No, could you imagine if they did?
Yeah, that's crazy.
If they're like, fuck Disney World.
Yeah.
Like, I don't go to that fucking stupid place. Look what we got here. That'd be like us going to Canada or Europe.
It would be a lot crazier than that.
I feel like, yeah, I don't want to go to fucking that planet.
I think it'd be like us going to like some country and studying animals. I don't think it would be. I think it'd be like studying, literally like going and finding cave people that are Stone Age still.
That
Studying them.
See, I'd rather go back in time and talk to those fuckers and talk to the people in front of us.
The people in front of us are
Because I
probably
can
not
have
going to
poignant questions.
The people in front of us are probably going to be integrated with technology, like permanently integrated. That new guy that Elon Musk put the Neuralink in his head, he apparently can use his cursor. He can actually like search the internet.
I saw that.
Do a bunch of things just using his brain now. So it's working.
I just want to see if I meet George Washington. Maybe like golf, like we Trump, like hanging out. Like, I got a lot of questions.
If you go to one place, where would you go? If you had one shot, you could go back in time once and survive and come back to the future. Where would you go?
Jesus.
Well, if there's nobody there.
It'd be even better. I get all myself. Just meet Jesus.
No, I mean, what if Jesus wasn't there? What if you go back and like, I just want to go see Jesus? No. Okay. What time?
He'd be there. He's probably like a DJ back then. Fucking cut his shit up. He's there.
You think there was a real Jesus? Definitely.
Absolutely. 1,000%.
What makes you convinced?
My faith.
I mean, that's a good answer. I always wonder when people are telling stories, though. Like, how long does a story take before people write it down? How many times do people alter it, just like they do with everything today? I gotta imagine that at a certain point in time in history, they probably didn't tell the truth about a lot of things. Like we take those things, tell them through oral traditions, have it written down.
There's a difference between lies and between the truth. Manipulated and twisted. The underlying usually is still there.
So you think the real truth was that he actually was the Son of God?
Yes,
It'd be amazing if it was true.
it is amazing.
I believe you. I believe that you believe that.
Would you like to be introduced to Jesus?
Listen, I think the concept of Jesus is absolutely amazing. If Jesus came here and wanted to visit me, I would be psyched.
Would you like to know Jesus?
In what way?
I can put my pastor on your show.
I'm good.
This is great. Pastor Paul White.
Very.
Trump spiritual advisor too.
Well, that's
You should have her on the show. Talk about Jesus.
I'm very interested in the idea of Jesus being a real person. But I look at it the same way I look at everything else. Whereas, like,
So let's circle
what
back.
the words
Let's circle
are.
back. You told me that you believed in Bigfoot.
No,
How
joke.
you were young.
Okay.
Okay.
The joke around. But I wanted Bigfoot to be real for sure. Just like I want Jesus to be real.
Yes.
Well, people think Bigfoot used to be real. The things that I found out when I really got fascinated by
You
Bigfoot.
know Jesus is real right this moment? Because of the forgiveness that I'm exercising by drinking this Bud Light right now.
That's Jesus?
That's Jesus. Jesus is everywhere. He's in this room, he's in the world, he's in the universe. By the aliens that you want so desperately to be real or have the concept of them being real, that's Jesus. That is Jesus. As a Christian, I have to believe in forgiveness.
Beautiful. Cheers.
I never thought I'd have to explain Jesus to drinking a fucking Bud Light, but
You're not explaining it. You're saying how you feel.
Jesus and God are everywhere. They're everywhere. Every time you look at a flower that blooms, or you look at one of your children, you're like, that's Jesus. That is Jesus. That is God.
Yeah, I want to be real clear. I'm not like.
I just saw a shooting star.
Yeah,
How fucking cool is that? That's God going, bang, nailed it.
sort of. That's every 30 seconds.
I haven't seen him in all fucking interview. I just happen to be speaking passionately about Jesus and God, and that motherfucker went, whoop.
But that's how confirmation bias happens. People make you believe certain things, like that Jesus said that fucking star's on. Maybe you timed it right.
That's
It's
Jesus.
just coincidental.
That's Jesus.
I think he's probably super busy, and I would guide him if he could do miracles. This is not the spot.
Sam Kinnis, the greatest ever.
No, he's crazy. One of them for sure.
When he went off into Jesus' shit.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh, not my left hand. Oh. What's that? You've been gone with your 12 fucking friends to go get a job. This is day 3 of this shit. Every one of them's using you. You don't have sense enough to know it. Where have you been? Well, first of all, I was dead. He comes back after 3 days, misses Jesus there. She's like, I've had enough of this shit. Comes back looking all partied out, man. That's Sam Kinison is my favorite
Also,
comedian.
you gotta remember Sam Kinison was doing that in '86.
Oh, he's doing it right now. AIDS jokes on gay people. Like, it's the funniest shit on earth. If you kids out there fucking listening have not watched that Sam Kinison from Hollywood, that special.
Yeah.
His first one.
I think it's called
Breaking the Rules?
Yeah, is that what it's called? Breaking the Rules?
I think so.
It's either Breaking the Rules or Have You Seen Me Lately?
No, it's not even seen it later. It's got to be Breaking the Rules.
I think Have You Seen Me Lately is the album.
It is the greatest comedy, and that's going against some strong shit.
And Louder Than Hell is cassette.
Like, no doubt, like, if Sam Kinison wouldn't tragically pass away, like, we'd be rolling around together.
Yeah.
You can talk a little bit about what's
I saw him live a couple of times when I was a kid.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah, I got to see him in 2 different places live.
Rodney put him on.
Yeah,
One of our favorites, too.
Rodney's one of the greatest. In our green room at the club, we have handwritten notes from Rodney's last Tonight Show special. It's all his bits laid out and some topics.
I'm going to start making some trips down here. Like, we always look for fun trips, grab friends, and come and have dinner, see comedy.
Come on down. I'll tell you tonight when Shane's going to be up and Brian Simpson's here. And we got a great crew. People, Ron White's here. He's here all the time. We got a great
Ron, last time I was golfing with him, he's like, I quit drinking, man. I'm like, oh, follow me daily out. He's like, but I'm hard fucking mushrooms.
Yeah, he ain't quite getting fucked up. He was trying to hurt. Well, listen, brother, I'm glad we sat down and we did this. It was a lot of fun talking to you.
Yes, thank you for having me.
I always enjoy your company, and you're just a fun guy to be around, man.
Ditto, man.
Glad we got a chance to do this.
Congrats again on your success.
Thanks, brother. And same to you. Same to you. I love the fact that you're so completely independent. You got your fans, you do your shows. You don't need nobody. You don't need
I live
nobody.
in this little world right here.
You got it nailed. You're king of that world. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
God bless.
All right. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you are in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a Simply Safe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there's no long-term contracts ever. So you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend Simply Safe. Right now, listeners of this podcast can get a special 20% off any new Simply Safe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. Don't wait, that's simplysafe.com/Rogan.
Where we have to start focusing, and their help actually help strain.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good to see you.
It's good seeing you, Joe. It's good being here. Thank you.
So you know George Knapp. That's crazy.
I do know George.
Did you get involved in the whole UFO thing with him?
Not really. I knew George. Got introduced to him. His way he pays the bills. He covers the news in Las Vegas and does a lot of feature stories. And, that's how I met George, and we've become good friends over the years. I have a tremendous amount of respect for George and all of that.
He's a great man.
Yeah.
Real good guy, too. Did he cover your story?
George has covered a lot of stories involving me over the years. I've been to Las Vegas. I moved there probably in 1982, and since I've been there, I've been involved in a lot of different things, indictments. I've done quite a bit of business there. The biggest business mistakes I probably made, I did some business there with, I did some public-private partnerships with local government, and I didn't make any money. Matter of fact, lost quite a bit of money, but I got quite a bit of notoriety that I wasn't looking for. I got involved in a world that I didn't totally understand until I got into it. I got into it for business and found myself wrapped up in a political world. And that wasn't good.
I think gambling's a dirty business.
Yeah.
The political world, that's the real dirty business, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's I've met a lot of people over the years in that world. And,
have a lot of respect for some. Of course, I was on my thoughts and comments about others.
That's a game that you don't want to bet on, right? That is a rigged game.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough game. That one there's that was pretty much over before I get involved in that.
So I've been paying attention to your story, and it's pretty wild, man. You essentially started gambling in a pool hall when you're about 6 years old.
That's right. Yeah.
That's a very young age to get the bug.
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting how I got there. My father passed away when I was a year and a half old, and my mother left to find work. I was born and raised in a small rural town in central Kentucky, a little town called Mumfordville. And I was lucky. I had two sisters who were older than me, and my grandmother on my father's side took my oldest sister, my aunt on my father's side took my other sister, and my grandmother on my mother's side took me to raise me. And luckily for me, I could have had 4 parents. I could have had a better role model than her. She worked 2 jobs. She was an extremely proud lady. She would have taken any assistance from anyone if her life depended on it. And so I learned a lot of things from her early on in life that have been extremely important to me and have kind of carried me through to where I'm at today. And she worked these 2 jobs. I mean, the first places, Joel, I ever went when I left my home were a Baptist church. Sunday school on Sunday morning, church afterwards, training union on Sunday night, prayer meeting on Wednesday night, and I went to a Christian youth organization on Sunday night called the Home Ambassadors. But when I was around 4, my grandmother, she had these 2 jobs, and she had to have someone to keep an eye on me while my Uncle Harry had a pool room. So she started dropping me off at the pool room when I was 4 years old. And Uncle Harry, he went to a back pool table, he put up a couple old wooden Coca-Cola cases, handed me a pool stick, and he went back to work. And I actually started banging pool balls when I was 4. And by the time I'm 6, I'm racking balls in Uncle Harry's pool room and playing penny ball. So my life when I was 6, I was in church 5 times a week, and I'm in Uncle Harry's pool room, and I just began the first grade. So that was my life.
Wow. And then you went on from that to be arguably one of the most successful gamblers ever.
I did, and I have. Excuse me. There's been a lot of ups and downs. I've got a lot of knots on my head in between, I'm sure. But
It's number 4, the letter R.
Someone asked me how I became so good at gambling. I told them I became good at it by losing. And I think my life, when you kind of look back on it, the thing that's sustained me has been perseverance. I learned from my grandmother at a very early age, you don't quit. If you make a commitment to anything, you keep it, come hell or high water. And so when I look back on my life, when I look back through where I began in gambling and where I'm at with it today, I literally almost can't believe that sometimes I didn't quit. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, why didn't I quit? Well, bottom line is I loved it. I had a passion for it. It was something that I really enjoyed doing. And I don't think there's any question in my mind. At one time I was addicted to it. And then, of course, I was determined to be successful at it. And unfortunately, I was.
So talk me through, how does it start? So you're a little kid, you're playing penny 9 ball, and then how does it go on to big $1 million sports betting?
Well, I started off playing penny 9 ball, and by the time I was 9 or 10, I'm playing, $5 ball. And as I got older and I made more money, the amount of money I was gambling for increased because I had more money to gamble with. And then, and as I became proficient at it, became good at it, it's like anything that you want that you're investing in. If you feel, if you're confident and basically certain that you're going to be successful, you want to, as much as you can. And as you know, my bankroll got bigger, as the amount of money that I had to bet with became bigger, or got bigger. My investment became much larger. So there was a combination of confidence and access to capital and access to markets.
So how good were you at pool?
I could beat all the local guys, and
Like a solid shortstop.
yeah, like a solid shortstop. I couldn't beat a good player. I played Alan Hopkins once here.
Oh, okay.
He robbed me, and I played Steve Manzarek once, and he robbed me too. I couldn't beat players of that caliber, but I could beat players, local guys. I was a solid shortstop. That's a very good description, Jim.
I used to play a lot of pool.
Yeah.
When I lived in New York, I was playing 8 hours a day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We probably know a few guys.
I'm sure. I know Alan Hopkins. And I met Steve Manzarek once.
Yeah.
I played in a tournament with him in Weston Billiards, New Jersey, Smith, New Jersey, like 1990.
I used to go to Johnson's City. That was for your time.
I've heard about the city. That was amazing.
It was amazing, and of course, over the years, Ronnie Allen, I'm sure you know Ronnie Allen this room. You probably know some of the same people, but I'm sure I was never as good a player as you. I quit playing pool when I was like 15, 16 years old.
And then you had the sports betting. What was like the first thing you really got to do where you like had to do research? Because I know the way you would study like a team, you play some bets, very meticulous. You're looking for injuries, you're looking for every possible advantage. You essentially had an algorithm before there was algorithms. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom, everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy, it just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Well, actually, I got associated with a guy who had an algorithm, and I was handicapped in sports, and I was doing a pencil piece of paper as everyone else was at that time, except one guy. And I met this guy directly through others in the late 70s, and became more directly involved with him in 1982 when I went to Las Vegas. And then by the mid-80s, he and I were sole partners. The other people involved initially were all gone except he and I. Then I realized, Joe, during that period of time, that he was going to eventually lose his edge. And I recruited 6 other guys that had similar backgrounds to his. And they did their analysis independent of what he was doing. The only person they talked to was me. And they provided me with their information. I knew their strengths, I knew their weaknesses. And I would take a look at 7 different pieces of information to decide what I was going to do. And over the years, like anything else, I got a little better at what I did. And luckily, I worked with Joe over the years with probably a minimum of 50 handicappers. Every one of them have basically gotten to the point to where they couldn't win. In order to win handicapping, you have to come up with new ideas, and you have to come up with new ideas that are relevant, that mean something. And because people making the line are getting smarter, the competition's getting smarter. So whatever edge you start off with, that's going to be to a road. Other people are going to catch on. Okay. Well, over the years, and when I was in my heyday, I was spending $6 to $8 million on research and development. Oh yeah, every year, yeah. And now I probably spend at least $1 million now. And as an example, football season's over. We're already working on next season. The day the season is over, we're doing simulations. We're running lots of different things to go back and see if we can find something that would have made a difference in the game, or will make a difference in the game going forward as far as the prediction is concerned. That's relevant, that we can quantify that makes sense. And if we can, then that, our information, it will strengthen our information and allow me to continue to be able to bet on sports. I like betting on sports, Joe, today. I love it. If I didn't have a passion for it, I couldn't do it. But I still win, and I have an advantage. And if I get to the point that I don't have that advantage, I'll quit. Okay? But I still have the advantage. But in order to maintain that advantage, I continually have to be able to recognize 5 things that make a material difference, or make, that quantify a difference with the outcome of the game to stay ahead of the herd, so to speak. Because you got really smart people making a line. You got other really smart people betting. Okay, I'm the guy, I don't bet on Monday or Tuesday or Sunday night when the line's soft. I'm the guy, I bet on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Why do I bet on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Because that's when you can bet the most money. Early in the week, you can get all the big small bets. I'm not interested in making small bets.
Why do they haven't said about that? Just in case something happens.
Well,
injured.
When the line originally comes out, say on Sunday night or Monday morning, and all sports are different. Some sports are more vulnerable than others. The NFL is the least vulnerable sport of all. It's the toughest of all to beat in the world. As a matter of fact, most of the guys that gamble for a living or call themselves professional handicappers, they don't bet the NFL because it's too tough to beat. Okay, if that night comes out on Sunday or Monday or when it comes out, that's your best chance of finding something there, or that odds maker missed something. Okay, but by Tuesday, that's gone. Okay. Now, in different sports, college football, non-power 5 conference team, you may find more advantage with that early on or even later on, because in the colleges, they're making a line on 30 games, and it's much more difficult for them to make the line on 130 games. You got personnel that changes every year. I mean, it's just more difficult for them to do that. And then on top of that, the Power 5 teams, like Texas is an example. There's not much about Texas that everybody doesn't know. But when you're looking at Louisiana Tech, or you're looking at one of these other teams, say not Power 5 teams, okay, the guys actually doing the handicap, and they have have an advantage over the guy making the line because there may be things pertaining to that particular team that it's not in the USA Today, it's not on ESPN Sports. I mean, there could be little advantages, but back to what you're talking about, why do they have the limits cheaper? Just because the line's more vulnerable. I would say by Tuesday with the NFL, by Tuesday, Wednesday with the college football, Power 5 or not Power 5, all those numbers are solid. Years ago, Joe, the guys that I actually feel like were smarter bookmakers and bookmakers today, as soon as they felt like the line was solid, they would take a full in bet because if you're a bookmaker, stop thinking about it. What you're trying to do, you're trying to run as many bets on one side as you are on the other side. So, as an example, once you feel like your number's solid, if you take a bet on Wednesday or Thursday and the game doesn't start until Sunday, you can lose your line. You've got 4 or 5 days to get the action back on the other side. Some of these bookmakers today, frankly, I don't understand the rationale at all because it really doesn't make any sense. A lot of them wait until the day before the game or the day of the game before they'll take a full minute bet, which makes no sense. Because what happens if they wait till the day of the game or the day before the game, they take a full minute bet, they have a small amount of time to get action back the other way. I mean, if you're a bookmaker, what is bookmaking? It's taking bets both ways, and you're trying to earn vigorish. Okay, you're really not trying to gamble. There's going to be times you're going to be lopsided on one game, but the ideal thing for bookmakers have as many bets on one side as he does the other. As the volume equal out, and if you earn the juice, you basically have no risk or very low risk. Okay, so I can't answer your question as to why some people today put that way wrong. I mean, I think in their minds, maybe the line's more solid or something. That's the only way I can. But at the end of the day, the line by Thursday is solid as a rock. And I think if I were a bookmaker and I have been a bookmaker, as soon as I feel like the line's solid or whatever the sport is, I want to take as many bets as I can take as early as I can take them to move my line to draw action back on the other side. But you've got people out there today that some, not all, the guys that I think are smart or smarter bookmakers, they start taking full bets on Thursday because that gives them. It gives them Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now they feel like the line is solid, and it is solid. But if they take them out on a Thursday, they got Friday, they got Saturday, they got Sunday. They're going to get back on the other side. So it's you have different strategies from different guys. You got a lot of guys that are today, Joe, that are booking. They really don't know anything about booking. They're great at creating databases. They're great at creating, generating customer accounts. But they really don't understand the art of bookmaking, and they've got these preconceived opinions that what most of them do, they'll go hire someone to be their bookmaker, and they'll look at that guy's, they'll look at his background or his bio, and he would have worked at someplace in Las Vegas at some hotel, or he'll have a title in the next line. Or whatever it is, and they don't really know anything about bookmaking. This guy looks like the real deal. He's been interviewed. You read the things written about him, and you would think he knows what he's done. So they hired the guy, they put him in that position. And a lot of those guys don't know anything about booking. They really don't. And what they do know is they know that they don't know a lot about booking. Okay. And so as a result, what they do, instead of trying to promote and create action, they're trying to, a lot of things that they do, in my opinion, it keeps action down, so to speak. Now, there's exceptions to the rule. You've got a sports book in Las Vegas called Circle. They're open to anyone and everyone that comes in the door. I don't care who you are. And they have room limits. They give everyone the same room limits, and they're generous limits. I mean, on the NFL, you bet 50,000 a game. On college football, you can bet up to 50,000 a game. Sometimes they take 20, sometimes they take 30s. But they're smart. These guys know how to book, and they want to encounter. I have an encounter myself. If they take a bet from me, they move the line. And they're going to force somebody back on the other side of that bet. But they know how to book. There's guys there, Nick Bogdanovich, has been in business for a long, long time, and others. They understand the art of bookmaking. You've got others in Las Vegas, and you've got others in other parts of the world that really understand bookmaking. I mean, you got some guys offshore that understand extremely well.
It seems like such a complicated and stress-filled life. And when you're telling me things like you're spending millions of dollars every year on research, before the internet, what kind of research are you getting? Like, how are you getting research on NFL teams or boxers or anything, whatever you can?
Well, prior to the internet, some of the information today that you get off your smartphone was golden. I mean, I used to have a crew of guys when I first went to Las Vegas in '82. We would send them out to the airport, and we had relationships with the various airlines, and we would be able to get the newspapers that came off of all the planes that flew into Las Vegas. And they were filled with local sports stories that were written by that local sports writer. And we bring them back, and we had readers who read those stories, and anything that they read in those stories that they felt like was material to that particular game, it would be passed along to the handicapper. And today, you can read 1,000 newspapers online to get that same information, or you can. We have a program that we've written now that we have like 140 beat writers in the NFL. We cover anything that beat writer writes or anything that comes out on Twitter or social media. The program we have, it will scrape it in. We have that immediately. We know, and so if there's a story there, and there's anything in this story that we feel like that is going to have any real meaning toward the game, we're able to take that. A lot of time, the time involved in it is everything too, because eventually that story's going to come out everywhere.
Yeah.
But back when you're talking about prior to the internet, way back, it's kind of crazy. But I used to have a Zenith Transoceanic radio, and I would sit and listen to pregame shows and postgame shows. But the other thing I used to do is I would call a lot of the cities, and I had people in all these cities, and I would have someone to put the phone up to the radio, and I would listen to the pregame show, and I would listen to the postgame show. Wow. And you were able to learn a lot from that. And today, information is more accessible than it was then.
So you would send people to the airport, they'd find these local papers, and you would scour these papers and go through these articles, and what specifically are you looking for? Hard hits, injuries, how someone's doing, exceptional plays, someone who's really coming out. What would you be looking for?
Well, you're looking for injuries, and you're looking for game plans. And as an example, if the coach says, "Look, we're going to slow this thing down. We're going to start running the ball." First thing, the total's not going to be as much as he slows this thing down. He starts running the ball. They're not going to get as many plays, and there's probably a pretty high possibility that the total is going to come down some in this game. They talk about players. They talk about injuries, especially the quarterback. Talking about the quarterback, and you got a quarterback who's playing injured. I mean, how that's going to affect his performance is really important.
And they're always kind of playing injured.
Always playing injured is you talked about it in the book I wrote. There's 1,400 players in the NFL. There's about 600 of them that have a value, and we have a value assigned to each and every one of those individual players. But if you noted, a lot of them, almost every one of them are playing with some type of an injury once the season begins. Who's playing? Again, we listen, and we follow Dr. David Chow quite a bit. And we think he does an excellent job. He's so serious on the NFL Network. And he talks about the key players on a weekly basis, and from an injury perspective, how how he feels like that's going to affect their performance. There are many more players that Dr. Chow doesn't cover that we cover that are playing injured. And again, we do a lot of reading. We got 140 beat writers we cover. I have a guy on my team. He's a qualitative guy. He's not a computer guy, right? He probably knows more about the NFL as far as a qualitative guy is concerned, probably than any man alive. Okay.
What do you mean by that, a qualitative guy?
Well, okay. 1,400 players, he knows who they are. Okay. He knows he knows their positions. He knows what the value of those players are as far as winning. He knows how to adjust their value based upon their injury. And after we get the medical information, we'll figure out how we feel like their performance is going to be affected against that particular moment that week. And then if a player's with a point and a half, we may downgrade him. He's only worth 3/4 of a point, or he may be worth a point. If the guy's out, okay, now we got a backup. We know the value of the guy's out. What's a backup worth? Okay, backup could be worth 0. He could be worth, half a point, and he's replacing the guy that's a point and a half guy. So we have to downgrade the power rating by a point that week. And the other thing with this qualitative guy, he watches every NFL game. He grades every play. Okay, how many times have you watched a football game and you'll see the score wasn't indicative at all of what the score should have been? So let's say, receivers going down the field and he didn't have anybody within 20 yards of him. And he gets thrown a perfect pass, he just drops it. Okay. Well, he was unlucky. He should have had that pass. On the other hand, let's say he's going down the field and we had a pass like that in the playoffs. But San Francisco was playing Detroit. They threw a ball and had a helmet ricocheted and ended up doing a real long completion and a touchdown. That was lucky. Okay, so when we look at the box score, we look at the yardage, we take that off. Okay, there's plays that happen in the NFL when you look at box scores as far as we're concerned, misleading. Okay, when you look at the total amount of yards, everybody kind of looks at the same thing. You look at time possession.
So you have to go over each individual play and cover down with all the lucky shit.
Yeah, and then we have player participation. We know who played in every play. So
you got to keep up on all this.
So to give you an example, Joe, Pittsburgh. TJ Watt's out. Okay, he isn't playing. Well, if you look at Pittsburgh's performance with him in the lineup and him out of the lineup, it's unbelievable that one guy could had that much effect on the team. So if you're looking at offensive performance against Pittsburgh with TJ Watt out, you're not looking at what Pittsburgh's defense really is. So you got to make an adjustment when you look at that, and you got to put that into your power rating. When I wrote the book, it took me 6 months to do this one section. We wrote what we call the master class, okay? And I wrote what we call betting strategy. I wrote that for the 99.9% of people who bet sports. And we got a lot of the sports bettors today that have no chance. I wrote that for them, okay? And I put the basics in there. I put basic betting strategy in there, which that's probably as important to them or more important than handicapping is. I put all the charts in there that tells them exactly what each half point is worth. I put charts in there that tells them exactly how the money line compares to a point spread. One on the game's 2. Here's a money line equivalent. If you get a better deal, take it. If you can't, take the other. Okay. I put stuff in there, basic stuff, because none of that stuff is out there now. Guys don't have any idea if they're buying a half a point what the fair price is to pay. And all these points, they have a different value. As an example, if you're buying a game on or off of 3, say from 2.5 to 3 in the NFL, or 3.5 to 3, that's worth 22 additional cents. It's not worth 23, but it's worth 22. If you get it up for 20, buy it. 21, buy it. If you feel like it's going to be a low-scoring game, and you can buy it for 22, whatever, buy it. But if it's 23, you're better off taking a 2.5. But people don't know that, Joe. Okay, what's the value of 2? Well, the value of 2 is much less than it is 3. The value of 2 is only worth 6 cents. Or 3 is worth 23. The different numbers have different values. So I put those charts in there for the guy that I put that to. I also put another section in there. It's, we'll call it kind of the advanced section.
It's going to be a scorcher when UFC 299 touches down in Miami this weekend. The action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, it's going to be even hotter. New customers deposit $5 or more and get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? When you take one on the chin and you get another shot to win. You're going to get a bonus bet and the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code ROGAN. New customers, you can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code ROGAN. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Tremendous.
Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit, wagering, and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years. If you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements. Just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out.
And that section, I try to write in such a manner to where I feel like people can understand it. And that's the guy who, or the lady who wants to become a serious handicap. And I explained in there exactly 100%, Joe, exactly how I do everything. Okay. This book was written at the end of the NFL season, not this year, but last year. It came out in August. Everything that I know about sports betting and handicapping is in that book. I would not have sold that information 10 years ago for $20 million. And I never had any intention of ever writing this book and putting that in there. But I'm 77. It's my legacy. I see all these new people out there betting sports. And they're doing it in states now where it's legal. I'm proud of that. I'm glad the sports has come around to that. But also, I still have, there's a lot of things I'm apprehensive about also. But anyway, so I wrote this. That was one of the reasons I wrote the book. But in those 2 sections, you want to be Billy Walters, you want to be a handicapper, I don't care what sport it is. I use the NFL as a model, but this model is the same model for every sport, whether it be you're betting on golf or you're betting on NASCAR, you're betting on soccer or baseball. It's the same principle. That's where they all work. So I put that in there, and then for people who are betting any type of sport, but especially the NFL or college football, I put the NFL. I put all those charts in there to explain to people. Because right now, I don't care what site you go up on, Joe. A lot of these new places, the reason they're making the money they're making is if you were to poll sports bettors out there today, everyone thinks making a bet on a sporting event, you're laying 11 to 10. That's the premise that we've all been taught, that you're laying 11 to 10. A lot of these bets today, and matter of fact, almost all, well, not a lot of them, all of them, these, we'll call them, the teasers, the parlays, those bets, some of those bets, the guy's laying $1.50 and he doesn't even know it. because there's no requirement to disclose the odds you're laying, so they're not going to tell you. But like these in-game parlays, and you're doing these 3 and 14 parlays, and you're doing these teasers, a lot of these places are charging $1.50 to $1. You got no chance of winning. You got zero chance of winning. I couldn't win. I wouldn't even think about playing. But the average person who's playing, they don't know that. So because right now there's no requirement to disclose that to the customer. And we all want to bet a small amount of money, want a large amount of money, right, Joe? Yeah. Okay, well, you got a lot of people out there, they're making these bets, and they're laying $1, $40, $50, and they don't know. When you look at these public trading companies, you know, it's not right out there in the public. You know, when they report their earnings, they're doing very well, but they all refer to these parlays and teasers. That's where they're making the majority of their money. They're not making the majority of their money on the street. That's where people are really letting it in. They're making all these proposition bets.
Well, what I'm getting from you is that to be a successful sports gambler requires an insane amount of dedication, research, and understanding. And you've got to be on it all the time. And most people are just not that sophisticated when it comes to these things. If they're betting using an app or something like that, betting online, they're just doing it for fun. They think they can win. They got a feeling. They want to bet their team. They want to make the game more exciting. And so those people are basically like very under-researched. They don't have like the full grasp of understanding of the complexities of sports gambling. Because it's a lot more complex than I ever thought. When I was going over your stuff, I was like, oh my goodness. This involves so much time. This is not a simple thing as like, I follow sports. I think Kansas City's going to win. It is not. It's complicated. Very, very, very complicated. And to win at a level that you won at over your career, and the numbers, like what is the biggest bet you ever placed?
I bet you to beat the Indianapolis Colts in the Super Bowl. That's the biggest bet I ever placed.
Did you win?
I did. I won. I got lucky. I won.
You got lucky on that one?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you win, I feel like I'm lucky. I mean, Joe, the world's made up of a lot of different kind of people, as you both know. But no, I feel like anytime I win a bet, I got lucky. I mean, because there's, I won a bet. And the reason I had such a big bet is what I do, Joe, is I make a line on the game myself. My prediction of what I feel like the differential should be.
Independent of what the extra.
Somebody independent. I don't even live in her life. I make mine.
Really? No. That's high level shit.
Well, that's all. I'm doing the same thing they're doing. Right. I mean, believe me, the principles that I'm following and making my line are the same principles that the handicapper is making. But it's just kind of like making a cake, you know. One guy might put a little bit more flour in than the other guy does. And so that's how we end up with different, lines, different numbers. So I make a line on each and every outcome of the sports that I'm involved in.
And you betting us on the individual players, their overall career, what age they are, how they've been playing this season, who the coaches, all the different factors, whether or not there's in-player disputes in between players. There's a lot of things taken into consideration.
Again, I put it all in the book, and you're right, there's a lot of different factors that go into that. Some more important than others, but there's a lot of factors. And what happens is, the larger the differential between the number they make and my opinion, the larger bet I make. There has to be a minimum of a certain amount of separation, or I won't make a bet. But the larger the differences between my opinion and their opinion, the larger bet I make. So I'll just give you a rough example. Let's say the NFL, and let's say I would have to have a minimum of, say, a .5 differential from the line they make from the line I make. .5, 2 points. Well, I would bet 1 unit. Okay, that would be the smallest bet I would make. But for each half point, so if I made the line of the game 6 and they had an 8, I would bet 1 unit. If they made it 8.5, I would bet 2 units. If they made it 9, I would bet 3 units. If they made it 9.5, I would bet 4 units. So they made it 10, I would bet 5 units. Well, the New Orleans game you asked me about, which I couldn't believe was a Super Bowl game, And this type of year, we never get this kind of differential. But I had like a 7-point differential between the line I made and the line they made. They made Indianapolis 7, and I thought the game should be picked up. And when I saw the line, I couldn't believe it. I went back. I said, well, maybe I made a mistake here. Went back, redid it, pick up. So that's how I ended up with such a large bet.
When you go through how much time are we talking? Like if you're placing a $4 million bet on a Super Bowl game, how much time are you researching?
Well, but that time of the year, I mean, all our research is done. I mean, this last game here, okay, the only change you're going to make from the last games that these two teams played in the Super Bowl was, okay, are there any players injured that didn't, which you have to account for? And, clearly, if they're playing on a different surface or there's something maybe that, that the teams normally do, it's very small. I mean, the second the game's over, we can have a line on the next game within 6 hours. It's not a problem or less. I mean, unless it involves, some injury or something that, may take us until we get some more clarity on that. But I'm going to know real close to where I'm at. As soon as the game's over, almost 1 hour or 2.
Now, there's been some times over the years where referees, specifically in basketball games, have been caught doing things, calling penalties, trying to swing the game in favor of another team, and they get caught for it and busted. How much do you think that goes on today? Like, how much do you think, referees are bought off, or maybe perhaps they're betting themselves?
I don't think that exists at all, Joe. Really. If it does, it's very, very small.
But it has been, right?
Things have happened in the past, but who uncovered each and every one of those gamblers? People betting sports and bookmakers are the ones that make law enforcement aware of these things. Because at the end of the day, whether you're a casino or whether you're a better, the integrity of sports is the most important thing in the world to you. But the thing about what's going on today, there's probably more transparency in betting today than there ever has been. All of the legalized gambling is taking place. They have everyone's account information. They know everything you're doing. And the other thing about betting on sports, unlike, say, Wall Street, it is a small market, much, much smaller market than Wall Street. So if you go out and you make a sizable bet in sports, the line's going to move, and it's impossible to hide it. Okay. Now, there's people such as myself, and I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people in the sports business. If they see a line on the game move a half a point, or whatever, they know who calls that line to move 99% of the time. Okay. I give you an example. The Arizona State situation that came up years ago. I don't know if you remember that one around. It was their basketball team that they were fixing games. And then what happened? There was a bunch of guys that came to Las Vegas, and they bet on one of these games. The line moved 6 or 7 points. I bet on the other side of it because the line I make, and of course I had no idea that they were shaving points. And I lost the bet. Well, they came back to town a little bit later, and they lost 6, 7 guys, and they were going to all different sports books. They were betting that the line was 6 or 7 points again. Lines on games don't move 6 or 7 points. Well, the second time I didn't bet because, and sure, they won a game by like 20 again. They came back the third time, but now I'm taking the games. I'm looking at the games. They came back the third time, and they did the same thing. Well, I called Steve Deschamps, who was the head of gaming control. For gaming control board, he was the law enforcement part of gaming control, and told them what was going on. And they dispatched some agents. They tried to get these people to talk to them. They left Las Vegas, went back to Arizona. And then later on, I think one of them got kind of caught up in a drug deal. And then it came out they were fixing games. And there were a couple players that were intentionally blown off. And they were fixing games. And that's how that scam came out. I guess I was exposed by gamblers. And how did you know something? How did you know it wasn't just luck? Well, I mean, Joe, this would be like tracking an elephant from a snow. I mean, you got guys who no one's ever laid eyes on, and they come to Las Vegas and they bet game and they move it 6 or 7 points. You know, if you're a handicapper, you know anything at all about betting sports. If a line moves, you know, it's and you're laying the second or third point. You know, you better have a really strong opinion because they move this line for one reason. It's to make it a lot less appealing to the person betting on that team. So when somebody comes to town and they move a line 6 or 7 points, no better than Wolves do that. And in order to do that, they went to every sports book in town and they just, you know, they laid 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10. Okay, well, because they were new to betting. Okay, they knew they had an edge because of what they were doing, but they didn't know anything about betting. As a result, you know, they created something that was easy for anyone to see. I saw it again the first time. I didn't know the exact. I didn't know exactly who was doing it, and I bet on the other side. Of course, I lost my money, and of course, I came back the second time. I've seen these things before, and I didn't bet. And then, of course, we take the game, we looked at it. It was pretty easy to see what they were doing. They came back the third time, did the same thing. Frankly, you know, these guys were trying to break a jam. They were trying to do anybody. I mean, they were. Anybody would do what they were doing. It was just stupid. I mean, anyone could see what they were doing. The only thing surprised me, it took 3 games for someone to finally turn them in. And I don't think they ever turn them in. I mean, I call it the sharp myself because, again, anything that involves integrity in sports, they're affecting my business. And people get to where they don't trust betting on sports, and the limits are going to go down, and it's going to reduce my ability to be able to bet on sports. The other one, you know, the referee, the NFL referee, gamblers knew about that 8 months before he got busted by law enforcement. People quit betting on the games. For sure. I mean, it wasn't like
just suspected that the
anytime again, Joe, because the market's so small. Okay, think about the New York Stock Exchange or think about Apple stock. You can buy $500 million worth of Apple stock, and the price on Apple stock will barely move. Okay. On an NFL, on an NBA basketball game, if you were to bet $250,000 on an NFL basketball game, it would probably move a point and a half, 2 points. So, and again, the people taking the bet, people such as myself and others, if a line moves on a game and it moves like that, and okay, I want to do better on a game. If it's another handicapper or there's an injury out or there's something there that makes sense as to why that game moved, then okay, I understand it. But if there's some mysterious person that's betting a lot of money on a game that hasn't been doing this for a period of time, and then I'm looking at the outcome of a game that doesn't make sense, if I take that and I see, you know, something that's out of the ordinary about the way the game's being officiated or some player's performance, this stuff is easy, Joe, to see. And you're not dealing with you're not dealing here with master criminals. You're dealing with people that frankly are very smart and they're very smart to be doing what they're doing and the way they go about it. I'll be really the thing years ago with Hot Rod Williams. I mean, there's the ones it was an NBA thing also. But all the ones, if you go back and you look at the last 5 sports deals, whatever they were, small or big, every one of them were uncovered like that. And so, you know, I did an interview on Time on 60 Minutes in 2011, and I was asked at the end of the interview, which I had the most confidence in, betting on sports or investing in stocks. And my answer was I have a lot more confidence in betting on sports for the reason I pointed out. It's a much smaller market, but as far as things being on the up and up, I have a lot more confidence in that. Way more confidence in that than I do the other. Well, obviously, you know it well. Well, I not only know it well, but also, if I didn't know it well, I know how small the market is. I know how transparent the market is. And if someone goes in to try to bet on sports and you're trying to fix a game, it's going to be so obvious. It's so easy to detect and it's so easy to And today it's even easier. I mean, the good thing about legalized sports betting is it's so transparent. Everybody who has an account, you take all of these young players that haven't, they haven't been, I'll call it schooled correctly. They haven't, whether it be their teams or whomever, they haven't explained to them, the repercussions of not betting on sports if they're a professional athlete. We've had some here recently that, basically these guys are kids. They're kids. They don't really matter. And someone should have sat down with them and explained to them the ramifications of what they were doing. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But we've had a few of them out there now. But, you've seen that before they catch them because it's all transparent. They go ahead and make these bets. It doesn't take them any time at all to figure out who they are, if they're a football player or whatever they're doing. And it's been brought to the public's attention. So, if it's that easy to catch them, somebody out there making large bets on something, moving the line substantially, and you don't know who this person is, and you're looking at, and they do this more than one time or two times, and you're seeing an outcome of a game that doesn't make sense. It ain't going to take long to figure this out.
And when you get to a situation like Pete Rose, that was a fascinating situation because this was at the time where gambling was illegal, unless you're in Vegas. It's different. And you find out he might be betting on a team that he's coaching, and he might also be betting against his team.
I've never heard anyone ever say that Pete Rose bet against his team. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I've never heard that ever.
I know he was accused of it, right? Okay. You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
I thought someone was saying.
Yeah, John Dowd, I think, actually investigated this for for baseball.
So he was always betting for his team.
I think he did bet on his team, but I don't think he ever bet against his team. No, sure, I never heard that.
What was the problem with him betting against his team or betting for his team? That seems like that just would be a guy who has confidence in his team.
Well, personally, I don't see a problem with it, but the people who are running baseball or whatever the sport is, I haven't thought it really out. Probably, if I were on their side of it, and really thought through all the different pluses and minuses, I may have a different opinion right off the shoulder. I really don't see a problem with betting on this team or anyone betting on their team, although others do. And so, and I'm trying to think of a good reason as to why it would be a problem betting on his team. I really haven't thought about that closely.
Was he ever accused?
I'm looking at the ESPN outside the line story that contained documents. There's no evidence that Rose was a player manager in '86 bet against his team. No, they show a vivid snapshot on how extensive his betting life was, bets he did make.
So it could have been just unfair accusations designed to taint his reputation.
No, I think he did bet on his team.
No, against him.
Yeah, if anyone accuses him of betting against his team, I think they're wrong because I never heard that. And I don't even think the report that Mr. Dowd issued on behalf of the Major League Baseball, I don't think there was ever any allegations in there that he bet on his team.
But it seems kind of crazy, right? Wasn't he? He's removed from the Hall of Fame.
Well, he never was in the Hall of Fame, but his consideration, he's never been voted into the Hall of Fame before that raised.
2022, he's bringing up a point where there's a manager, a player in the Rockies signed an endorsement deal with Maxim Bet, and he said like what he did was happening now. No one would ever think anything of that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that either because there was a young college player who's now I think a pro who's betting on his team. And I don't think the NFL or I don't think. First of all, I don't think they want you bet on sports. Period. But I don't think even betting on your own team. I don't think they want you to bet on your own team.
Are you aware of the UFC betting scandal?
No, sure, I'm right.
So the UFC, there didn't used to be rules in terms of like I could bet if I wanted to, anybody could bet on the fights. And what was going on was there was one trainer, and the allegations were that this trainer was involved in an online betting group, and he was letting these people in this online betting group know that one of the people that he was involved with was injured, and pretty significant injury. This guy winds up going out and fighting, loses in the first round, hurts his knee. He throws a kick, blows his knee out. Apparently his knee was already hurt. Then they find out that this guy had been doing this for quite a while, or allegedly had been doing this for quite a while. And so then they pass this law now, or pass a rule with the UFC that no one can gamble. But I would imagine that fighting is probably the most difficult thing to get right in terms of to figure out a law. Is that, did you do any gambling on boxing or MMA fights?
Not really any gambling on MMA fights. I had fighters in the past. I had 3 boxers and, in Las Vegas. And we trained at Giant Taco's gym.
Okay,
Yeah.
great gym.
And one of my best friends in the world, Billy Baxter, he had fighters at the same time. He had better fighters than I did, record-wise. He had Roger Mayweather.
Black Mamba.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Jesse Reed was our trainer. And making prices on boxing, I didn't think it was difficult at all. MMA, back to kind of what you were talking about there again. With the NFL, you're talking about transparency. I mean, if a player's injured, they have to report that. The team does a league, so the public knows that. And they have regular reporting requirements. And then, like before the NFL game, every Sunday, an hour and a half before the games, they have to come out with a final report. So, for whatever reason, in boxing, I know when I had fighters, there was a requirement to disclose that.
Famously, Manny Pacquiao was injured going into the Floyd Mayweather fight.
Yes.
A lot of people were furious about that because a lot of money exchanged hands during that fight.
So, again, not knowing as much as I would like to know before I make a comment on something, my only thinking is that, a lot more about MMA fighting than I'll ever know. You and my friend Kevin Holloway. Would it make any sense to make that a requirement to disclose injuries?
It would. Yeah, if you're dealing with gambling, it would. Unfortunately, though, then you give your fighter, the other fighter, the opponent, a massive advantage. If you know this guy's got a knee injury, you're going to target that knee. If you know this guy's got a hand injury, you're going to know he can't punch. Right? Yeah, there's certain things that would change every aspect of your strategy for a fight if you found out that a fighter was injured. Especially if there's something that would prevent them from grappling. Even though they probably didn't do any grappling in camp, so you go with a grappling heavy strategy. Just grab a hold of him quickly. Really force him to wrestle. If you know he's got a blown out knee and he can't really adjust on the feet or shoot for takedowns or even defend them well, you would definitely change things. And fighters hide injuries all the time. I mean, Dricus Duplessis, when he won against Robert Whitaker, he had a broken foot. And, he beat one of the top guys in the world with a broken foot. And that's kind of crazy that fighters do that, but that's the type of human being you're dealing with. And they can win that way. But it doesn't necessarily just because you know that a guy's injured doesn't mean that guy's going to lose. There's certain guys that they find a way to win no matter what. Right. And I would imagine that the thing that would give me pause is scoring. Judges scoring is horrible. It's the worst part of the sport. It's so bad. It's so bad that maybe 10 to 20% of fights you'll have one card that's so off. You're like, what the fuck was that guy watching? It happens all the time. As commentators, we're just scratching our head. Like, how did he give it to the other guy? In what world? And I will go back and watch it again and see if I'm being biased. I'll watch it with the sound off. I'll just analyze all the positions, all the things that's happening, get damage done, and control the octagon, pushing the pace. I'll look at the volume. I'll look at the amount of strikes landed, and then I'll be like, how the fuck did that guy see it for the other person? It doesn't make any sense. And I always wonder if someone's on tape. I always wonder. Because I know that there was a case in Vegas where there was a woman who had given out very questionable decisions, like multiple questionable decisions. And the last one was so egregious that she kind of just went away. But I've always wondered if those people are on tape. Because Don King famously was a sneaky dude and did a lot of very, very under the radar shit that was probably not good. And I would think that if you have a fighter and that fighter's working for you, you would definitely have relationships at the very least with these judges, so they would be more inclined to scroll for you. Maybe you take them on a vacation. Maybe you take them to dinner. Maybe you do whatever you can do to get inside their good graces. And then if it's like, this guy or this guy, I'm gonna go with this guy because I like Don King. Or Bob Arum, he does me well, so I'm gonna lean towards that guy. That would be a real issue with me if I was gambling, particularly on boxing.
Back when I got in, I was betting on boxing before I had fighters, but after I had,
When you say you had fighters, what do you mean by that? Like,
I had 3 fighters.
so you had contracts with them?
Yeah.
So what is the contract involved?
I was a manager.
Okay.
Yeah, and there were actually 3 young men I brought up from Louisville. And that was a connection. My wife and I are both from Kentucky originally. And Billy, I love boxing. I'm always going to fight him. I used to go to all the fights as a silver slipper. It's just, I enjoyed it a lot.
So you got to the smaller regional cards.
Oh yeah, Las Vegas. I mean, I remember at the Hacienda, which is the Mandalay Bay.
So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom, everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. And I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. This episode is brought to you by True Classic. Finding premium basics online can be hard. From the material to the fit it's a constant struggle to get something that looks good and feels even better. And even if you do find great basics, they're usually super expensive. Thankfully, True Classic is here to help with clothes that will give you the confidence to tackle those New Year's resolutions at an affordable price. Their activewear crew necks provide moisture-wicking, odor control, quick dry, and antimicrobial finish for maximum comfort. In fact, True Classic is so committed to their products, they even have a 100% perfect fit guarantee and easy returns. So, if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with an exclusive link at trueclassic.com/Rogan and save up to 25% off your first order. That's trueclassic.com/Rogan. Make 2024 your most stylish year yet with True Classic.
That's where the ESPN televised fights, that's where they began in Las Vegas. And I remember I had a fighter, he was a really good fighter. He won the national local clubs like 5-6 times as an amateur fighter. He beat Aaron Pryor, his name was Terry Stokely. And he was lightweight and really good amateur. And I remember in order to get his first fight on television there, we had to agree to Bruce Trampler and Bob Arum. We had to agree to multiple contracts if he won the fight. That's the only way we get him on the card. That's not like Bob Arum. But back to what you were talking about those days in the 80s. I mean, you had Dick Durham. Dick Durham, who was this guy in Las Vegas that was a dog. He had this tramp like it was my parents' guy. And, I mean, you look at the various organizations that have ratings of the fighters, and you look at some of the fighters, I mean, if they were signed with the right guy, they'd be ranked, top 10, and a lot of them couldn't bust a grade. And then you'd have guys that weren't signed or hadn't agreed to those contracts, and they couldn't be rated, they couldn't get a fight. So you're right, there was a tremendous amount of politics in there. That's the primary reason I got out of it. I'm sure you could. Like I said, I have a friend, Kevin Hawley. I think he probably he's a good guy. He's covered everything forever. Yes, he has. And so I'm gonna make it my business very well.
It's complicated.
I'm sure it is.
But a guy like you that knows as much as you know about sports, you can get it.
I'm sure I enjoy it.
It's a complicated thing to watch and pick fights. It's a complicated thing to do. You have to have an understanding of a person's physical ability independent of watching them in fights. You have to be able to assess. Like, I can look at a fighter, like a guy like Ilia Topuria, who just won the world title against Volkanovski. When I would watch him fight and train, even though he was against lesser competition than Volkanovski, I was seeing the speed of his strikes, the accuracy, the defense, how good the defense was, his durability. I was seeing this advantage. I was like, man, even though this guy he's an underdog, he's fighting the most dominant featherweight of all time, this guy's got some big advantages. He's just got big advantages that I see as a fighter, as a person who knows how to fight, and I'm watching the way he moves, I'm like, he moves better. He's more precise. He's more accurate. It's complicated. And then you have to take into account, how many times the guy's been fighting that year, how banged up he is. Because just like quarterbacks on football days, you're going to fight injured. Everybody fights injured. There's always something. There's always a neck thing or a back thing or a hand thing. No fighter fights 100%. Very, very, very rare, I should say. But the thing that drives me the most crazy is the decisions. Because if I was a gambler and I laid a big bet on Ilia Topuria and for some reason it went 5 rounds and they give it to Volkanovski and it's a terrible decision, there's not a more robbed feeling in the world. That's a dirty, because it's so subjective as opposed to scoring. If you're watching a basketball game, if the Lakers score more, they win. It's real simple. The ball goes in the net more, you win. With fighting, you got 3 people. Some of them don't know how to fight at all. And they're the ones who are deciding who wins and who doesn't win fights.
Well, I mean, back in the 80s, I believe a lot of those controversial decisions in boxing.
Oh, yeah.
That's another reason that I got out of boxing.
Yeah, there's some bad ones even in the 2000s. Manny Pacquiao, Tim Bradley. That was one where it was like, what the fuck? I think that lady that I was talking about was involved in that one as well. There's been quite a few of them. And when someone is an incredibly popular fighter like a Canelo Alvarez or something like that, where there's so much money invested in this fighter, and there's so much money potentially in future matchups, that if they lose, boy, that could switch the amount of money you make by an extraordinary amount. But if they get away with a robbery, just a little bit of a robbery, over 6 months, a year, 2 years, people forget. They forget.
You got to factor that into your handicap.
Yeah, you have to factor in possible robberies.
Or they're getting the best of it, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. You have to factor that in. How would you, like, so when you were gambling on boxing, what's the biggest bet that you ever made on a fight?
I never made any real large pistol fights.
What's a not large bet?
When Hagler fought Sugar Ray at Caesars, I think I bet about 200,000 in the fight.
Who'd you bet on?
I bet on Sugar Ray.
Did you really? I think you got lucky.
I think
Hagler won that fight.
My man Billy Baxter, he liked Sugar Ray quite a bit, and there was a guy named Herbie Hoops at the time that was a pretty sharp guy.
You know, the Hackler one is a weird one because he loses that fight and then goes and becomes a superstar in Italy. Where's the mob from, Billy? Where's the mob from? I mean, if I had to guess, and watch that fight, when I watched that fight, it's almost like Hackler wasn't trying to take him out. It was almost, man, I wish he was alive today. And he's one of my all-time favorite fighters, I have to say. I grew up in Boston, and he was a tough man. He embodied discipline. He was the man. And he was probably before Terrence Crawford, one of the best switch hitters that's ever played the game or ever fought. He was incredible. He was so good at being able to switch. Southpaw, orthodox, he fought equally well from both sides. And he confused the shit out of me because of that. That's a great skill. That's something Terrence Crawford has so well. Such a good skill. The ability to switch sides. It's just so baffling. And if you've ever sparred before, if you used to spar Orthodox people, and then you spar a Southpaw, your whole brain has to do all these extra calculations. And if you're not accustomed to sparring, just sparring with Southpaws, forget about fighting them. It screws everything up in your head. You have to readjust. And unless you've gone through a whole camp with Southpaws, that's one thing that people are very reluctant to do. Like, say, if a fighter is scheduled to fight an Orthodox fighter, and then 2 weeks out, that guy gets injured. And then another guy steps in to take his place. You find out this guy's a Southpaw. Like, oh, shit. It's such a different strategy. Everything changes with your movement. You don't want to lead it to the power hand. So instead of circling to the left, now you're circling to the right. Like, there's a lot going on.
Plus, that thing goes with Southpaw quarterbacks.
I would imagine. Oh, yeah. Big difference. Oh, yeah. Balls coming from a totally different angle. Yeah. And their tendencies are different, too. But there's something else. I'm not a left-handed person, but I have a theory about left-handed people. I think they just get better at things quicker. I think there's something about left-handed people. They see the way everybody's doing everything backwards, and so they have to see the way they do it and then do it their way. And I think there's some sort of an advantage in that.
I haven't thought that one out yet, but
Some of the best pool players are left-handed. Yeah. There's a lot of killer left-handed pool players. There's a lot of killer left-handed fighters. Yeah. I know a lot of people that are left-handed that just seem to have there's like an extra thing that they have that Orthodox people don't have. You don't take that into consideration? So what was the biggest fight bet that you ever put on?
probably that one. I mean,
How much was it?
the one that meant the most to me,
How much was the Hackler fight?
a couple $100,000 probably. But the one that actually meant the most to me is Terry Silver's kid. I told you got the fight at Hacienda, which is now San Bay. It was a 6-round fight. It was his first 6-rounder, and he's fighting some kid out of LA. You know Jimmy Montoya?
No.
Jimmy Montoya has been training fighters in LA for 8 years. And he's stable. Back in those days, he had like 120 fighters. He would bring guys over, whether it be the Silver Slipper or the Showboat or the Hacienda, and a lot of his fighters were on the card. And he brought on this Hispanic kid, and this kid's fighting Terry, and he looked at the guy's record, and I think he was like maybe 23, he lost 2, then he had a draw. And I think this guy's got like 0 chance. So this is back when I'm drinking some too. So we go to the fight, and my wife says, the Billy's working a spit bucket. And fight starts, and I'm betting everybody out in the crowd. I'm weighing 5-1, 10-1, 20-1. I think I'm just stealing it. I think Terry's probably going to knock him out the first round. Terry had gotten a girlfriend in the meantime, and so he goes out there and first round. He probably hit this guy 80 times and got over it. Well, this kid, Terry Silver, had a really, really good left jab, as good as any you've ever seen in your life. But he didn't have a lot of power in the amateur ranks. So he won like 5 national gold gloves. But when he turned pro, he really didn't have a real good fight. So he came out in the second round. And he drops these gloves and show off. And this kid hit him. And when he hit him, his mouthpiece went out. And then he's got the wailing on his head. I'm thinking, I'm watching this, I can't believe it. And he knocked him silly, so to speak. Well, Terry's, but he had enough fights. He probably had as an amateur, probably 50, 60 fights. So he got out of the round. So they started shaking it completely off. And the guy goes wailing on him again. And now, he's bleeding and has gash over one eye. Blood's coming out of his mouth. So the fourth round comes out, and he's still just worried about what my wife said, look, you got to stop this fight. So I run down to Billy, and I said, Billy, stop the fight. And I said, by the way, I need to borrow $50,000. He looked at me and he said, let's let it go a little longer. So Terry gets out of the round. He comes out in the fifth round, and the fight completely turns around. And he starts waiting. He starts wearing this other guy's head out. And he wins the fifth round. And it's not even close. So they come out for the sixth round. And this was only a 6-round fight, Joe. It was one of the best fights I've ever seen in my life. And, they stood toe-to-toe in the sixth round, and they fought bell rings. I got a draw. But it was one of the best fights I've ever seen. It was a 6-round fight, and I got a draw. And the reason I got a draw is I had a kid who was a real classy fighter. And I got to tell you the ending of this story. I'm in prison. I'm in Pensacola. And I get letters. And I got a letter. And I hadn't seen Terry Silver since then. When I gave up the fighters, I gave Terry to somebody. I gave Tyrone Boris Billy, and I gave Rabbi Rothschild. I'm in prison, fast forward 2018, 19. I wish I wrote the letter. I'll send you a copy of the letter. And a letter from Terry Silver. And he said, Billy, I remember he was talking about the fight, and he said, I remember if you tried to stop the fight, he said, I could not lose that fight for you in this season. And he went on to talk about, talk about our relationship. And anyway, he sent me this letter. 40 years later, I get this letter from prison from this kid. And it's all about that night, that fight in the Hacienda, and how he wasn't going to lose that fight, and he wasn't allowed to lose that fight because of Susan B. And it was touching.
Wow. Dodge that bullet, huh?
Yeah, dodge that bullet. Billy would stop the fight, but the problem was, I said, I need to borrow $50,000. He said, he hesitated. He said, let's let him go a little longer.
That's hilarious. Wow. So what did you wind up going to jail for?
I went to jail for insider trading. See, Joe, publicly people know I've been on sports, and they know I'm pretty good at that. And but I do a lot of other things, Joe. Since the late 80s, I've owned golf courses. I had 7 golf courses in Las Vegas, which I built from scratch 4 of them, and the other 3. But I've owned and operated golf courses since the late 80s. I've had golf courses in Chicago, New Mexico, Arizona, but I had 7 in Las Vegas. When I got out of school, I went into the automobile business. I was in it 16 years. I got out, but I'm in the automobile business too. So I had 22 car dealerships at one time. So at the golf courses, car dealerships, not on sports, but I also invest in stocks. I invest in money. I sell invest in money. And, actually, I probably have a bigger presence with that than I do with betting sports because it's a bigger market. You can bet more. I bought a stock, I owned it for 10 years. And I got involved. There was an SEC investigation. The initial investigation was into myself and Carl Icahn. And it involved a stock trade that I did with that, and he owned stock. And that investigation went 3.5 years. It went nowhere because there was nothing there. There was no wrongdoing at all. And then there was a stock that I owned for 10 years, a stock called Dean Foods. And they've been involved in a material transaction. They spun off a part of their company. And I owned a large amount of stock. And the SEC was looking at anyone who bought and sold stock around a certain period of time, and I was one of those people. And it was at the end of the other investigation, and because of I know what right I was. I've been indicted 6 times before, and I'd go to court and beat them 5 times. That started in 1983.
So you were already marked man.
Well, yeah, Mark
What
Mann.
did you been indicted for?
I've been indicted for betting on sports. Joe, stop and try to get your head around this. In 1990, in Las Vegas, Nevada, the gaming capital of the world, the FBI took myself and my wife out of our home in handcuffs, and my wife, they had leg irons on her. And we were arrested, and we were charged with being part of a criminal conspiracy, conspiring to bet on sports. We bet on sports. Now, here we are, 2024. Betting on sports is legal in the majority of the United States. In 2023, in Las Vegas, as a surf hotel, I was inducted into the Sports Gamblers Hall of Fame for betting on sports. So, but in 1990, in Las Vegas, Nevada, I was indicted along with my wife and charged with betting on sports. So, yeah, I'd gone to court a number of times. I'd beat them a number of times. Every one of the indictments were centered around sports betting. That's what they were centered around, nothing more than less. But I was a sports bettor.
So is sports betting illegal? What were the laws?
Absolutely.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month, it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I'd say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
No, not illegal at all. I was charged with being part of a criminal conspiracy conspiring to bet on sports, betting people in other states. It was ridiculous. I went to court. My wife and I, we were exonerated.
So is it because it was legal in Vegas but not legal in other states?
They tried to make it that way, but when we went to court and the facts came out, we were exonerated on all the charges. There was one charge, the vote was 11-1 to acquit us. And come to find out the one guy voted against us and hadn't told the truth in his interview to be on a jury. He was a former police officer, and so anyway, they chose not to indict us. They dropped the case. It was over with. But we were exonerated on all the charges except the one charge. We voted 11-1 to acquit us on that. And then I was indicted 3 times after that for the same thing, betting on sports. It was thrown out of court every time. And then, so anyway, but what happens, what I realized through all this, Joe, is the high profile you have, the bigger target you become, especially if you're someone who's beaten a number of times over a period of years. There becomes a vendetta. You're the guy that everybody wants to bring down. And then I'm involved in New York originally with a guy named Carl Icahn, one of the most successful investors in the history of the world. And that investigation went over because there was nothing there. And then this issue came up with Dean Foods, and the bottom line was there was a lot of motivation to get me to indict me. And that's exactly what happened. The 5 people involved in my case. 3 prosecutors, a supervisor, and the former U.S. attorney. 4 of them, as soon as my case was over, within a matter of months, held press conferences, and their claim to fame was they sent me to prison. 3 of them have gone into private practice today. They're sole businesses. They represent people. with white-collar crimes in the Senate District of New York. They bring them back over, and they put people in they work for years, and they cut deals. The fourth one ran for the U.S. Congress in New York. He's now a United States Congressman. And the guy who's a former U.S. attorney, he is now working for a law firm representing people with white-collar crimes. So they went from what they were doing to these very high-paying jobs, making a lot of money. The other fellow is now in politics. He's a commercial leader. So there's a lot of motivation for people on this side who send high-profile people to prison. That's kind of how they get the next one of the letter, so to speak. You know, the reason I wrote this book, Joe, is I began to write this book in 2003 when a guy in Las Vegas, his name was Jack Sheehan, good friend, good writer, good guy. And we worked on it for a while and decided I'm not writing a book. Okay. Well, fast forward 2017, I walked into federal prison in Pensacola, Florida when I was 71 years old for a 5-year sentence, which could have easily been a life sentence. And while I was in prison, my daughter committed suicide. So I had to write this book. I had to write it for a number of reasons. I wanted to share my childhood that you know went over a little bit. I want to help people because you know I don't care who you are, what part you're at in your life. We all have issues that we're dealing with. So I want to share my childhood, and I want to share, you know, the addictions that I had when I was younger. I had an issue with alcohol. I got addicted to sports, and then later on in my life, as I became more mature and I was able to overcome those things, you know, I got in business. I've been successful with that, and you know, I've become a fairly successful sports writer. So, and then I went to prison, which I had to share that experience because when I went into prison, there was only one positive thing that came out of jail. I mentored around 2 dozen men. And some of these men had been in prison 20, 25 years. And they really opened my eyes. You know, every time there was a visitation where I was in prison, I had someone to visit me. 60% of people in prison never get a visit. But these men that I mentored, not a lot of them were going to go back to prison. But I spent a lot of one-on-one time with them, and the closer they would get to release, you know, the more apprehensive they became. I mean, tough guys, you know, tough guys, red guys, been in prison 20, 25 years, they would become very emotional. They didn't want to go back to prison, but they knew they were probably going to come back to prison because they had no way to earn a living. The only thing they learned in prison was how to become a better criminal. And yeah, they were going to get out. While they were in halfway house, they were going to get a job someplace to make a minimum wage. But as soon as that was over, they had to do something to feed their families. And they, you know, they didn't have no job skill set. So when I got out of prison, I knew I had to try to do something about that. Okay. And so I got involved with Harry Reid when I originally got out of prison. Former senator from Nevada, former majority leader. I got involved with Harry because the Democrats are in power, and I wanted to put vocational schools in the federal prisons. And I was willing to put up some of my money initially to get it started. And unfortunately, Senator Reid passed away before we were able to get anything done. Well, former sheriff in Las Vegas, Bill Young, told me, he said, Billy, the best reentry program in the United States is in Las Vegas. He said, it's called Home for Prisoners. I said, I've never heard of it. He said, well, when you read this guy that runs it. So there's a guy who runs it, his name is John Podner, who's been in prison himself twice. He started his program in 2012, Joe. The recidivism rate is only 5%. So, you know, being a married guy, being a gambler, you know, there's a lot of people looking for your money these days. We all know that. But I met with John Podner and became really impressed with him. The more I learned about him and the program and what he's done, I got superly impressed. And so my wife and I got more involved. We made some financial assistance available, and they were able to add to some of the things they were doing as far as teaching and stuff. This is an 18-month program these people are in. And the first thing they do, almost every of these people have an issue with drugs. First thing they do is get them off of drugs. Second thing they do, they get them right with their families. You got to be right with your family. And that's the reason this program works so good. And every month, we have graduation there. The graduation, Joe, was held at Metropolitan Police Headquarters in downtown Las Vegas. There's usually 50 to 75 police officers there. Come to find out there's 200 police officers in Las Vegas Metro that are mentoring these people now. A typical graduation, you've got the mayor there, you've got the district attorney there, you've got a judge there, you've got the head of corrections from Nevada, sometimes the governor's there if he's in town. And usually you got about 1,000 people there, friends, and you got a lot of mentors in the Las Vegas area to come. They come up and they receive their diplomas. And the second that's over, there's a job fair, and they all have jobs before they leave. And then in these graduations, they'll invariably always have someone who's been out of the program for a year, or 2 years, or 5 years. They'll come up and speak, and they'll talk about their life, and that changed their life. So, the current governor we have, he was a former sheriff who was involved in this program. His name is Joe Lombardo. And so Joe recognized how important it is for these people to have a job skill set when they come out of prison also. So we spoke to him and the head of corrections in Nevada, and we now are putting vocational schools in Nevada prisons. And they're going to be able to get certified to be an electrician, plumber, air conditioning, repair, truck driver. And when we decided to do this, of course it takes money. There's another family in Las Vegas, the Engelstad family. And so they agreed to put up $2 million. Susan and I agreed to put up $2 million. And the state agreed to put up $1 million. So the night they made this announcement, I was asked to come and speak. And I got there, and there was another speaker. Her name was Alice Johnson. You know Alice Johnson. Alice Johnson is a lady that I was president at the time. But President Trump pardoned her, and he pardoned her because her case got brought to his attention by Kim Kardashian. And so Alice Johnson got up and spoke, and I was blown away with her, and I was blown away with her speech. I think she was from Mississippi, I think, or Louisiana, one of the two. And she'd gone to prison for being called a drug mule. And if I understood it correctly, and I think I did, I think her role as a drug mule was she was conveying messages between the guy selling drugs and the guy supplying drugs, and she was strictly on the phone conveying messages. She never touched a drug, never sold a drug. First time offense, they gave her life in prison with no parole. First time offense. So she was in prison, I think, about 22 years. And become a model person in prison, a couple of minutes. And she got pardoned. And but that went into either all or most of the prisons in the United States that night. So we followed it up. We went out to Indian Springs State Prison in Nevada, and we walked to the gymnasium. I was there with John Potter and myself. And there's 500, 600, 800 inmates there. And when we originally walked in, we started talking to them. You can kind of see, they were kind of disinterested. Some were listening, but most weren't. But when John got up and he got to talking about what we were going to do, you could see they started to get more interested. And then when I got up there, I said, well, you guys are probably trying to figure out what this old created to here to talk to you about today. So I kind of explained to them while I was there what my background was, the fact that I've been in prison. And what we were going to do with the vocational schools. Well, Joe, when you got finished, you could hear a pin drop. And we started doing Q&As, and it seems like the questions went on forever. Finally, so the correctional officer said, they have to get back, and we had the end of Q&A. But now we have vocational schools in Nevada mannerisms into that. And it's just, to me, it's not only those men that I remember that I mentored. Okay, when they go home, a lot of them have families. You know, they got 4 or 5 children. Okay, so those children, if that father goes home and he has a job as an electrician, a plumber, air conditioning repair, their father is no longer a criminal. Their father is an electrician, he's a plumber. And I think there's a much greater chance that child will follow in those footsteps than possibly that of crime, a life of crime. So, anyway, long story, but
That's a beautiful thing to be proud of.
well, I am proud of it. But there were a number of reasons I wrote this book. I mean, I see the so-called, whatever number you pick, out to 50 million new people that are betting sports, and I see the way that sports is being marketed, the way it's being pitched to these people, and I can see, it's almost a sense that a large part of it kind of become addicted. Okay, if I had been pitched on sports the way I've been pitched on sports today with the phone, I mean, I got addicted without it. I can only imagine what it would have been with it. And then on top of it, there's no law whatsoever now, but they have to disclose anything. So people are making bets on sports. They have no idea what the odds are, or their laying or getting, or anything else. There's no disclosure whatsoever. And then on top of that, they don't even understand the basics of sports betting. So I wanted to put that in the book. By the way, Joe, you didn't ask me this. 100% of any money that comes out of this book goes to charity. It goes to an opportunity village in Las Vegas, which is an organization that works with intellectually challenged people. It goes to Oakland prisoners, and it goes to an organization in Louisville, Kentucky called Cedar Lake Lodge, which works with intellectually challenged people.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's really great that you're doing that, man. It really is. This case that they got you on insider trading, what was the allegation? What did they say that you had done?
Well, they said that a guy who was on the board at the time that passed me along non-public information, and I had taken that non-public information, and I used it to trade on the stock, taking advantage, unfair advantage, illegal advantage, and made money. And that was the allegation, and that's what I was convicted of when I went to prison. Now, I could give you the background and the details of it, Joe, and I think even the life you led, I think you would find it fairly interesting. I owned this stock for 10 years, and this fellow who was on the board of directors, his name was Tony Davis. I recently met this guy in Dallas, Texas in like 2000. And I was trying to raise money. I was trying to buy American Golf and National Golf properties. He was running Donaldson, Lufkin, and Generette in Dallas at the time, which was an investment bank. And I went there to try to raise the money to buy these entities. I didn't raise any money through him, but I hit it off with him. I liked the guy a lot. He played golf. And, we knew some other people when he had a home in La Jolla at the time. And so we became friends. In 2002, Donaldson Lufkin and Generette got sold out. And he started his own private investment firm. And then, he would call us on deals in Las Vegas. And we invested in some of the deals he called us on. Some of the deals we didn't invest in. This guy was a very prominent guy in Dallas. He owned part of the Dallas Stars. He owned part of the Texas Rangers. He was a member of the Preston Trip Hunting Club. When he was in La Jolla, I played golf with him. I played the rubber guest with him one time at La Jolla Country Club. I had a lot of respect for this guy. And every time I was ever around this guy, he was the most buttoned up guy that you'd ever imagine. And didn't realize it at the time, and I don't think most people around him realized it. But I think he ended up with a real issue with alcohol. And when he came out in court, it looked like he ended up with some sort of uncontrollable issue, I think women too. And I think he lost all his money gambling. And what happened after he lost all his money gambling, he was on the board of directors of the charity in Dallas, and he'd actually embezzled some money from them to pay some of his gambling debts. Clearly, I was totally unaware of any of this, or anyone chances even doing that, especially people with deep foods. But what happened is deep foods, when I got involved with it early on, they were made up of like three different divisions. They had we'll call it a regular milk division, which was the majority of their business, majority of the revenue. Then they had an organic division called White Wave, and then they had another division that primarily sold products to institutions, say like McDonald's and long shot type products. Well, during the years, people quit drinking a lot less milk. We'll call it fluid milk. And as a result, the fluid milk business was in decline. The organic business was growing leaps and bounds, soy milk, oat milk, different types of milks. Well, the stock traded at a depressed price because the majority of their revenue came from fluid milk, just regular milk. But the other parts of their business they were growing substantially. And that was really the play with the stock. Now, the federal government, they set the price of raw milk every month. That's publicized. So that's what the farmer gets for his milk when he sells it to some of those milk businesses. So I bought into this stock, and I realized pretty quick that I thought it was like, J&J, I thought it was something that didn't have a lot of volatility to it. Well, I realized there's a lot more volatility to it than I realized because of the price of milk, the price of petroleum products, because Dean Foods had a huge fleet of trucks for transportation. They were all running on diesel fuel, and then the cartons were made out of oil. And there were a lot of things that had material influence on how they were going to do as a company. Well, in 2010, Dean Foods came out and publicly announced that they were looking at spinning off White Wave, the organic division. They hired a company to come in and do an assessment, and came back and said, well, the time would look right for them to do it. That was something they would certainly consider in the future if it was in the best interest of the company. In 2000, I sold all my stocks. In 2011, at the very end of 2011, I bought 58,900 shares of that stock from JP Morgan. The only reason I bought this stock, for me, it was a very, very small amount of stock, a very small investment. The only reason I bought this stock was JP Morgan was their lead bank. And I knew if I ever tried to talk to that analyst about Dean Foods, and he wasn't available, he was in a blackout period, maybe there was something wrong. Because I knew they were going to spin this company off eventually, and not only did I know it, everyone else knew it. It wasn't a matter of if, it was just a matter of when. So you fast forward to May of 12. That month, Deutsche Bank had come out with a report, and they had predicted that White Wave was going to be spun off. Well, they had an earnings report that month in May, and I put a limited order in to buy the stock. Do you know what a limited order is? No. Well, it's like making an offer on a house, okay? A limited order on a stock, let's say the stock's trading at $10. You call your broker up and you say, okay, Joe, I want to buy so many shares of Dean Foods stock, but I'm not paying any more than $10. If it goes past 10, I don't want any. But anything you buy for 10 or less, I want to buy this number of shares of stock. So I put a limited order in this day to buy that stock, and I didn't get it bought. I got half the stock bought because the price had gone up. Well, the next day they reported earnings, and they also announced that they were back considering to spin off White Wave stock. Stock went up about $1.20. I bought another 750,000 shares of stock and paid the additional $1.20. I didn't sell a share. That was in May. In June, I bought stock. In July, there was a severe drought in the United States. Corn prices went through the ceiling, and when corn prices went up, the price of milk's going to go up because farmers got to feed his milk with corn, right? And then on top of that, what happened when the corn prices went way up, the Dean Foods stock price went way down. And I had a loss on the stock at that time of, I had a paper loss of, I don't know, $3, $4, $5 million. Well, when he did that, I went back in and I bought another, say, 1.5 million shares of the stock, which was consistent with what I've done with every stock I've ever owned. I buy a stock, the price goes down, I'm going to buy more of that stock to average price now, especially if I feel like the stock is really undervalued. And the only reason deep to the stock had gone down was because of this drought. And the corn prices had gone up. Both those things were temporary. Droughts don't last forever. And I knew as soon as the drought normalized itself, the stock would go back up regardless. But on top of that, Dean Foods had announced they were considering spinning off White Wave stock. This was the second time publicly that they've done this. Okay, because in 2010, they did it. They did a study. Now this is 2012. So in August, when they reported earnings, they confirmed we're going to spin off White Wave stock. Stock goes up about $4.50 a share. I didn't sell a share deal. I bought another 1 million shares. I paid an additional $4.50 a share. Now, from that August until the following February of the next year, every time Dean Foods stock would go down, I would buy more of it. Okay. So now we get to February of 2013, and I own 5,300,000 shares of stock. Well, I wanted to buy a home in Palm Desert, so I bought a home at a place called Big Orange Country Club. I sold 1 million shares of the stock to pay for the house, and I kept 4,300,000 shares. 2 weeks later, Dean Foods reported earnings, and the earnings were bad. The stock went down $2. That was one of the charges of insider trading they charged me with, Joe. They said that I had prior knowledge that the earnings were going to be bad. I avoided a $2 million loss on 1 million shares of stock that I sold. But I lost $8.6 million on the stock I kept. So does that make sense to you? If you're trading on insider trading, I would only sell 1 million shares of it. I mean, why would I sell it all? You know? That was one of the charges. But anyway, fast forward.
How did they try to prove that you had insider information?
Well, I'm going to get around to that. I'm a slow storyteller, but I'm thorough. I had 31 months to think about this in prison, Joe. So, anyway, fast forward to the following August, which was a year after they announced publicly they were going to do this. I kept my 4,300,000 shares, and then the following August, when they finally spun it off, is when I sold my balance of my stock. So they did the investigation, and what happens anytime there's a material transaction with a publicly traded company, the SEC, they'll send out a list of people who's bought or sold significant amounts of stock to the boards of directors, and they'll ask them, do you know this person? And when he did, Mr. Davis, he identified me, and rightfully so, that who I was, what our relationship was. So the SEC, they were doing their investigation. Right after the case in New York with Mr. Alcott, I blew away, there was nothing there. This Dean Foods thing came up. And I didn't realize it at the time, but Tom Davis had gotten involved in some pretty bad things. So the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, they leaked 2 stories. And all the details in the book about the leaked stories, 100% of it. And when they leaked these stories, and one of the stories they put Tom Davis' name in the book. So Tom Davis, his lawyer, a guy named Bill Shammer, they contact the SEC and they say, look, we want to come and give a voluntary interview. So they go up, they give a voluntary interview, and they said, look, they denied emphatically that they'd ever given me any inside information. Told them that under no circumstances had they ever given me any inside information. Well, the SEC, but more importantly, the FBI continued to investigate Tom Davis. They learned that he had embezzled this money from a Better Women's charity in Dallas. They learned that he had a fraudulent tax return filed, because what happened when he took this money out of his charity, when he put the money back in the charity, it creates an entry, withdrawal and an entry. Well, the guy who normally filed the taxes for the charity and told him we're going to have to show this withdrawal and this entry. He said, oh, no, you can't do that. Because he didn't want other people on the board of directors to know what he'd done. So he gets someone else to file a return, which is fraudulent. He doesn't disclose this. And then come to find out, he had given inside information to someone else in Dallas, another man there. So they continued to investigate him, and I think after he and his lawyer learned that they had him for embezzlement, they had him for tax fraud, and they believed they had him for insider trading, this other man there that he had actually given inside information to. 2 years after he'd given this interview, he decided that he didn't want to make a deal. So his lawyer had represented Mark Cuban in his case of Dallas for Mark Cuban had an SEC case. In that case, his lawyer had hired a lawyer out of New York, a guy named Chris Clark. And Chris Clark was the lawyer that recently represented President Biden and had to withdraw from the case. Or, I'm sorry, he didn't represent President Biden. I'll take that back. He represented President Biden's son. But he had to withdraw himself from the case for some reason sometime back. It's the same Chris Clark. Well, anyway, Milsheimer, he called us Chris Clark and said, look, we gave an interview 2 years ago, but things have, evidently things have changed. They felt like they were under a threat of him getting some major jail time because he embezzled the money, he filed a fraudulent tax return, and he hadn't given us other guy inside information. So Chris Clark, there's another a young lawyer that just joined their firm, and this young lawyer was named his name was Naftalis, and Benjamin Naftalis, and he had just worked at the Southern District of New York, and he'd been gone for a short period of time. And he'd actually worked with the same prosecutors investigating this case. So Tom Davis and Milsheimer, they ended up retaining Chris Clark and this Benjamin Naftalis to represent them. So they go up there and decide they're going to make a deal with the government. In return, the government, they're not going to, they're not going to push for him to spend any time in prison. So do you know what a proffer is?
No.
Okay, I didn't know what one was either until this case came up. What a proffer is, Joe, if you meet with prosecutors or you meet with the FBI and you decide you're going to tell them something about someone else, that's called a proffer. You're going to tell them everything you know. It has to be truthful. And the reason for a proffer is once you tell them, then they'll decide, okay, if you're willing to do that, this is what we're willing to do for you. Well, Davis went to have these proffer sessions with the FBI and the prosecutor pertaining to me. If you were going to have a proffer session, you were going to tell someone about someone else, how many proffer sessions do you think it would take for you to tell someone this story? And let's say the proffer sessions last 2 hours each, 2.5 hours. How long do you think it would tell for you to explain it to someone? How long do you think it may take? I don't know. It took him 29 hours. He had 29 proffer sessions, Joe.
60
hours. And to get his story straight about supposedly how he gave me inside information. And in court, he said, I never asked him for inside information one time. He quote voluntarily gave it to me inside information, as if I would know what he was giving me was inside information. And in court, he testified he didn't think he was going to be 1 day in jail. Bottom line was embezzling the charity, filing a fraudulent tax return, giving another man inside information. All those things, he wasn't going to do 1 day in jail for any of them. And he was our only witness against me, Joe. Now, my lawyers caught him a minimum of 25 lies. It came out in court, I think on business trip, he called 22 escort services. The guy was off the rails. No, the guy that I described to you that I met in 2002, the guy that used to own part of the Dallas Stars and Texas Rangers, and the guy that was he'd gone from that to this. And drugs involved? I don't know what alcohol's involved. I don't know that. But to give you an idea how wacky this guy was, he pleads guilty to a bunch of felonies. I mean, it wouldn't mean whatever he pleaded guilty to 100 of them because they told him he was convinced he wasn't going to do a day in jail.
They were going after you.
Oh, yeah. And so anyway, after he does this, to give you an idea how wacky this guy was, after he does this, he comes to Las Vegas, he throws a party at the Wynn Hotel celebrating his deal he's cut with the government. He lost another $50,000 gambling. That's how wacky about this is. So anyway, so that was their only witness against me, Joe. They had no other witnesses against me. They had 60 days of wiretaps on me. How many of you think they played in court? Zero. That's right. The lead FBI agent in the case who was in charge of the entire squad of the White Collar Crime Investigation Unit in New York, his name was David Chavez. When these stories were leaked to the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, our lawyers filed a complaint with the court accusing the FBI and the Southern District of leaking this information to the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. They came back and denied it, said this never happened. Said we were on a fishing expedition. That's what Pre Bahara said. We were on a fishing expedition. But the judge, to their surprise, I think he said something like, well, these quotes are almost identical to the ones were made. The grand jury said he orders an evidentiary hearing, which completely shocked them because normally the judges are just a rubber stamp for them up there, and they just take their word. We didn't have anything to do with this. There's no point in having a hearing. Well, this judge, he did. He said, well, we need to have an evidentiary hearing. So a couple days before the hearing, they sent a letter over to the judge. It's a letter that they call it in camera. What that means is it's a private letter that no one else can see. My lawyers never got a copy of it. But they sent this letter over to this judge. He said, Judge, you know what, we did do this. Said, David Chavez, the head of the White Collar Crime Unit for the FBI in New York, he's the one who did it. And said, yeah, there were 5 other FBI agents who were aware of it and were in the meetings with him, but they really didn't have anything to do with it. It was just him. But he did it, and we want to fess up. But we want you to keep this totally private. We don't want anyone to know anything about this. It'll hurt our reputation, and we recommend that you hold him in contempt of court. Well, our lawyers found out that there was a letter, but they found out they weren't telling us what was in it. So, my lawyers they filed a bunch of motions and for this judge to make this letter public. Well, finally, the judge did make the letter public, and a copy of the letter is in my book. There were approximately 2,000 emails, Joe. They turned over 5 or 6 is what they turned over. Those public emails are in my book, too. But let me give you an example of what those emails contain. There's a guy who is a journalist for the New York Times. He's still there. His name is Protus. And his name is Ben Protus. If you look up all the stories he does, it's pretty easy to see. He writes stories predominantly about cases that involve the Southern District of New York. Well, in a one email that they turned over involving Ben Protus had written a story about our case. And he was forced to do a redaction, a correction. And when he was forced to do the correction, he was upset about this because the story had been given him by this guy, David Chavez. So he calls this Chavez up and he said, look, the story you gave me, I had to do this redaction. And he's complaining to the guy. The guy says, look, you're on my radar screen now. Since so is the New York Times. So the FBI agent threatening this guy. So this guy Protus, he calls up this guy Zobel, who's the number 2 at the U.S. Attorney's Office. He's right under Pre Bahara. He tells him all the story. He said, the story I had to go into a correction. He said, I called this FBI agent and he threatened me. And he threatened the New York Times. This guy Zobel, he sends an email out to the rest of the people in the U.S. Attorney's Office, or a number of people in the U.S. Attorney's Office. And he tells them, he recants exactly what happened. This guy, Protus, calls him up. That email's in the book, too. Okay. So, there were 5 of those emails. And there was another email in there where they identified a lady who writes for the Wall Street Journal. Her name is Susan Pulliam. She's still writes for them. If you look at the stuff she writes, it's very similar to Beth Promise. They're all accountability kind of stories. Chavez says he has a relationship with her. The bottom line was, you know, in my case, if she were to call you up and interview you, things that she learned about people he was investigating, she would pass them along to him too. That's one of the emails they turned over. That's in my book also. So what happened is when these two stories got linked in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times, it's the same thing. Within seconds of each other. Tom Davis's name, one in the first one, my name was in there, Phil Mickelson's name was in there, Carl Icon's name was in there. But they continued to put the link to stories in there, and finally they got Davis's name in there, which when his name came in there, he gets Bill Shower, goes into the house, and 2 years later, after they found out all these other things, he decides he isn't going to, he will be a witness for them in return. He doesn't think he's going to do a day in jail. And he hires this lawyer up there who had worked with him for 8 years, the prosecutors. It still takes him 29 meetings for him to get his story straight. So I go to court. He's the only witness against me. Okay. They don't play one wiretap. Well, that jury goes back to Joe. And by the way, the FBI agent Chavez was suspended from the FBI. The judge in our case referred his case to the Office of Public Integrity in Washington, D.C. And he recommended he be charged with 2 felonies. Criminal contempt and obstruction of justice. You know what happened to Mr. Chavez? He was allowed to retire, Joe, with pay. And he's never been prosecuted for anything. Ooh. So when the jury went back and they convicted me, they didn't know that there were 60 days of wiretaps. They didn't know that the lead FBI agent for 3.5 years that had been doing this case had been thrown out of the FBI and had been described to the judge doing their case. Said he should be charged with 2 felonies. They didn't know any of that. Now, in retrospect, like I said, I had 31 months to think about this. Our case went on for a little over 3 weeks. We're in the winter in New York. Weather's really bad. You know, they stopped the trial 15, 20 times. The jury, they were sleeping, and one guy snored so loud, the judge stopped the trial. So they'd already completely lost interest. And the case is about insider trading. I mean, a lot of people don't understand stock trading, Joe. And, you know, they got cross-eyed up there with the lawyer showing them graphs and all these type things. And the one guy on the jury said, the next week he was going to have to leave. He couldn't stay on the jury longer. He's going to go on a trip. So after the prosecution had wrapped their case up, I had to make a decision whether I was going to testify or not. My lawyer said, look, nobody can believe this guy, Tom Davis. He said, there's no one that can convict you if they can't believe Tom Davis. And we had 23 witnesses prepared to testify. And we talked about it, and the lawyer said, it's strictly your decision. So we're just telling you, we don't think that there's any way they can convict you if you don't testify. So we ended up putting 5 witnesses on. We put on 3 stockbrokers that I did business with, a controller from our company, and a pilot who had flown me. And he was on there for one reason. There was an allegation I was in Texas at a certain time, and I wasn't. We proved I wasn't. Anyway, we rested our case, and big mistake. I should have testified. We should have put the other people on, regardless of whether the jury, was bored or whether they wasn't, or whether the guy was going to leave or whether he wasn't. And the other thing that was another reason that I got convicted, and I go to my grave believing this, Phil Mickelson was supposed to come and testify. He told me he would. Phil Mickelson got involved in this case. It was really another screwy deal. And I wrote about it in the book, and I only wrote about it in the book because there was no way to tell the story unless I explained my relationship with him. But he bought stock in this company too. And when the SEC attempted to interview him, he took the Fifth Amendment. And when I learned he took the Fifth Amendment, I said, why the hell are you doing this? Tell the truth. I didn't realize it, but he was involved in another investigation, a money laundering investigation, that had been going on for a year. It had had nothing to do with me, and he was afraid to testify on the SEC because he was concerned they would ask him questions about this money laundering case. Now, he'd already given interviews to the FBI, and he didn't emphatically deny that I'd ever given him any inside information. How did I know that? I got a copy of the interviews. That's another thing, Joe. If someone does an interview with the FBI and they tell them something that ends up getting you in trouble, or you end up getting indicted for that, you never get to see any of that as part of discovery. But if you tell them something that basically proves a guy's innocent, you get indicted. They have to give you a copy of that. It's called Brady material. Well, I got a copy of the interviews. I know exactly what he told me. Yeah. And the same thing he told me, And, well, prosecutors weren't about to call him because they knew what he was going to say. He told me he would come and testify. And the 11th hour, he changed his mind. He says his lawyers told him not to come and testify. Well, the stories that got leaked in the paper early on with him, myself, and Carl Icahn, everybody in the world had read these stories about Phil Mickelson, myself, etc. Everybody read that Phil Mickelson to give $1 million back, he made the stock trade. Well, if you're don't know anything about this case, and you see someone who's being investigated for insider trading, two people, you see one guy give $1 million back, there's only two conclusions you can come to. Either he's innocent, he gave $1 million back, or he bought his way out, one or two. But regardless, it makes the other guy look guilty as hell, the guy who supposedly gave him inside information, because why in the hell would a guy give $1 million back on a stock trade if he didn't do something wrong or he wasn't buying his way out? That's what the average guy thinks, right? That's what I would think. Well, what they didn't realize was he gave this money back. The money laundering case that he was involved in, he miraculously gets dropped out of that. The guy they wired the money to went to federal prison too. Yeah. So all that's in the book. That's the reason I had to write the book, Joe. I mean, the only reason he's in my book, he's in 2 chapters of 28. I couldn't have written the book and told this story without writing my relationship with him and him. The only thing I wrote in there was what I had to write in there. I mean, there are a lot of things, that I didn't put in there, and I'm not going to put in there. I only put the stuff in there that involved our vetting relationship, our friendship, and this issue with the SEC. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything else involved with him or his personal life is not in the book, and I would have never put it in the book. So that's the component, about myself and him, about the Southern District, about my indictment. And the only way I could have told a story is write a book. Armin Katayan, I decided to write this book. I have a fellow who works with me, advises me on a lot of things. The guy's got a lot of expertise in these areas. His name is Glenn Bucky. And Glenn recommended Armin Katayan to me. And Armin worked for 60 Minutes for 8 years. He was a correspondent there. He was CBS Sports for like 12 years. He's a highly, highly well-known, extremely respected journalist. He's done 12 books. He won 12 Emmy Awards. He did a book on Tiger Woods. So I wanted Armin involved in this because I had to tell this story about my prosecution about the Southern District of New York. I had to tell the story about the involvement in the New York Times and Wall Street Journal. But I had to have someone who could write that story. He was a former investigative reporter, and Armin is one of the absolute best in the world. For someone who no one would question their credibility. And Armin and Glenn Bunny and our team did a magnificent job in helping me tell that part of the story. The rest of the book, pretty much, it's in my words. I mean, I wrote the vast majority of the other, but I worked with a lot of great people. In the book, I worked again, Armin Katayan. I can't say enough good things about Armin, but Armin and explaining his story along with Glenn Bunny, Southern District. You'd have to understand Glenn Bunny's background too. Here are two people who worked at the highest levels of journalism, but they've also worked with government prosecutors. I mean, they work and they know this business inside and out. And you could ask either one of them. Frankly, they were in disbelief of what the facts were until they confirmed what the facts were. And Armin, I think if I'm quoting Armin correctly, said, I've never seen anything like this.
It sounds so dirty.
Well, it was.
What is it like that you've given up 31 months of your life for something so gross?
But Joe, 31 months of your life when you're 71 years old, which very easily could have been a lifetime.
Yeah.
It was rough. I mean, I left my wife at the time. We've been married for 48 years marriage, but I left her saying goodbye along to the federal prison. And I was like, I didn't know I was ever getting out because, again, my age, right?
Also, it's fucking dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous. And I was in what that's another misnomer, Joe. And this is one of the biggest misnomers there is. And this is the reason I love you and I love your show, because you get a chance here to tell your story. We're not sound bites. We're not, it's not some BS orchestrated story out there. I went to Pensacola prison, and I hired a prison consultant. I was looking for someplace I could go to that my wife could communicate, communicate reasonably. And while I was in prison, she was in Kentucky the majority of the time. So it wasn't a bad commute for her. But they also had a program there, it's called alcohol. If you've had issues with alcohol in the past, you qualify for this program. You go through it and you get a year from your sentence. So I thought I could possibly qualify for that. Well, I go there, and they've got a story written about this prison like in 2008. I think it was written by either Barbara Walters or someone like Barbara. And they described this prison as like a country club. And they had swimming pools, and the people could play golf. Anyway, I'm going to tell you the place that I went to, okay? I don't know what it's like in 2008, but I can tell you what it's like in 2017 on October the 10th when I walked in there. I was in a dorm, in a building that was built in 1960. And this building, this is where Naval Airmen used to be housed. I was in a room 18 by 22 with 9 other prisoners on bunk beds. They had black marble all over the walls. There's no heat whatsoever in this building. I'm in Pensacola, Florida. I'm not in Miami. I'm in a concrete block building. It's got chillers that run 24/7. So in the winter there, you can't imagine how cold you would get in there. There's 200 men on this floor. We had a restroom on each side of the entrance. But you got 10 men in an 18 by 22 room. You got black mold on the walls, and you got no heat. The food in this place was just horrible. There were prisoners that came down and fed at multiple levels of fellow prisoners. Every one of them said it was the worst food they had ever seen in any place. Medical care there was pitiful. All the doctors, his nickname was Dr. Death. There was a guy there that they diagnosed with hemorrhoids, and he died of colon cancer. I can tell you another story. It's funny, but it's not funny. To give you an idea how bad the medical care was. There was a guy who went in and he had a place on his face. They told him to come back, they were going to take it off. It's like in February. The guy goes back in, this Dr. Death takes a big thing off the other side of his face, the wrong side. He gets up and the guy, he wishes him Merry Christmas on the way out. Now we're in the middle of February. The guy put a big hole in the complete wrong side of his face, left the other face. That was one of the doctors that was there. So I got the flu when I first went in there, and I'm really sick. I mean, really, really sick. And I got so sick I was in bed like 3-4 days. Well, I went down immediately to try to get something for the flu. They told me to drink warm water and to take aspirin. And I could get the aspirin out of the commissary. 2 days later, I go down and start having problems with my lungs. I got chewed out for coming back down. again, they gave me nothing. Luckily for me, there were some guys that were inside the prison that gave me some things that could help me. Had been for that, I'm not sure. I don't know what the outcome of that would have been. It could have been bad because I was bedridden for 6 7 days. And I saw that on multiple occasions. So the good thing about the place was there were no bars. You could walk around it, at certain times with total freedom. There was a track. They had a place you could do weights. The visitation there was great until COVID came along. And so you had plenty of opportunities to have visits. There were bars, you had a track. That was all good. And but I can tell you, the medical care there, the food, and the conditions themselves were horrible. I mean, they were horrible. And the people who came down from parole and medium security prisons, they said they were much better in the prisons they came from when they were there. But those conditions were. So that's the reason, along with the fact, when I got out, I had to do something about this. But that's a story that isn't being told. It's like, I saw some guy the other day got sentenced to Pensacola, and I saw the story that some lazy journalist just rewrote something they read that somebody else put in there 2, 3, 4 years ago that isn't accurate. And they described this place as being some kind of country club. You think it's a country club, possibly. You go down there and check in. And you go over and get you some of those boots that you're forced to wear that are seconds or made in China. I got a pair of boots when I got there. The second day, I lost a toenail. Luckily for me, at the time, there was a doctor there, and I went and saw this doctor, and he gave me some shoes that I saw for soles. From what I understand, they've eliminated those today. You have to wear the boots that they give you there now. They're steel-toed boots, and they're not even good for, like I say, the majority of them don't even fit the people. How do I know that? I worked in the laundry myself, and I was the one who were issuing that stuff. And when I went to the head of the place, I said, look, these things are horrible. People coming back, their feet are bleeding and everything else. Finally, they changed them out. They got something that did fit better. I mean, it's just, anyway, that's what it is. But prison isn't supposed to be, it's supposed to be a punishment to a certain degree. And it's supposed to be a detriment. And there's no question about that. You're not supposed to go to some country, but you should be able to go to some place where you want to sit next to a black hole. And if you do have a medical issue, you truly do have a flu that is diagnosed by the flu by them, then you get something to treat the flu.
Just the fact that you gave up 31 months of your life, the fact you had to go to that place, and that now you know all the actual details of the case, you know all the stuff that was withheld, that's got to be a tough pill to swallow. I mean, that would make me very bitter.
Joe, when I got out of federal prison, to give you an idea, I was still under long confinement. I filed a federal lawsuit in New York. I sued the former head of the FBI. I sued Pre-Barr, the former U.S. attorney. I sued David Chavez. I sued Daniel Goldman, who's now the congressman up there. And I sued, or 5 of them I sued. Zobel, the guy who's the second in command up there at the U.S. attorney's office. I'm going to give you an idea. I filed a federal lawsuit up there, and the lawsuit speaks for itself. I laid out the allegations of all the things that these people did from my perspective. You know that not one media organization in New York even reported the lawsuit. New York Times, New York Post, the New Yorker, not one of those news organizations even reported the fact that I had filed a suit against these people we're talking about. That's what bothers me. Forget about it. I mean, if somebody files, I don't care what the suit is or what the allegations are. I mean, it's news. Yeah. I filed a suit. It's in federal court for 8 months. Their only answer was the statute of limitations ran out. After 8 months, the judge threw it out. I would have had to file this federal lawsuit while I was in federal prison under federal custody. In order for me to file it within the statute of limitations. But the fact that it didn't even get reported that I filed a suit and made these allegations, that's what puts a chill in me. Yeah. How can that happen?
Because they're dirty.
Yeah.
They all have relationships. How did those lawsuits, all the lawsuits that you filed, how did they pan out?
Well, the one I filed against them got thrown out because the statute of limitations had run out. And that was really the only suit that I filed. there's only suit I couldn't file.
So there's no recourse.
No, there's no recourse.
Which is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, another thing, Joe, after I was convicted, once you're convicted in the federal system, there's a department, I forget what the name of it is, but they work for the courts. You go meet, and this lady's name was Rebecca Dawson, I won't forget her name. You go up, you spend a day, they interview you, they get all your background, and they go back, check your background out extensively. And then they turn that over to the judge. And with their recommendation. Okay, after they had interviewed me, they thoroughly investigated my background. The recommendation of the judge was to give me a year and a day and a $10 million fine. The judge gave me 5 years, and I paid in fines and restitution $45 million. On top of that, Joe, I was ordered to pay another $9 million for Tom Davis's legal fees. That was testified against me. Dean Foods, for some unexplainable reason, first part of it I understand, the second part I don't understand at all. When he originally got his attorney, they were paying his legal fees because he was one of the directors. That part I understand. Okay, but after he decided to become a government witness, and he pled guilty to a bunch of things, and one of them was, passing on inside information, they continued to pay his legal fees, even after that. So his legal fees were like $9 million. So they got a law firm, came forward, filed the thing, and the judge ordered me and Tom Davis to reimburse Dean Foods for $9 million. Because this guy, he's not going to get any money. I paid the entire $9 million, right? So the Supreme Court comes along later on, and they rule that a portion of those fees they weren't entitled to. So they have to refund me a portion of those fees. What do you think happened there? Dean Foods goes bankrupt. I got stiff from them too. I never got enough on them.
So glad you can laugh.
Well, Joe, you got two choices with this. I wanted to tell a story. Look, I'm not the only guy that's been through something like this. A lot of people go through this. You get out of prison, they say, look, man, I just want it over with. I don't want to have a reoccurring problem with so-and-so and so-and-so who wants to piss off powerful people. Okay. I couldn't. I'm not cut out of that cloth. I actually did this more for other people than I did for myself. There's so many people out there, Joe, that don't have the resources. They don't have the resiliency that I do. They don't have the support that I do. And this is going on today, Papa. And this is going to continue to go on until the people who make the laws do something about this. Okay. But the vast majority of the people in law enforcement are great people. And I agree with that too. The problem that you've got there, and I see this over and over, is there are some bad ones. Like any profession, you have some bad ones. Okay. The problem I see there is when they don't, the bad ones they have, they get them start a blind eye to them. They don't do anything about it because they don't want trouble. I give you an example in my case. The guy that worked with this guy Chavez, he put a whistle on him, and because of what he was doing. Prior to me being indicted or anything else, we learned this through our discovery. The guy blew the whistle inside the FBI. That guy got transferred to some other part of the United States and they promoted Chavez. Yeah. So, but again, I get it. I mean, I've had people who are very close to me when I decided to write this book, and when I decided to sue those people in New York, and aren't you worried about this? Aren't you worried? I said, look, I'm not worried about nothing. At the end of the day, I can't live my life like that. I mean, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything unethical. But does that mean that someone can't target me for something? Or they target me for it? I mean, again, that's the other problem. I mean, so this guy Chavez, right? Okay. time to retire. He gets paid. He doesn't get prosecuted. Okay, what can I do with Chavez? I can't do anything with Chavez. I can't sue him. I can't do anything.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
It really is crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
You know, I've worked with Josh Dubin, who used to be a part of the Innocence Project, and now he's doing some things on his own, and it's all about releasing people from jail unjustly prosecuted. And you hear about these cases
All the time, Barbara.
It's insane, bro. It's insane.
Well,
It's so dirty.
The publisher that did my book, Simon Schuster, the editor there, we were talking one day, and they were talking about the book, and the book was done very, very well. We're proud of that. But the book is, everybody kind of think the book's written about this guy's professional handicap, and people want to know about that. They want to know about his interests in life there. But what's actually come back, I think people care. I think the popularity of the book is more tied to the human interest side of it than anything else. And the guy went on to say, you know what the perfect story is? I said, no. He said, well, the perfect story is when the story is out there, there's complete silence. He said, in your case, your story involves the FBI, it involves the New York Times, it involves the Wall Street Journal, it involves the Memphis. There's not one of these people refuting one word you said in this book. I hadn't thought about that. And they haven't, because it's all factual, it's all true, and there's no grounds to refute anything I said.
Is that the most corrupt thing that you've ever? I mean, you're guys who have been involved in gambling your whole life, which people think of as a very shady business, dangerous, involved with all sorts of unscrupulous characters. Is that the most dirty thing you've ever been involved with?
Not even close.
No?
Yeah, it's not even remotely close. Yes, it is.
Wow.
Undoubtedly.
Which is crazy because your guys life threatened. You were in a trunk of a car at one point in time. What was all that about?
It was the early 80s, Joe, before I lived in Las Vegas. I had a nightclub in Woodwood. It was called Butch Cassidy's. It was a country music joint. You had to fight your way in, fight your way out. And anyway, it was the day after the Super Bowl, and everybody owed a pay. And of course, most people owed me. They hadn't come by yet. But we had some popular band there, and I forgot what the door charge was, $5, $10, whatever it was. They had a pocket full of money. It looked like a lot of money, but it was like $4,000. It looked like 40. So I leave the joint. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I drive home, and I'm living in a condo, and I pull up from the condo and have a garage. And I pull up from the condo and got out of the car. All of us two guys with ski masks on. They jumped out. They were heading down the wall with the next car. One of them had a double-barrel shotgun. The other one had a 45. He stuck that shotgun next to my ribs, 45 next to my head, and they rocked me. And so the guys got the shotgun. I was shotguns jumping up and down. I said, man, just calm down. I said, everything's cool. I'm trying to cool him down. I said, well, it was so funny. I just got back to Vegas, Joe, and I didn't tell this story in the book, but I get the chance to tell it here. And I used to play on a poker out there, and at the Golden Nugget, there was a guy there that sold watches. His name was Sam Angel. And he sold these knockoff watches. I mean, they look like they're authentic as they could be. You could buy Rolex from him at the time for like $35. And I had this Rolex watch. It was a knockoff. It wasn't real, but man, it looked real. Well, anyway, they took my money, but they didn't touch that Rolex watch. So, I mean, it clearly was an inside job. So they took me back in the trunk of the car, and they said, they opened the trunk of the car, and they told me to get in. I first bought it, and I said, no, I'm not getting in the trunk of this car. They said, look, you get in this trunk of this car one of two ways. You're going to get on your own, or you're going to fall in. So anyway, I got in the trunk of the car. They closed the trunk of the car. So your mind gets to racing. I figured when they pull out, they're going to do that double-barrel shotgun on me. So I'm scrambling around. I got the tire loose. Got behind, the spare tire. The car goes by. I breathe a sigh of relief. They're gone. All at once, I realized I'm in the trunk have my truck level anyway. Well, finally, I got to go over to the back seat. There's some holes in the back seat where they got speakers and stuff. I finally dug through there and punched a hole in the back seat of the car, and I was screaming. I never did wake my wife up, but I woke up the next door neighbor. He goes over and wakes my wife up. So Susan comes out. She figured, I come home and join. I'm drunk in the back of the car, right? Well, anyway, she comes out. She hears me in the back seat. Finally, she opens the truck, gets me out. And, no, I'm 99% sure I know who did it. And, but anyway, it was a memorable experience.
Your whole life has been a series of memorable experiences, sir.
Yeah, you're right. One thing about it, Joe, I got my money's worth. If it were all in tomorrow, I'd get shortchanged.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a great book out, and you've got wild stories, and you seem to have your peace of mind.
Oh, I do.
Which is amazing, considering what you've gone through, especially with the trial, what they did to you. It's amazing that you're so relaxed and so calm and so at peace, and that speaks to your character.
Joe, my oldest son, when he was 7 years old, was diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. He was given 30 days to live, and that changed my life. And I was a young guy at the time, gone all the time, as I wrote about in the book, and they put me focused on, making money, and I went through that, and it changed my life. And as a result of that, I got involved with working with intellectually challenged people. I got introduced to an organization that's famous called Opportunity Village, and it's strictly an organization that works with intellectually challenged people. And that's been one of the most fulfilling things that's ever happened to me. So, it's every negative thing that's ever happened to me in my life, something positive has came out of it. And that involving my son Scott, who the grace of God still alive today, he defied all odds. But that changed my life. It made a lot better man out of me.
That's awesome. Bill, tell everybody the title of the book, where they can get it. And is there an audiobook available?
There is.
Did you read it?
Unfortunately, I read it, Joe.
Perfect.
You'll have to listen to some recipe voice.
I want you to read it.
Well,
it's your story. I'd like it to be in your voice.
So the publisher trapped me. The book's called Gambler Seekers from a Life at Risk. But back to the audiobook part of it, the publisher trapped me. He said, would you try to do this? He said, most people can't do it because that's all they had to do is tell me that. So I had a partial knee replacement. So I go in the studio a couple of weeks later. I got earphones on like we have now. I got a producer. They all propped up with cherry lights on it. And I'm doing the audio portion of this book. You've probably done a number of them, but the part of the book that I wrote, the part of the book that's in my words, I have no problem with it at all. The part of the book in there that others wrote, and there were words used that I don't use every day. Sometimes I'd have to repeat those paragraphs 2, 3, 4 times. The second day, it took me 40 hours to do this thing. The publisher, she started laughing. She said, it's so obvious, you would never use some word. But it was an experience. I'll never forget it. I'm glad I did do it. But Simon Schuster's right. There's very few people probably will do it because it's not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not easy to do. But that sounds like your whole life.
Yes, sir.
Well, listen, Billy, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you coming in here, and I appreciate you writing your book. And I'm glad you did. I really am. I'm glad I got a chance to sit down and talk to you.
So thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I have nothing but the utmost respect for you and what you do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Bye, buddy. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by SimpliSafe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a SimpliSafe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there is no long-term contracts ever, so you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend SimpliSafe. Right now, listeners to this podcast can get a special 20% off any new SimpliSafe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. Don't wait, that's simplysafe.com/Rogan.
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathiv today.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. And we're up. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah. Great to be here, man. Made it back. Last time I saw you, I don't know, my eyes might have been a little crossed.
Last time I saw you last night.
Right, that's
last time.
Yeah, that's true. But we'd start with that then.
But the last time we saw each other on a podcast,
Yeah.
Things went a little west. We got a little toxic.
So absolutely. So, the whiskey kept pouring, and that was when I had that van. So I still have the van, but at the time I was kind of living in the van, traveling in the van. So I drove
heavy COVID. This is like the beginning of COVID, where it was like we're going to be around each other. Like, we okay? We got tested.
Yeah, right. We did got the COVID test, and then I had the van up in the parking lot.
Yeah.
And we started drinking the whiskey about midway through the show, and then the next thing I know, I'm opening my eyes in my van, and it's the next day, and I'm just like, oh shit, what happened on the show? So I think that maybe the last half hour of the show was such a blur. I don't really quite remember getting the van, but I had a nice sleep in the parking lot. It was amazing, and then I kind of was a little nervous about it. Geez, that's a weird feeling when you
don't know what you said.
Yeah. And I called my mom. And everybody seemed, like it was, people thought it was funny, but I mean, I think she was a little concerned about the amount of drinking, but no, it was a great time. But
it was fun.
Yeah, it was a great time.
It was fun, so we got a little off the rails. You didn't have to go anywhere.
No.
Van was parked.
It was awesome.
What is it like sleeping in parking lots? That's got to be an odd thing.
Well, I rarely did that in the van. It was mostly out in these remote desert parks, like out in Bureau of Land Management land, BLM land in the desert.
Yeah.
And I was going around filming, and so I wasn't. But there was a couple of times I'd sleep in a truck stop, because I was wanting to make a lot of distance, so I could drive until I kind of couldn't keep my eyes open, and I'd pull over at a truck stop and sleep.
Sketchy proposition, right?
You don't know who's around.
Yeah, well, in the desert, it's a little more nerve-wracking because you're all alone out there, and people can see the van in the distance, and it's a pretty nice van. So, yeah, I was hoping for that, but no aliens. I had a nice flyover from the U.S. fighter jet, the Trona Pinnacles. This amazing part of desert California. Oh, yeah. And I was the only person there, and I could tell this fighter jet saw me, and he just kind of came in right over.
Oh, wow.
Right over
Just to say that.
Yeah, I didn't get my camera out in time.
I just flew in one of those ones.
Yeah, the Blue Angels. Oh, yeah.
God, it's insane. When you realize what those jets can do. And I think what they were flying was like an FA-18. See if that's true.
Nice. Yeah,
I think that's it. That's what we did. And I think they have more capable jets now. Because this is when, I want to say this is like 2003, 2, something like that. Way back in the day. I have a plaque. It says he flew with the Blue Angels.
Well, major G-forces. I've never been in a fighter jet.
Yeah, I did. I think I did 6.5 Gs, something like that. And I stayed conscious, but then I blacked out when I forgot to do the hooking on a lesser run. Like it was lesser, it was like 4 Gs or something like that.
Forgot to do the hooks.
No, I'm sorry. When you're going through high Gs, you do a thing called hooking. I think that's what they say. When you hold on to the joystick, or you can hold on to your straps on your legs if you're the passenger like I was.
Yeah.
Like this. And you're literally forcing blood into your head to stay conscious. So while we're doing this, I'm feeling that's what you're doing. See how she's doing that?
Nice.
See how she's doing that?
Yeah. So
That's how you stay conscious. Yeah. That's how you stay conscious. You have to force the blood into your fucking brain.
It seems like it's kind of slightly on the edge of not being a perfect system, right? Like,
well, it's like you got to be a bad motherfucker to fly those things. Yeah. Those guys were all lifting, like all those Blue Angels pilots were all jacked, like super diesel.
Yeah.
Because these guys are just fucking trying to get out. They're wrestling with that thing.
Yeah.
Like it's not as simple as like you're like the physical force of going to 6 Gs is so extraordinary. You haven't felt anything like it in your life. When these guys can go to like 13 Gs. So
yeah,
it's fucking insane.
I don't think I would want to do that. Actually, I would probably just. I sometimes don't want to do those kinds of things.
You don't have to.
Yeah. It looks amazing, but I just feel like
I'm glad I did.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
just as a wake up call. Like you think you understand. You see a jet, and I think of it almost like, well, obviously, like driving a race car is very difficult, right? But driving a car fast is not that difficult.
Yeah.
You know, like if you have a good car, if you buy a new car today that handles really well, you can, if there's no one around, you can go pretty fucking fast. And it's really in control. But those things are different, man. It's like here's a physical experience. It's so fast. There's so much power and force behind those things.
You got a plane yet? You got a plane, Joe?
No, Bill Burr pilots. Bill Burr flies around in a goddamn helicopter.
Yeah,
just camp around downtown LA. You can fly wherever you want in a helicopter.
Yeah, helicopters are even more of a no-no for me. They seem to go down a little too much. You know, I've been in a few. I flew a Black Hawk through Baghdad and did one of those USO tours. I did stand up over there back in 2003.
How was that?
That was pretty wild experience. It was right before, like it was probably, fortunately for my nervous system, right after the mission accomplished banner, and right before shit hit the fan with the IEDs. So I was kind of thinking, oh, it's okay, no big deal. And we were over there in the green zone, and we were flying around in the Black Hawk helicopter. One night they said, you want to go out on a night patrol in like a tank, and I was all set to go, and then they had to cancel it because of some sort of attack. And then we started hearing there's some stuff happening. We were there for a few days only, but they started avoiding stuff on the road and the Humvees. And then the second I got back to stateside, that's when it started to get real bad over there. But I did a few of those. I did Afghanistan as well, and was on Chinook helicopters. Oh, wow. So my dad was military, so that's why I'm rocking the Canadian Army jacket. Canadian Army, we've got an army.
I heard recently heard about it. They didn't fight too hard against tyranny.
Here we go. No, it's well, we did. Actually, we fought pretty hard against the Germans. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. Well, yeah, it's fun. I watch your show all the time, Joe. So it's like I know and I'm a very proud Canadian. So
Tom, you're the granddaddy of the show.
The granddaddy. Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, first of all, you've always been very nice to give me a shout out about those early days of broadcasting in the living room. Huh?
Well, dude, you're an awesome guy. I've always loved you. You're always cool to be around. And you also, your show in 2007, when I went on your show, that was 100% a major inspiration for me to do this. Because I remember thinking, oh my God, he figured it out. Like, I remember very clearly, like, sitting next to you on that chair going, dude, this is it. Like, this is it. All you have to do is figure out how to make money with this.
Yeah, you said that on the show.
Yeah.
It's hilarious, and then you figured that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really figured that out. That's cool. That was the missing link, damn it. But no, that's amazing. No, it's I remember when we were doing it, I always wanted to do a talk show when I was growing up. I loved Letterman, right? And I'd done my show on.
You were great at it.
Yeah, I really did it.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements. Just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I can wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com.
Did enjoy the first show was more, me out in the street doing crazy stuff, and then we did a talk show, which was a little bit more of a sort of a nightly show, a little bit more time to talk, and I did love doing that when the show stopped. It was right at the time of technology changing on the web, and that was always how I was looking at technology usually, because when I was a kid I was in a rap group, and it was from technology, right? I remember drum machines came out, listening to Public Enemy, these sounds, how do you do that, right? And I would go work a summer job. I'd buy a sampler and a Kai S900 sampler and an Atari computer, and I'm making beats in my parents' basement in Ottawa, Canada. I was making beats in Ottawa, Canada. We started this group called Organized Rhyme,
And this was, well, it started in mid-'80s.
So this is all pre-internet.
Yeah, pre-internet. Yeah, this was high school.
So how are you finding out about
Yeah,
this?
there we are. Well, that was, friends at school were listening to rap music, so friends at school were like, hey, you gotta check out Public Enemy, you gotta check out Boogie Down Productions. I'm like, Boogie Down Productions? And then you get it, someone give you a cassette of like the criminal-minded Boogie Down Productions, Bridges Over album, and you're listening to it, and they're rapping about Scott Baroque, their DJ, and, unfortunately, passed away in bad circumstances, was shot and killed, and then you're listening to this sort of, that was the internet to me, it was rap music and skateboarding. Thrasher magazine, the skateboarding, you read stories about skateboarders in California in a magazine, you listen to rap music and hear stories about people who are not in Ottawa, doing cool shit, and I was kind of wanting to get up on stage and perform. I was kind of dabbling with stand-up at the Yuck Yucks at the comedy club in Ottawa, and so.
What do you say, dabbling?
Well, I was doing stand-up, but I never really got to really, a level where I was doing it every week. I was going down every week for a couple of years, and actually the reason I stopped was because the rap group got kind of sort of a record deal basically, and I kind of went focused on that for a while and stopped doing stand-up. But yeah, the club in Ottawa, Yuck Yucks in Ottawa, still there. It's moved, but it's owned by Howard Wagman, who's Yuck Yucks is kind of like the Improv of Canada. It's a chain all across the country. Mark Breslin, I'm sure you know Mark. He started it, and it's kind of like it was wild because like I don't know, it was something about the 80s, the 90s, before the internet, right? You'd go down to a comedy club and you'd find out about stuff just through word of mouth, like the rap music and like comedy. So I would go down to a comedy club, and I remember Norm Macdonald come through. He was all 25 years old, right? And I'm 16 in the audience, and I got to become this huge fan of Norm, and he was Norm. But back then there wasn't a lot of people doing stand-up like Norm. Like there wasn't this sort of angle of sort of this absurdity to it. This sort of. It was more of a structured, down the middle way of doing stand-up back then, and so Norm was this sort of, this curveball, this sort of curveball, and we just couldn't get enough of it. So every time he was in town, we'd be down there. But Howard Wagman told me this story about Norm, and the first time he came down to do stand-up at Yuck Yucks in Ottawa, and he got off stage, and he was disappointed in how it went. Norm was. He said, never doing this again. Walked down the street. Howard Wagman chased him down Spark Street in Ottawa and said, no, that was great, you're coming back, and he made him come back. The rest is history.
Norm was a legitimate genius.
Yeah.
Like a genius of life. Like a rare specimen. Like genius in not just that his comedy was brilliant, but just like, look at this. I've never seen this before. Like a totally different kind of humor.
Yeah.
And genuinely always funny. Like every conversation was funny. He was just funny. I was on a plane with him accidentally twice.
Nice. Twice. Must have been amazing.
Twice on 2 separate occasions. Just totally random. We sat next to each other on the plane like, whoa, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And the last one was so funny because he was telling me about how he quit smoking. Yeah, I quit smoking. It's turns out real bad for you. This whole thing about quit smoking, and he's talking about like how hard was it to quit. This whole thing. The moment we land, he walks into the gift shop, buys a pack of cigarettes, and he's lighting them before he gets out the door. I go, I thought you quit. He was like, dang, all that talking about it made me want to smoke.
Yeah, it's probably all an elaborate setup, right? He's planning it the whole way.
I don't know.
Who knows? He probably doesn't even smoke. He was just doing it as a gag. No, he was.
Well, he was into gambling too, right? So like people that have those kind of like impulse control issues, like gambling is a big impulsive thing. Like, I'm gonna fucking bet. Let's put it back. All of it. That's right. That kind of wild, crazy sports gambling too.
That's not a good addiction to have, especially when you have money, right?
that's a scary addiction, man. I watched Dana White gamble. I watched Dana White play blackjack, and he was down $600,000.
Yeah.
And my fucking hands were sweating. I was going, what are you guys doing? That's real money.
Yeah.
This is so crazy.
Yeah.
He does it every night.
Yeah.
He does it constantly. There's people that love it. They love it. They love the action. It's thrilling.
For me, it's fortunately I've never liked numbers. Like math was never something I enjoyed. So when it comes to blackjack, you're doing math in my head, and I get very uncomfortable. So I go, I'm not going to be good at this.
That's a great reason to not gamble. You hate math.
Yeah, I just figured I'm not going to be good at this because I can't even really add up what I'm supposed to be doing here quickly. So I'm just going to sit on the side. Plus, I'm cheap. I don't want money.
I'm not a math person.
Yeah.
It's a concentration thing. It's like if you concentrate on math, really got good at the basics of it, and then really started getting into more complex mathematics, it'd probably be very fun. Probably be very exciting. But the problem is I never concentrated in high school at all. I didn't pay attention to it. So I'm so removed. Like if people start talking about math, like the complex shit.
Yeah. I checked out at long division. Long division, I checked out.
Like, are calculators available? They're pretty much everywhere, right?
Right.
And aren't there like an unlimited supply of batteries and that?
Right. This is what I'm wondering, now with our phones and our Google and everything, we don't have to learn any of that anymore.
I don't know anyone's phone number.
We don't have to learn anything anymore.
I know, like, Eddie Bravo's phone number. I know my wife's phone number. I might know two of the numbers.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I had 100 numbers in my head.
Yeah.
You can call your grandmother.
I still remember my phone number from when I was a kid.
Yeah, you can call your friends.
I could say it now, but that person probably wouldn't like that very much.
I got my phone number memorized from when I was in high school. It was our first phone number. I couldn't believe we had a phone number. I'm like, wow. Yeah, but that's... We had phone numbers before, but that was the first one that I remember. And then that was the first answering machines, too.
Right.
That was wild.
Remember, if you're out and you're trying to meet somebody and they're going to meet you and then they don't show up and you want to figure out where they are, you'd go to a payphone, put a quarter in it, call your phone, and then put your code in and check your answering machine or your voicemail from the mall.
You thought you were...
And then they'd leave a message on your answering machine to tell you, hey, sorry, I'm going to be a little late, and then you hang up and it cost you a quarter. But that's how crazy everything's changed in such a small house.
You were gone. No one knew where the fuck you were.
Absolutely.
There's no Snap map. Kids today, they look at each other on Snapchat maps where they all know where they are at any moment in time. There's no shenanigans.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about like how when I was a kid, we would be able to very easily manipulate, the situation with my parents and say, oh yeah, no, I know.
Right. I'm going to Bobby's house.
Go drinking and skateboarding all night.
Yeah.
That was better like that.
These kids today, they're tracked. Everyone's tracked.
Yeah.
It's not your parents, it's the government.
And we're not going to be able to really get rid of it now, too. That's the thing. There's no way this is going to turn back. No one's ever going to decide this has gone too far. It's just going to keep escalating and getting worse. And my eyes are getting bad because I find myself addicted to the phone as much as I know that it's happening. I'll get on that TikTok and I start scrolling through stuff, and then oh shit, like 2 hours just went by. My eyes are getting blurry, and it's really kind of starting to.
It's useless.
Gets me off, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for me it's Instagram. I don't have TikTok, but I use the Instagram Reels. God damn it, it's so nuts. It's one after the other. It's so interesting watching this mad scramble of people trying to figure out a new way to get your attention. Whether it's through like shooting a bow and arrow with your feet over your head and balloons. Have you ever seen those gals do that? They stand on their hands and they have a bow in their feet and they have their legs all the way over the top of their head and they draw the bow back with their feet.
I saw another thing kind of like that, but there was no bow and arrow involved. But yeah.
This is a thing.
Yeah, that sounds good. Are they wearing clothing as well? Or
no, why would they be wearing clothing?
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, no,
they're like Jimmy's, they're hot. Most gals with that kind of mobility with your body, probably pretty hot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
How can you not have a hot body if you can do that? If you can get your butt over the top of your head and have your legs pull the bow back and then aim it and shoot it, what?
I certainly can't do that.
Who the fuck can do that? What percentage of the population can do that?
See, and this is kind of, I think, where we started with those. How did I find out about rap music? How did I find out about Norm? We had to use a certain sense of creativity, and we had to go out of our way to find out about stuff,
Right.
And so it sounded like some couple of old guys here.
We are a couple of old guys
complaining about
that's what we are now.
how the world was better before, but
I don't think the world was better before.
yeah,
I don't think that's true.
there's some aspects of it like that I think forced us to be just a little bit more creative and think out of the box because we were at least in a different way. Because you'd go find some drum machine, or you go down to the little comedy club in Ottawa, and stand-up comedy was a mainstream thing then. It was pretty big, but not in Ottawa. It was sort of almost like you felt like you were going somewhere that you weren't supposed to go.
Yeah.
Go down to the basement. I was 16 years old. I'm in a bar. There's some guy on stage, and they're not talking about Norm Macdonald on television. Yeah, he hadn't gone to SNL yet. I remember I'd see him, and my friends would see him, and then we'd go to school and we'd tell our friends, you gotta go see this guy, Norm Macdonald. He'd come every 3 times a year. Every time he'd come, we'd be there. And it was just like this sort of myth, some mythology to it. And then all of a sudden we heard he moved to Los Angeles. He was writing for Roseanne. We all heard about this. It was this sort of, all the, amateur comics that the kids up there. Well, I guess I was the kid. Everyone else was kind of in their 20s, 30s, but everybody was just kind of like, there's hope. We can get out of Ottawa, man. So
something out there.
And then SNL and everything. It was just amazing to watch him do that. But I was having a good chat with Adam at the club, about Norm, because he's, of course, famously his side on the show. Yeah. So it was such a shame to see Norm disappear like that.
He was talking about coming.
Yeah. So, but it's so much has happened since I was here last. I got a lot of stuff I want. First of all, before I start talking about I just wanted to say thanks for having me at the club this weekend. I'm so stoked. The club is amazing. Been hanging out there the last 2 nights, and I came in a little early and wanted to hang out and just settle in. And man, it's just such a vibe there. It's just such a perfect comedy club. You did such a great job.
You're the only guy that brings his dog everywhere that's not annoying. Maybe ever.
Yeah.
Maybe ever.
Yeah.
And everybody loves Charlie.
Yeah, everybody loves Charlie.
Charlie's in here with us now.
Yeah.
Charlie's a sweetie.
Charlie I got Charlie right before I came here the last time. She's named after the John Steinbeck novel Travels with Charlie, because I was out in the van, and that book's about Steinbeck in the 60s. Made a camper van out of a pickup truck, and he drove across America. He wrote a book about America and its differences. It's called Travels with Charlie in Search of America. And I got Charlie at a rescue called Thrive is the name of the rescue, which is actually run by Jimmy Durante's daughter in San Diego, entertainer Jimmy Durante, who it's like a ranch in San Diego, and they bring these dogs in from the Bahamas and Mexico, called pot cake dogs. And anyways, we went out the desert. Everybody loves Charlie, like you said.
There's Charlie. Charlie looks like she was just taking a nap.
Yeah.
What the fuck you looking at?
But
just taking a nap.
the funniest thing is
Charlie actually goes on stage with you. She told me.
yeah, she just chills out up there, and I just kind of take her.
God, he's so weird when you're killing.
Yeah,
All that noise.
she's kind of used to it.
Strange experience for a dog.
Yeah.
To be in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden she's on stage with Tom Green.
That's right. She left the
Bahamas
Bahamas.
is cheering. She's just sitting there like, what the fuck is this like?
Yeah. I look at her sometimes and wonder. She left at 5 weeks old, the Bahamas. So that was she got out of there 5 weeks old, and then was in San Diego. She got adopted by somebody else for like 3 months basically, and then they couldn't keep her. I got her at 3 months, and it's funny. She grows up in the Bahamas, then she goes to California, and then I moved back with her I moved back to Canada since I was last year, and I left Los Angeles. Following in your footsteps, the exodus continues.
It wasn't just me, man. I keep getting labeled as a Pied Piper of this, but
on, everybody's leaving.
Yeah. I gotta say though, like, you know, there's a lot of factors to change my entire life. I sold my house around the time right after I was here.
And that was the house. That was the Tom Green show.
That I owned for 18 years. That I did the Webovision show, and Webovision we called it. And
Why don't you do a show now?
so I'm building a podcast studio in my barn. It's in an unheated century barn. And
You got heated?
No, nothing heated.
No.
But
You have conversations where you're freezing to death?
yeah, we're gonna wear really warm jackets. That's one thing that's cool about Canada. Like people talk about the cold and how fucking cold it is up there. But like the cool thing about the cold when you kind of get acclimated to it is you can kind of regulate your temperature. Like you wear a really warm Arctic jacket in the barn while you're doing the podcast. You'll probably move it in at some point.
Also, you can die outside.
You can't die. Yeah.
It's a different thing.
Yeah.
It's a different thing. And it makes more resilient people.
Yeah.
I think it makes better people. I really do.
I was thinking about how you do. There's the barn. Yeah.
You're freezing your dick off, son. First of all,
that's my dad. That's my dad there. Yeah. So.
You know what? You should get sponsored by like one of those like heated bodysuit companies.
Yeah.
For deer hunters when they sit in those blinds.
Yeah.
When they sit, deer hunters when they sit in tree stands. You know how fucking cold you get.
Yeah.
See, if it's cold out, that's one thing. But if it's cold out and you're not moving, that's another thing. That's another thing. It could be fucking 0 degrees, but if you're hiking, you're fine.
Well, I wear these. We're actually talking to a sponsor right now. They're my sponsor. They're this clothing company, Bath, and they make the warmest jackets, right? So it's like you can really regulate your temperature, right? And that's the thing. Like if you know how to do that, I been a lifestyle change. I got this farm. I'm on a farm now that I live on, and basically I'm going to live there now for the rest of my life. I know it. I'm never going to leave this place. I love it so much.
That's awesome.
It's this wilderness area with.
I enjoy your videos from there. It looks like you really enjoy it.
I am really loving it. You know, it's just such a peace of mind to get up in the morning. And I've got this mule, and I got my strap there on the side. Yeah, I got my mule, and this is a whole new thing, Joe. I mean, first of all, I didn't know anything about horses and mules, but I got a mule and a donkey and some chickens. And
so a mule is a cross between a donkey and a horse, correct?
Yes. And I did not know that a year and a half ago.
They're supposedly like the most resilient animals for like riding trails and stuff.
So mules are, it's sort of all, it all started with, I found this property and this farm and I wanted to be outside. And then there was these 2 old barns there. And I would look at these barns and I'd say, they're kind of calling for something to be put in. And we're 100 years old, there's stuff short of them. And so some friends of mine and I, we kind of cleaned up the barns. And I got this mule and this donkey. And so initially the idea was, I thought a mule would be kind of funny, right? Because they got bigger ears and they're kind of, I was thinking 3 amigos. I was thinking the donkey. I was thinking the mule was a donkey. I didn't even really know that much about it. But, and I started looking for a mule that you could ride. And there's not that many mules in Canada. They're much more of a Southwestern, American thing. George Washington brought mules to America. It was a big part of, settling America. They would use it for farming.
He brought them in.
Yeah, he was instrumental in being a big part of getting mules here. They would use them for, harvesting and pulling, harvesting crops and doing all work around the farms and stuff. They've also been used in war a lot. They've been used in military. So
pioneers preferred them to horses.
Yeah, they're extremely strong and they're very, very smart.
They can go longer without water.
They use less water, less food.
My friend Clay Newcomb is actually a mule expert.
Okay.
He's been on the podcast before. Oh, cool. He talked about fancy mules and like how to pick a mule, training a mule.
I follow him actually. I follow Clay.
Clay's interesting. He's got a podcast called the Bear Grease Podcast. A lot of it is about bear hunting in Arkansas.
Oh, nice.
Just interesting, like outdoor stories. Like, he's a very, very interesting guy, but he just knows a ton about mules.
But the thing that's
It's going to be a scorcher when UFC 299 touches down in Miami this weekend. The action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, is going to be even hotter. New customers deposit $5 or more and get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? When you take one on the chin and you get another shot to win. You're going to get a bonus bet and the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code Rogan. New customers, you can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with code Rogan. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Tremendous.
Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like, if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool. I'd write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. It'd be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
What's so crazy about them is they're extremely smart to a point that it's, people say stubborn as a mule. It's not really stubbornness. What is it? Self-preservation. So they figure out, basically, I'm riding this animal now. She's a very big mule, as you can see. She's a very big mule. She's called 16-3 hands is the way you measure horses and mules. She's as tall as they get. Her mother was a horse, so a Percheron paint mix. So it's Percheron's a workhorse, almost like a Clydesdale. So she gets her size from that. Her father's a mammoth donkey, and she's 10 years old.
Mammoth donkey.
Yeah, mammoth. Yeah.
Great name.
Yeah. It's definitely created a very large, strong, serious animal.
I want to see a picture of a mammoth donkey.
Yeah.
How big is it?
There we go. Yeah. So you can sort of see.
Whoa, look at the size of that fucking thing. That's a donkey?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
And you can ride those too. So.
And that's what our donkeys harder between 900 and 1,200 pounds.
Yeah.
Are donkeys harder to train than mules?
I'm not sure of the answer to that. I'm not sure, but I know that mules are easier to train than horses, so I would assume because they learn.
And mules are sterile.
They're sterile, yeah. So
it's a hybrid animal and they can't breed, which isn't that fascinating that like a male of one species can breed with a male of another species. They make an offspring. It's alive. It has testicles, it has sex drive, it has everything. Can't breed.
So weird. So the horse has. Let me get this right. I've been trying to learn as much about it as possible because I'm riding this thing and I don't want to die because you can fall off it and it's not fun falling off it. A couple times, but yeah, it wasn't too
By
bad.
yourself.
Yeah, it was my own fault. I was streaming on Instagram and not paying attention. That's a good for beginners. Don't let go of the reins and play with your phone while you're riding a 1,400-pound mule. Fanny's 1,400 pounds. And but yeah, I guess it's a horse has 64 chromosomes and a donkey has 62. And so when they breed, take one of it ends up that the donkey, the mule has 63 chromosomes, which is not an even number, and therefore it makes it sterile. So this is what I'm trying to say. That's something kind of complicated.
Isn't it fascinating though that nature figured out a way to stop everything from fucking everything and just get pregnant? Isn't it like nature's like, we gotta have a system in here because that's untenable. That's gonna lead to chaos.
Yeah.
Like, if humans imagine,
Can you imagine?
humans could get other things pregnant.
It is so good that
Everything would be a hybrid of a human. Like everything.
Yeah, like be a lobster human hybrid. Somebody would do that. Yeah.
Island filled with turtle people.
People walking around with exoskeletons going, hey, this ain't so bad.
You could be on the island and you're like, I can't believe someone fucked a turtle.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be this guy with a turtle shell on. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You know he's gonna be mad at you. Like, I'm just saying.
Because people are insane.
Insane.
I mean, somebody has probably fucked a turtle.
100% someone's fucked a turtle. Right? If you had to bet everything you own, sure. 100%. A guy somewhere has been hopped up on some fucking Vietnamese street meth.
Right.
Fucked a turtle.
Of course, yeah.
Probably American.
Yeah.
Probably an American guy from the Southwest. Over there hiding from the law or something.
Right.
And he's methed up and he fucked a turtle.
Right.
Yeah, people have fucked everything.
But no result because of the power that nature has made these protections, thankfully.
The wildest hybrid, of course, is the liger.
Yeah.
Because they miss the gene that regulates size.
Yeah.
They don't have the same gene that like a tiger and a lion does.
I've seen those.
I forget which one. How does it work? Is it a male lion and a female tiger, or a male tiger and a female lion? I forget which one it is, but in that combination, when they make a liger, they just keep growing.
Yeah,
They're so big.
Yeah, I've looked at these on the internet. The thing is I guess a tiger and a lion and a donkey and a horse are close enough together in evolution to be able to do this. There's, I guess, no animal that is close enough to us to be able to.
Luckily,
not close enough.
because they've done experiments.
Or maybe we just haven't. Maybe just nobody's fucked the right thing yet. Figure it out.
I mean, someone pulled it off from China or Russia or something like that. They probably got some chimp-human hybrid somewhere.
I've heard sort of internet conspiracy theories that there was a Russian experiment that went awry or something like this. But
there was this one very strange case of a chimpanzee that they call humanzee. And this chimpanzee had very human-like features and it lived with a family. I forget if it was a family of researchers, I forget the story, but they always end tragically because those things, ultimately, as they get older, they want to be the boss. It's a big male. They're going to just fuck you up. They're going to bite your fingers off or bite your friend's fingers. It's always something like that. They always do something horribly violent eventually. But this one that they had him for a long time, he looked like a human.
Yeah.
It looked weird. And he stood upright a lot. He wore clothes. He's got a big old donkey dick. Look at that donkey dick. The humanzee of Orange Park.
First of all, humanzee is such a great name. I mean, I almost wish it had worked just for that reason alone. Humanzee. I mean, there'd be humanzees going around. But, I often kind of have...
So you can find there's some weird, shocking pictures of it. Like that one in the upper right-hand corner. The one, right there.
And they're so strong.
Click on that one. Look at its face.
Yeah.
It's got an odd face. And there's some pictures I think that probably doctored and made it a little more human-looking than people. But the thing, like, as it got older, see if you can find the older pictures of it. It looked real weird, man. Yeah. But it was just a chimp. It was just a chimp that, had been taught to behave that way.
Yeah.
Look at how he's walking. He's walking like a chimp. He's not walking with shoulders and arms. That's a chimp.
I sometimes think about the close calls I've had with a couple times with animals where I wasn't really giving them not like just understanding the power they had. Like I had a chimpanzee on a show I did once on a TV show back in the day, and it was a trained chimpanzee, but massive. And I remember after the show, I just said, "Hey, can I hang out with the chimpanzee?" So I was sitting out with the parking lot for about half an hour, just me and this chimpanzee right in front of me, looking right in my eyes. He's playing with the buttons on my shirt, and the trainer was 20 feet away. And I just thought it was so the cutest thing. And then a few years later, I read about the chimpanzee ripping killing people and how violent they are, and you go, man, that is, I had a macaw at one point, which I actually had to get rid of, big red parrot, macaw, and I got it when it was 13 months old, and this was my biggest disappointment, I'd say, with a pet, because I had gotten this macaw named Rex. He was on the web show for a period of time. That was after he were on that time, and I really love this thing, and I love animals, and I was so fascinated by it because I was realizing, well, this is a pet that I'm going to have for the rest of my life, and I was all dedicated to this. And I was really kind of somewhat moved by the fact that I was going to be having this beautiful macaw for the rest of my life, and it would pick my teeth, and it would stick its beak in my mouth, and literally like just kind of chew on my ear and all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, when it got to be about 13 years old, it just became a real asshole. Like it really, really changed. It had been going from this little baby to I couldn't put my hand in the cage without it really biting hard, and it almost took my finger off. I had to go in the cage to clean the cage, and I couldn't pick it up anymore, and I actually had to find it a new home. But
I think it just didn't like being in a cage.
I'm sure it didn't. I wouldn't like it myself, And that feels bad too. That's something I don't really like about that.
You're a prison warden.
Yeah, exactly. I started to feel really bad, so I took it back to the bird place where I got it, and they said to me, "Oh yeah, we don't." It's been 13 years later. I've been spending $75 a month on walnuts for 13 years. Okay, these eat a lot of walnuts, and then they say, "Oh yeah, we don't sell macaws anymore because when they get to be 13, they change and they become really, really mean." Like, you could have told me that 13 years ago, but so
it's like this internal clock.
Yeah, there's like a puberty thing, yeah. And so I feel bad, but I got her a better home.
That's why it's scary to be in front of a chimp. Yes, the chimp. Exactly. They can just decide.
I have these moments where I think about the time when that macaw would have its beak in my mouth. It was really months before it could have ripped my face apart sitting with that. But the Fanny, this mule, and I have the donkey as well, who was her companion for her, Kia. She was a 2-year-old donkey. And the donkey lived to be 50 intentionally. And Fanny is a big animal, so she could live to be 30, 35 years old. And so she's 10 now, so it's a big responsibility. And I really kind of consider them now, after having them just for a short time, kind of family. And it's an amazing thing. But the thing that's most interesting about a mule, we won't talk about mules for the whole show, but they are so smart that they figure you out. So I'm new to this. So when I first got her, I was given one day of training on how to ride a horse. So I learned how to saddle her up. I learned how to get up on this thing. You hold the rein, you look where you want to go, you push with your foot opposite of the side you want to turn. There's a circle of rhythm to that. And it went great for about a month, but then she started sort of figuring out that I was sort of uncertain in what I was doing. She started to understand that I didn't know what I was doing. And so she starts testing me, right? And I don't necessarily realize that's what's going on. So when I'd be saddling her up, she would move. So I go to saddle her, take the saddle, it's a big saddle, you have to put it up on her back, put the saddle pad on, and you can put the saddle on, and then she would move into me and kind of push me. And I didn't really know how to prevent that because she's 1,400 pounds. So I'd have to kind of lead her around, try to get her back in position. It became this weird sort of dance of me running around, trying to get the saddle on. I eventually get it on. But what happens is she ends up losing all respect for me because I'm letting her sort of be the leader, right? And so Mule really wants me to be the leader. And it's hard for me to be the leader at first because I'm uncertain. So they sense uncertainty. So when I'm riding her, and there's wolves at my place in the woods. Oh, fun. Yeah, it's real good. I got a story about that too. And there's wolves there. I was showing Jamie before the show. There's video of them on my trail cams. But she sees them coming out of the woods at night. She doesn't necessarily want to go into the woods. She thinks it's unsafe. It's not